Hey there, sleepless rabble. Tonight we're doing something golden. And by golden, I mean Versailles, the palace that redefined extra. Home to a man who literally called himself the Sun, and honestly, nailed the branding. Louis XIV, the original influencer before hashtags were even a thing. For the next hour, you'll follow him through a single day in his dazzling, exhausting world. From the moment he opens his eyes to the final curtain call at night, a life where even putting on socks was a political statement, and where perfume had to work overtime because, spoiler, Versailles didn't exactly have great plumbing. So settle in. Let me take over for a while. And hey, if this royal detour makes you smile, do the classy thing. Tap like, smash subscribe, and join the Napmax Corps. It's way less toxic than the one in Versailles, I promise. This is Napmax Sleep Stories. And you're listening to A Day in Versailles, the drama behind Louis XIV's perfect wig. Close your eyes and breathe in gold, because that's what mornings smell like in Versailles. Or at least, that's what they're supposed to smell like. Reality. Well, reality is a bit more complicated. Imagine a bedroom so big, you could park an entire orchestra inside without anyone noticing. Walls smothered in velvet the colour of crushed cherries, ceiling painted with mythological scenes so dramatic they'd make Marvel blush, and mirrors everywhere, as if the Sun King needed more of himself to look at. The curtains, heavy as sin, thick enough to muffle cannon fire, and yet even those can't keep out the faint hum of life beyond the door. Footsteps, murmurs, the rustle of silk. Because here's the truth. Privacy died the day Louis XIV decided to move his court into this golden fishbowl. And the smell. The smell. Let's not romanticize it. Yes, there's perfume, buckets of it, clouds of rose and amber swirling in the air like drunken angels. But beneath that sweetness lurks something earthy, human. The ghost of sweat soaked into tapestries, the faint tang of candle smoke clinging to brocade, and if you breathe deep enough, the sharp note of yesterday's chamber pot hiding behind a gilded screen. Versailles didn't do plumbing. It did denial. Now, focus on the bed. A monstrous creation of gilded wood and embroidered silk, perched like a throne in the center of this theatrical stage. Drapes cascade around it in folds so rich they could buy a province. And there, sprawled like the very axis of the world, lies Louis XIV, the Sun King, 40-something, still vigorous, still burning with that furnace of ego that has kept France spinning in his orbit for decades. He stirs, slowly, deliberately, because nothing in this room happens by accident. His eyes open, dark, assessing, and already the world reacts. The premier valet, who has been waiting like a coiled spring, glides forward and murmurs the first words of the day. A prayer, soft and reverent, a whisper offered to both God and a man who thinks he's God's roommate. The lever du roi has begun. And if you're picturing a cozy private moment, forget it. This is Versailles. Intimacy is a spectator sport. The door opens wider and in flows the first wave. Princes of the blood, dukes with pedigrees long enough to trip over, ministers with faces carved into polite masks. They cluster like moths around a flame, careful not to crowd, yet desperate to be seen. Because here's the thing. Every second in this room is a currency more precious than gold. One glance from the king, a fortune, a word, a legacy. The ritual begins. The bed curtains sweep back like a theatre reveal, and there he is, hair tousled, skin glowing in the soft winter light, filtering through the curtains. He doesn't speak yet. He doesn't need to. Power radiates from him like heat. The courtiers bow in waves, spines bending, silks whispering against the parquet. Someone clears their throat and immediately wishes for death, because even sound feels dangerous here. Louis rises slowly, the sheets pooling around him like liquid silver. A valet darts forward with the first offering. A linen shirt so fine it could pass through a ring. And here's where the game begins. Because in Versailles, even handing the king his underwear is political theatre. Who gets to do it? Who watches? Who gets ignored? Every gesture is a calculation. The man presenting the shirt bows so low his wig nearly kisses the floor. He knows the stakes. He knows this single act could catapult his family into favour, or bury them in obscurity. The king accepts the garment with the flicker of a smile. Not too warm, never that, but enough to set a ripple of envy through the room. He slips it on with the grace of a man who knows he's being watched by 50 pairs of hungry eyes. And he is. They watch every movement, every breath, because here nothing is trivial. A nod is a promise. A frown is an execution waiting to happen. Meanwhile, the room hums, low whispers, the faint squeak of shoes on polished floors, the soft hiss of silk skirts as ladies in waiting glide like ghosts at the edges. Outside the windows, fountains mutter under a pale sun. Inside, the air is thick with ambition. You could bottle it, label it, sell it as the perfume of power. Notes of desperation, with a heart of envy, and a base of cold terror. And through it all, Louis is calm, serene, the perfect actor on the perfect stage. Because that's what this is. Theatre, not fashion, not hygiene. Theatre. Make the nobles crave access, and you own them. Keep them circling your flame, and they'll never notice their wings are burning. The next garment arrives. Breeches heavy with gold thread. Stockings finer than mist. A waistcoat so encrusted with embroidery it gleams like starlight. Each piece handed over by a man whose ancestors once commanded armies, now reduced to valet duty. Louis slides into them with a grace that says, yes, bow lower. This is what divine right looks like. And as the final layer settles, not the wig yet, oh no, that's the encore. A silence falls. A hush so deep you could hear a pin drop. Or more accurately, the faint crunch of powdered wig dust under someone's shoe. Because the moment approaches. The crown jewel of the ritual. The door opens. A valet enters bearing the day's wig on a silver tray like a sacred relic. And honestly, it might as well be. This thing is enormous. A powdered waterfall of curls, perfumed to within an inch of its life, heavy enough to give you migraines and self-esteem issues in equal measure. Fun fact, that powder, often flour, which means if the king gets too close to an open flame, congratulations, you've just invented royal flambe. The wig descends, settles, and with it, the transformation is complete. Louis XIV is no longer a man. He is the sun. And everyone else, just trying not to get burned. The courtiers exhale as if the air had been rationed. Someone whispers praise. Another drops a bow so low it looks like a yoga pose. And the king? He steps forward, his red heels clicking like gunshots on marble, calm, untouchable, radiant. But this was just the overture. Because beyond those gilded doors waits the real stage. The council chamber, the courtyards, the endless corridors where gossip moves faster than plague rats. Politics is sharpening its claws and the day has barely begun. Clothes make the man, they say. In Versailles, they made a god. But the king isn't done yet. Because after all this lace and theatre, he needs fuel, and that fuel isn't what you think. No banquets, no feasts, just a drink so rare it was the 17th century equivalent of a verified checkmark. Ready for breakfast? Let's follow him. They say clothes don't make the man, but in Versailles, they make the cosmos spin in your favor. Because if you thought waking up in front of 50 strangers was awkward, wait until you see what comes next. Getting dressed. And no, this isn't a quick 5-minute grab a hoodie and go situation. This is an event. A spectacle so layered in ceremony that even Netflix would struggle to script it without cutting scenes for time. For Louis XIV, dressing wasn't a private affair. It was a blood sport fought with silk, lace, and human desperation. The king moves from his bedchamber into the adjoining dressing room, the cabinet de l'habillement. It glows in the winter light, every surface flashing with gilt. Imagine a room designed by someone who took the concept of subtle and set it on fire. Gilded panels, crystal mirrors taller than men, and tables groaning under the weight of garments that probably cost more than a small cathedral. The air is heavy again with scent, violet water, ambergris, musk. But beneath it, that familiar persistent undertone lingers. A whisper of sweat and smoke, the faint rot of yesterday's chamber pot behind its decorative screen. Versailles doesn't let you forget its dirty little secret, but no one cares. All eyes are on the man of the hour, the center of gravity in this solar system of ambition. Louis XIV glides in, his linen shirt whispering against his skin, his posture radiating calm authority. He moves slowly, deliberately, like someone who knows the universe is watching. Because it is. And the courtiers, they're practically vibrating. These men, dukes, counts, grandees, whose ancestors once stormed castles, now hover like anxious shop assistants, praying for a single moment of relevance. Because here's the Versailles truth. The closer you are to the king, the closer you are to power. And nothing gets you closer than a perfectly timed wardrobe assist. Handing Louis a sleeve, that's like getting tagged in his Instagram story. Holding his cane. Congratulations, you've just gone viral. 17th century style. The ritual begins. First, the stockings. Not any stockings, silk so fine it shimmers like morning mist. A noble steps forward, bowing so low his wig nearly somersaults off his head. He kneels, trembling slightly, and slides the stocking onto the royal leg, as if cradling a relic. The king doesn't flinch. He barely glances down. And yet, that lack of attention, it's a weapon. A power play so sharp you could slice diamonds with it. Next come the breeches. Gold thread glinting like sunlit water. Fabric so heavy it could anchor a ship. Louis lifts one foot, then the other, with languid grace, letting the silence stretch. You can hear everything. The faint squeak of silk shoes on polished parquet. The nervous swallow of a duke praying he doesn't fumble a button and doom his bloodline. Then the waistcoat. A masterpiece of embroidery, every stitch a tiny war fought by invisible fingers months ago. It fastens snug across his chest, a dazzling armor of flowers and flourishes. And now, the coat. Oh, the coat. It's not clothing. It's a manifesto. Velvet so deep it swallows the light, edged with lace frothing like sea foam. Buttons carved from crystal, glinting like trapped stars. When Louis stretches out his arms to receive it, the movement is almost priestly, as though he's about to bless the room with his bare existence. Meanwhile, at the edges, courtiers watch like hawks. Every gesture is a negotiation. Who stands nearest? Who's ignored? Who dares to murmur a compliment without overstepping? One man trees, voice honeyed, praising the cut of the coat. Louis answers with a smile so small it might be imaginary. But that half smile, it could alter the course of a family's future. Versailles is a place where silence speaks louder than sermons. And then, the shoes. Red-heeled, of course. You've heard of Louboutins? Louis invented the flex. Those crimson soles screamed status centuries before influencers started doing mirror selfies. Red dye wasn't just expensive, it was practically liquid arrogance. And Louis wore it like a declaration of war. Each step on those lacquered heels said, "I am here, and you will kneel." Finally, the crescendo, the wig. No chapter about Louis XIV's wardrobe is complete without this powdered monstrosity. A valet enters, bearing it on a silver tray like the Eucharist. And honestly, it might as well be divine. This isn't hair. It's a lifestyle. A towering cascade of curls so perfectly arranged it could qualify as architecture. Perfumed clouds rise as the valet lifts it high, then lowers it onto the royal scalp with trembling reverence. Fun fact, that powder, the stuff making those curls snow white and Instagram ready, was often starch or flour, meaning if you sneeze near a candle, congratulations, you've just invented flambéed monarchy. Oh, and those wigs? They didn't just smell of lavender. They also reeked of reality. Lice loved them. Which is why everyone wore powder and perfume like their lives depended on it. Spoiler. They kind of did. Now, look at him. The metamorphosis is complete. Louis XIV stands resplendent. A man cocooned in 20 pounds of fabric. Jewels glittering like frozen lightning across his chest. Wig cascading like a powdered waterfall. He is no longer mortal. He is myth. The courtiers bow so deep their vertebrae file complaints. Someone exhales, too loudly, and instantly regrets being alive. Louis glances at his reflection in a mirror so large it could double as a ballroom wall. He sees what they see. Not a man, but a sun burning in silk. And yet, behind the stillness of his gaze, maybe there's a flicker. A thought, brief, fleeting, about the fragility of all this theatre, about the cost of holding the world in orbit. Or maybe he's just wondering whether the chocolate will be thick enough today. Because that's next. Breakfast. A meal that's less about food and more about status. A ritual so quiet it hums with menace. And a drink so rare, so exotic, so scandalously decadent. It could start a war of hashtags if hashtags existed. The king turns. His heels strike the floor with a sharp, echoing rhythm. Red flashes sparking like warning lights at the edge of every step. The room ripples as courtiers fall back, bowing, their eyes clinging like ivy to his silhouette. The air smells of amber, starch, and ambition. The performance isn't over. It has barely begun. Chocolate was waiting. Thick, dark, sweet as sin. A liquid crown for a man who already owned the sun. Ready to taste the influencer drink of the 17th century? Let's follow him to breakfast. Breakfast. The word alone conjures up images of abundance. A towering buffet, platters of golden croissants, bowls of glistening fruit, and maybe even a little avocado toast for the health-conscious monarch. But if that's what you're picturing, take that image and set it on fire. Because Louis XIV's morning meal was none of those things. Instead, it was a single porcelain cup. One cup, held like the Holy Grail, approached with the reverence usually reserved for relics and coronations. Inside that cup, hot chocolate, thick, dark, steaming, and so outrageously expensive, it made diamonds look relatable. Let's set the scene. The king, now fully armoured in brocade and lace, his wig cascading like a powdered storm, glides into a smaller chamber adjoining his apartments. It's a room that glitters less than the Hall of Mirrors, but not by much. Sunlight seeps through towering windows, slicing into the air like golden knives. Mirrors catch it and fling it back, until the whole place seems to hum with light. Candles gutter in crystal holders, their flames barely flickering in the still air. The parquet floor gleams like a polished jewel. And in the center of it all, Louis, the Sun King, radiant, impenetrable, the calm at the heart of this gilded hurricane. The courtiers follow, moving in a tide of silk and whispers. Shoes click softly against wood. The scent of amber and jasmine rolls ahead of them in waves. And beneath it, that same stubborn undertone persists. Humanity, the sweat of too many bodies, the faint tang of unwashed wigs powdered to death, a ghost of yesterday's tallow smoke. Versailles is beautiful, yes, but it's the kind of beauty that requires 100 perfumers just to keep from rotting. A valet appears, carrying a tray with both hands, his face solemn as though balancing the fate of nations. Upon the tray rests a porcelain cup edged with gilt, steam curling from its lip like lazy ghosts. Chocolate, liquid luxury, imported from the Spanish colonies, sweetened with cane sugar dragged across the oceans by enslaved hands, and spiced with a pinch of cinnamon for that sinful edge. The king takes it slowly, deliberately, his fingers curling around the delicate handle with the precision of a man who knows he is performing even the act of drinking. Silence falls like velvet across the room. You could hear a lace cuff drop. Dozens of eyes fix on that cup, pupils dilating as though it held not chocolate but eternal salvation. Some of these nobles have never tasted it. They've heard rumors that it warms the blood, that it stirs the senses, that it whispers secrets to the soul, but they will not taste it today. That honor is reserved for one man only. Louis raises the cup. The steam brushes his face like a lover's sigh, and then the first sip. Slow, measured. The liquid slides over his tongue, a dark river of sweetness and spice. For a second, the mask slips. A flicker of pleasure shadows his features. Not joy. That would be vulgar. Just satisfaction. Then it's gone, buried beneath the serene facade of a god among men. Here's a historical truth bomb. Chocolate wasn't just a drink, it was a scandal. Doctors hailed it as a miracle cure for everything from melancholy to impotence. Priests debated whether it broke the Lenten fast. Lovers whispered that it was an aphrodisiac, which, frankly, was probably the only marketing strategy it needed. In a world without Netflix, chocolate was the most exciting thing you could put in your mouth without starting a war. Louis drinks again. Each sip is a sermon on supremacy, because in Versailles, even breakfast is propaganda. While the king savors his exotic nectar, peasants beyond these gilded walls gnaw on crusts of bread as famine whispers through the countryside. Taxes crush farmers into the mud, fields freeze under iron skies. But in this chamber, reality is drowned in cocoa and gold. Power tastes like cinnamon today. The courtiers hover in a semicircle, faces schooled into expressions of polite interest, though inside their thoughts are feral. If I could just taste it, just once, one drop. But they won't. They'll watch. They'll smile. They'll murmur compliments about the quality of the porcelain, or the virtue of moderation, because that's the game. Access, not appetite. Influence, not indulgence. At last, the cup empties. A valet swoops in like a hawk on prey, whisking it away with a bow so deep it looks like penance. The rim is wiped with a linen cloth, finer than anything most men will ever touch. The tray disappears as silently as it arrived, vanishing into the labyrinth of service corridors that pulse behind Versailles' glittering walls. Louis dabs his lips with a napkin. A ripple runs through the room. The murmurs return, sugar-sweet, cautious as cats. Compliments bloom like poisonous flowers. The king rises, his heels clicking against the floor, red flashes sparking with every step like silent gunshots. Breakfast is over. But the hunger? Oh, that's just begun. Because now comes the true feast. Politics. The grand game. The theatre where words weigh more than steel, and where a single raised eyebrow can redraw the map of Europe. Beyond the next set of gilded doors waits the council chamber, and with it, the business of running an empire so vast, it makes even Louis' ego look modest. The king walks slowly, each step measured, his silhouette framed by light like a saint in a Baroque painting. Courtiers fall into formation behind him, their whispers trailing like incense smoke. The scent of chocolate still lingers in the air, mingling with the musk of ambition. And as the doors swing open to admit him, the temperature seems to drop. Because in here, power isn't perfumed. It's sharp, metallic, like the edge of a blade. Chocolate had warmed his blood. Now came the cold calculus of rule. Behind these doors, men waited with petitions, treaties, and dreams sharp enough to cut. This wasn't breakfast anymore. This was war in silk gloves. Ready to step inside the council chamber? Let's follow the king. Breakfast is over. The porcelain cup has vanished. The air still clings to the faint aroma of chocolate and cinnamon. And the king, resplendent in brocade and powdered magnificence, is on the move. His heels click like metronomes on the polished parquet, each crimson flash a tiny explosion of status. Behind him, the tide of courtiers swells and ripples, whispering, scheming, inhaling his wake like incense. The corridor leading to the council chamber stretches ahead like a gilded artery, pulsing with murmurs and the soft hiss of silk skirts. Candles flicker in sconces, their flames trembling in the drafts that slip through vast windows. Outside, frost claws at the glass, etching pale lace on the panes. Inside, heat blooms in pockets, from bodies, from braziers, from the sheer friction of ambition. The king moves slowly, always slowly, because in Versailles, haste is for peasants. Every gesture, every glance is calculated theatre. A nod to the left, a smile to the right, that's policy disguised as politeness. Courtiers watch, breath held, because they know a single tilt of the royal head can raise a man to glory or drop him into oblivion. It's like The Bachelor, but with wigs and more beheadings. At last, the great doors of the council chamber swing open. Light spills out, burnished and honeyed, pooling across the parquet like liquid wealth. The room beyond is a masterpiece of intimidation. A high ceiling painted with clouds and gods, walls armored in gold molding, and a long table gleaming like a blade. Here, under the painted gaze of allegorical virtues, men will talk of taxes, wars, and treaties that decide the fate of millions, while wearing shoes so delicate they can't walk on gravel without crying. Louis takes his place at the head, sliding into his armchair with the calm finality of a sun setting into its orbit. Around him, the ministers settle like cautious cats. Colbert is there, the financial wizard, eyes sharp as a dagger. Louvois, the Minister of War, his mind ticking like musket fire. They all bow, they all smile, but inside, they're measuring each other's throats for the knife. The silence stretches, taut as silk. Then the king speaks. His voice isn't loud. It doesn't need to be. Authority hums in every syllable, rich and controlled, a sound designed to remind everyone in the room that they are satellites spinning around a single, blazing star. The business begins. Reports, petitions, figures recited in tones as dry as last week's bread. But beneath the monotony slithers tension. A treaty with Spain teeters on the edge of collapse. Taxes groan under the weight of Louis's building projects, because, spoiler, gilded fountains don't pay for themselves. Colbert proposes new levies, Louvois pushes for more troops, voices sharpen, tempers fray, words clash like sabres muffled in velvet. And Louis? He listens, watches. Every now and then, he interrupts, softly, almost lazily. But the effect is electric. One phrase, and the entire room pivots. He doesn't need to shout. His greatest weapon is stillness. Make them lean in. Make them sweat. Make them guess what you're thinking while you stir the ashes of your chocolate with a fingertip. Because here's the thing. Absolute monarchy isn't about micromanaging every detail. It's about performing omnipotence so convincingly that no one questions whether you can. Louis has mastered that art. This council chamber isn't a boardroom. It's a stage. And every man here is playing his part in a tragedy that smells faintly of amber and fear. Meanwhile, outside this bubble of velvet power, reality snarls. France is staggering under debt. Harvests fail. Famine licks at the countryside like a slow fire. But in here, the concerns of the world are translated into polished phrases and unfurled maps. Borders are redrawn with a flick of the wrist. Lives are gambled like coins tossed into a fountain that never runs dry, except when it does. A clerk bends over his ledger, scratching with a quill that squeaks like a dying mouse. Papers rustle like restless ghosts. The hearths spit sparks, smoke curling toward a ceiling painted with illusions of eternal summer. And Louis sits, serene, his profile a coin stamped by destiny, eyes hooded and bright. He speaks of glory as if glory were a fruit he could pluck from a tree. He speaks of war as though it were a garden stroll. And the men around him nod, smile, agree. Because what else can they do? Contradiction isn't strategy. It's suicide. Finally, after hours that crawl like syrup, the business concludes. Decisions are sealed with murmurs and bows, their consequences rippling outward to villages that will never see this room, to soldiers who will bleed in fields they can't name. The ministers withdraw, trailing whispers like comet tails, already plotting their next ascent up this golden scaffolding of power. Louis remains for a moment, motionless, his fingers drumming once against the arm of his chair. Just once. Then he rises. And with that, the entire solar system jolts back into motion. Courtiers swoop in like trained birds, ready to escort the king to his next ritual. The grand couvert. The public meal. The spectacle of appetite where eating is less about hunger and more about hierarchy. The doors swing open, light spills again, voices bloom, and Louis walks out, his heels striking sparks on the parquet, his silhouette dissolving into the glare of 100 candles. Behind him, the council chamber exhales, heavy with the ghost of smoke and secrets. Ahead of him, the dining hall yawns wide, waiting like an open mouth. The council chamber fades behind him, but the stage lights never dim at Versailles. Where others might pause, the sun only shifts his glow. Now, the drama moves to the dining hall, a place where forks and flattery clash louder than swords. Prepare yourself. This is not a meal. This is monarchy served on silver. Imagine this. You're starving. Maybe you skip breakfast because, well, You weren't the king, and your invitation to sip molten chocolate never arrived. Now, someone says, dinner is ready. Relief floods your body. You picture a quiet table, a plate just for you. The sweet privacy of chewing without an audience. Yeah, that's cute. Forget all of it. Because in Versailles, eating isn't a private act. It's theatre. It's a spectacle so extravagant, so ritualized, that you'd think the king was about to marry his own cutlery. Welcome to the Grand Couvert, the royal meal where Louis XIV dines under the relentless gaze of an audience big enough to fill a small opera house. The setting: a hall drenched in gold and candlelight, mirrors multiplying the glow until it looks like the sun exploded indoors. Chandeliers drip crystal tears from a painted ceiling where gods sprawl in lazy triumph. The long dining table gleams like a river of silver, stretching toward eternity, its surface crowded with dishes that shimmer in the heat like mirages. Steam coils upward from tureens, mingling with the sweet bitter smoke of beeswax candles. The air is thick with perfume, with roasted meat, with the faint, unavoidable undercurrent of humanity crammed into brocade. Louis enters, his heels striking sharp notes on the parquet. A ripple runs through the crowd like wind through tall grass. Heads bow, spines bend, fans flutter. The king moves to his chair, no ordinary seat, but a throne disguised as furniture, raised slightly above the others so that, even when seated, he remains a planet and everyone else mere satellites. He sits. The hall exhales, and the meal begins. Now, if you're picturing him digging in with gusto, let's kill that fantasy. Every movement here is choreography. The way he lifts his spoon, the tilt of his wrist, the measured pace of his bites, all of it is performance. Because this isn't about appetite, it's about power. Eating, in this world, is a political act. And nothing screams dominance like having 300 people watch you swallow. Picture it. A hush broken only by the soft clink of silver on porcelain, the muted rustle of skirts, the creak of corseted bodies shifting for a better view. Courtiers lean forward, necks craning, eyes wide, because even this mundane ritual, the slow cutting of a slice of meat, is loaded with meaning. Will the king look up? Will he nod? Will he speak? A single word can ignite a career or snuff it out like a candle. And the food. Oh, the food. Mountains of roasted game, their skins lacquered to a glossy sheen, platters of capons stuffed with truffles, fish shimmering like molten silver, hauled that very morning from the royal ponds. Tarts glistening with candied fruits, creams so rich they could make angels weep. It's abundance to the point of obscenity. And yet, Louis eats sparingly. A few bites here, a morsel there. Because restraint, in a hall drowning in excess, is its own kind of flex. Meanwhile, the courtiers watch and suffer. Their stomachs snarl like chained dogs, but they won't taste a crumb. The Grand Couvert isn't a dinner party. It's a live-streamed mukbang where the influencer eats, and you just vibe. Sure, a few lucky souls might snag a bone or a crust if fortune smiles, but only after the king rises and declares the feast over. Until then, starvation in silk. Listen closely now. Beyond the faint clatter of serving spoons, you can hear it. Whispers slithering through the hall like smoke. Flattery dressed as conversation. Gossip sharp enough to draw blood. Who sat where? Who's looking smug? Who dared to laugh too loudly? In Versailles, the seating plan is a map of power, and tonight's arrangement will be dissected until dawn by people whose lives depend on proximity to the royal jawline. The king chews, slowly, thoughtfully, his face an unreadable mask of serenity. Behind the mask, perhaps he's tasting more than food, the tang of triumph, the spice of paranoia. Because this table isn't just a stage for display, it's a battlefield. Every glance a volley, every smile a truce, every raised eyebrow a declaration of war. And Louis, as always, is the general who never blinks. Hours crawl by in a haze of candlelight and roasted flesh. Plates arrive, plates vanish, servants glide like phantoms. The scent of meat thickens the air, clinging to lace cuffs, sinking into wigs powdered with flour that now smells faintly of gravy. Sweat beads at temples, despite the winter chill outside. Somewhere, a violin sighs a melancholy strain, because what's a feast without a soundtrack? Finally, the king sets down his knife. A ripple jolts through the room like an electric shock. Valets surge forward, clearing plates with military precision. The courtiers bow so low their wigs teeter, vertebrae groaning under centuries of etiquette. Louis dabs his lips with a napkin finer than most wedding veils. Then he rises, and with that, the hall exhales in one collective sigh of exhaustion and relief. But the night isn't over. Oh no. Versailles doesn't do casual evenings. Ahead lies music, dance, conversations honeyed and barbed. Perhaps a masked flirtation or two. And later, much later, the grand finale. Le coucher. The royal bedtime ritual that turns even undressing into a public sacrament. For now, though, the king glides from the hall, leaving behind a wake of candle smoke, perfume, and the lingering ache of hunger in 300 bellies. His heels click on marble. His shadow stretches long across the mirrored walls. And in that shadow, fortunes rise and fall without a single word spoken. Dusk is falling on Versailles, and with it, a transformation. The sunlight that once slashed through mirrored halls now softens, curling into pools of molten gold across the parquet floors. Servants glide in shadows, snuffing wicks, lighting fresh candles, their flames shivering like nervous courtiers. But outside, oh, outside is where the real alchemy happens. Step through those towering glass doors and feel the air change. Gone is the heavy sweetness of perfume and roasted meat. Here, the evening breathes cold and clean, sharpened by frost, and the faint spice of orange blossom drifting from the orangery below. The gardens sprawl before you, not gardens really, but an empire of green, sculpted with such ruthless precision it makes geometry blush. This is no idle pleasure ground. This is propaganda. Miles of terraces and hedges, fountains tossing silver arcs into the bruised sky, avenues stretching so straight they look like they were drawn with the edge of a blade, nature tamed and shackled in golden chains. Every tree, every topiary, every inch of gravel screams a single message. The king commands the earth itself. The Sun King steps onto the terrace, his silhouette framed by the last blush of sunset. Behind him, the tide of courtiers follows, their silks sighing, jewels winking like dying stars. They spill onto the marble steps in a shimmer of brocade and ambition, laughter dripping like honeyed poison, whispers slithering through the chill. Listen. Hear it? The crunch of fine gravel under red heels, the distant roar of the fountains, their waters hurled skyward in defiance of gravity by an army of hidden pipes and pumps. Fun fact, those fountains didn't run all the time. Too expensive, too thirsty. They performed like actors, springing to life only when the king was near, gushing with obedient ecstasy, then falling silent the moment he turned his back. Even water knew its place in Versailles. The air smells of damp earth and clipped boxwood, threaded with the ghost of smoke from torches guttering in the evening breeze. A trace of musk curls from perfume bodies, mingling with the clean bite of frost. Above, the first stars prick the velvet sky, but their light pales beside the glow of 1,000 lanterns strung like fallen constellations along the balustrades. Versailles at night isn't darkness. It's daylight rewritten in gold. Louis walks slowly, hands clasped behind his back, every movement measured. He pauses here, tilts his head there, and the crowd reacts like a single organism, freezing, laughing, rippling forward on some invisible cue. They think they're strolling. They're not. They're orbiting. Because here, even leisure is a performance. Even silence is strategy. Conversations bloom and die in the cold air, soft as petals. One courtier murmurs about the play to be staged next week. Another wonders, with a smile sharp enough to cut, whether Madame de Maintenon will attend tonight's music. Beneath the sugar lies arsenic. Every word a move in a game older than sin. And the gardens listen, or seem to. Their avenues stretch like sentences without full stops. Their hedges crouch like silent juries. Statues of marble gods peer down with blank, cold eyes as though amused by this mortal masquerade. In the distance, Apollo gleams in gilded triumph at the center of his fountain, Louis's favorite emblem. The sun crowning the sun. Subtlety. Never heard of her. Fun fact for you, these gardens weren't built by magic. They devoured fortunes, swallowed lives. Thousands of laborers bent their backs to carve symmetry out of chaos, hauling stone, shifting earth, coaxing water along miles of hidden channels. Men broke, men died, so that hedges could stand like soldiers and fountains could leap on command. And all for what? So that centuries later, you could listen to me whisper about how breathtakingly beautiful tyranny looks in moonlight. Louis pauses at the edge of the Grand Canal, that gleaming ribbon slicing the gardens in two. The water lies black and still, mirroring the lantern glow in broken shards. A boat drifts lazily in the distance, a pleasure barge, oars dipping with soundless grace. Somewhere music sighs, the thin, plaintive thread of a violin floating from the terrace behind, twining with the crisp night air. It smells of frost now, and firelight, and something else. The slow burning fuse of hunger. Not for food, for power. Always power. The king turns, his wig haloed in torchlight, his face carved from serenity. He smiles, a soft, inscrutable curve, and the crowd erupts in murmurs sweet enough to rot teeth. Someone laughs too loudly. Someone else chokes on their own ambition. And through it all, Louis moves like a god on holiday, a man whose pulse is the metronome of a nation. But this calm, this delicate, perfumed stillness, it's an illusion stretched thin as gold leaf. Because beyond these clipped parterres and whispering hedges, beyond the glassy lakes and groves stitched into grids, the real world waits. A world of hunger, mud, and muskets. A world that doesn't know or doesn't care that the king's fountains sing for no one but him. Louis knows it too, which is why, when he stops at the top of the marble staircase and casts his gaze toward the hunting forest, sprawled beyond the gardens, his eyes sharpen. The next act is already stirring in his blood. The hunt, his passion, his theatre of dominance played out not in silk, but in scarlet and mud. He turns. The torches flare. The gardens watch in silence as the sun slips back toward his golden cage, trailed by his murmuring constellation. Behind them, the fountains fall still, One by one, their silver voices dying into darkness like secrets swallowed by night. The gardens sleep, their symmetry dissolving into shadow. But the king does not sleep. He hungers for motion, for mastery, for the primal music of horns in the cold air. Tomorrow, the forest will echo with hoofbeats and the cry of hounds. Ready to ride? The hunt awaits. The Grand Couvert has ended, but Louis XIV is far from done. The taste of truffle-laced broth still lingers on the tongue, and yet something feral hums under the silk. Candlelight and applause can only feed so much. What the Sun King craves now is movement, raw, unbridled, dangerous enough to feel real. Not another game of cards in a gilded cage, not a dance of hollow compliments. Number, he wants the chase. The announcement is quiet, almost casual. The king rides, but the ripple it sends through Versailles, earthquake. Courtiers scatter like startled birds, lunging for boots, gloves, hats, anything that might disguise the panic blooming in their eyes. Because an invitation to hunt with Louis isn't a polite request, it's a coronation in miniature. To be seen galloping at his side is to rise. To stumble is to die. Socially, which in Versailles is the only death that counts. The chill outside slices like glass as the king steps into the courtyard. Behind him, the palace blazes in molten light, mirrors spitting back 1,000 fractured suns. Ahead, the world smells of leather, hay, and the hot, metallic tang of horse sweat. Hooves ring on cobblestones, sharp as musket fire. Hounds coil in a frenzy of muscle and sound, their cries twisting through the dusk like torn ribbons. Servants dart and bow, their breath fogging the air, hands fumbling with stirrup straps slick from haste. Then Louis appears in his hunting attire, a vision in crimson and gold. Scarlet coat hugging his frame, buttons winking like captured stars, boots polished to the gleam of black ice. A plumed hat perches above the tidal wave of his powdered wig, feathers trembling in the cold wind. His gloves are pearl white. They will not be pearl white for long. He mounts in a single fluid motion, settling into the saddle with the inevitability of sunrise. Around him, the favored few scramble to do the same. Their faces gleam with practiced joy, though inside, their stomachs churn like winter rivers. Because this is not sport. This is a crucible disguised as pleasure. The horns blare, a raw, brazen note that hurls itself against the forest edge and shatters the twilight. Hooves strike, sparks spit. The cavalcade surges forward in a thunder of flesh and frost. The park unfurls ahead, vast and wild in curated perfection. A hunting ground carved from chaos, stitched to Versailles like an emerald wing. The rhythm of pursuit pounds through bone and blood. Horns scream, hounds erupt in a rolling tide of sound, their bays punching holes in the brittle air. The forest convulses with motion, branches whipping, leaves clawing, frost snapping under iron hooves. Horses snort clouds of steam, their flanks slick, their breath ghosting like pale spirits in flight. And at the eye of this storm, Louis. His scarlet coat blazes through the gloom like a comet. His body fluid, his control absolute. He doesn't cling. He rules. The reins are silk between his fingers. The stallion bends like a bow, vaulting fallen trunks with a grace that mocks gravity. Behind him, courtiers scatter, their smiles frozen masks stretched over panic. Wigs tilt at treacherous angles. Lace cuffs darken with mud. Somewhere, a hat dies in a ditch. The quarry, a stag flanked slick with fear, bolts through the underbrush, its white tail a flickering ghost. The hounds streak after it, an arrow of muscle and fury. And over it all rolls the music of the chase, horns clashing like brazen trumpets of war, the pounding drumbeat of hooves, the ragged tenor of breaths sucked through teeth, clenched against terror and cold. Imagine the irony. They call it a hunt, but the real prey isn't running on four legs. It's clinging to saddles, praying to invisible saints, bargaining with fate that today is not the day they break their neck in front of God's anointed son. Because out here, failure is fatal. Not in flesh, but in favor. Lag behind, and your name becomes a stain whispered in corridors. Leap like a hero, and you might just dine closer to the king tomorrow. Versailles turns even blood sport into networking. Hours unravel like silk torn by thorns. The stag falters. The hounds close. The last horn tears the sky with triumph, sharp as steel. The deer goes down in a froth of snow and crimson, its breath puffing like dying prayers into the cold. A cheer rises, thin, perfunctory, because no one cares about the deer. The real kills are invisible, scored in the hush of glances, the ledger of smiles. Louis dismounts, boots biting into frost. He stands calm, radiant in scarlet, his breath steaming in the gloaming. Around him, courtiers cluster, faces flushed, laughter pitched a note too high, every compliment a blade wrapped in silk. And the king? He accepts it all with the serene indifference of a god distracted by weather. Then, with a flick of his gloved hand, the scene dissolves. Horses wheel. The cavalcade snakes back toward the palace, trailing mist, sweat, and whispers that smell of ambition. Behind them, the forest exhales, knitting shut the wounds of hoof and horn. Ahead, Versailles swells on the horizon, a golden hallucination blazing against the indigo night, its windows vomiting light into the darkness like molten rivers. And inside, another stage waits, a hall dripping with mirrors and fire, music tuning like a beast in heat, perfume coiling through corridors like sin. Because tonight, the performance isn't galloping, it's gliding. Not horns, but violins. Not hoofbeats, but the susurration of silk on marble. The cold taste of wind fades from his tongue, replaced by honeyed strains of music, bleeding from the palace. The hunt is over. But the night, oh, the night is just unfurling its golden wings. Ready to step into the blaze, let's follow the king back into the fire. The palace glows like a sun dragged down to earth and split into 1,000 flickering pieces. Outside, the frost bites. The forest sleeps under a silver hush. But inside, the night blooms like molten honey. Step through those towering doors and drown in the blaze. Candles seethe in their crystal cages, their flames breeding in mirrors until the air itself looks aflame. Chandeliers sag from ceilings painted with gods lounging in impossible skies, their golden limbs frozen mid-caress. Beeswax drips in slow, viscous tears, feeding a light so warm, so thick, it could smother you. The parquet gleams beneath 100 restless feet, waxed to a treacherous gloss. And everywhere, are faces lacquered in powder and rouge, floating like masks in a carnival of glass. Music coils through the air, slow and serpentine. The first notes of a minuet, sighed by violins whose varnished ribs shiver under the scrape of horsehair. The sound unfurls across the marble like spilled syrup, clinging sweet and sticky. And into that sound glides the court, an eddy of brocades and jewels, silks frothing like sugared cream, diamonds winking like malice in candlelight. They don't walk. They orbit, spinning in perfect figures, steps plotted with the cold precision of geometry. This isn't dancing. It's diplomacy performed in silk. And then he enters. Louis XIV, the Sun King. Not in hunting crimson now, but a blaze of molten gold stitched with fire. His coat is a miracle of embroidery, threads of metal snaring the light like nets cast for stars. Jewels bloom across his chest like frozen flowers. His wig, a powdered storm cascading in immaculate curls, throws shadows that lick the walls. A plume trembles in his hat like the last sigh of a conquered bird. He moves with the inevitability of dawn. Slow, unhurried, each step a decree. The room tilts, heads bow in waves, spines bending like reeds in a golden gale. Fans flutter like startled doves, hiding mouths curved in counterfeit smiles. And then, he smiles. Software small, just enough to make 50 hearts detonate with relief. He drifts forward, swallowed by the orbiting constellations of dancers. The minuet blooms. Men glide like blades wrapped in velvet. Women dip, skirts swishing in arcs that breathe whispers of starch and lavender. Hands brush, hover, retreat. Eyes dart behind masks of powder, flashing promises or daggers. And through it all runs the pulse of calculation. Who danced near the king? Who stumbled? Who wore sapphire when the queen wore blue? Versailles is a ballroom, yes. But tonight, it's also a battlefield disguised in brocade. Listen closely. Beneath the music's honeyed sigh, another sound coils, whispers, slick as oil. Names hissed like curses, rumours slithering through the candle smoke. Madame danced twice with Monsieur. Scandalous. Did you see Mademoiselle's necklace? A gift, they say, from someone whose wife breathes yet. Every syllable is a knife, honed and dipped in sugar. In this room, even laughter has an edge sharp enough to split bone. At the far end, the theatre yawns, a gilt-framed moor swelling with velvet curtains. Later, the actors will spill illusions across its boards. Molière, perhaps. Lines slick with satire, barbs hidden under ruffles. The courtiers will titter behind their fans, pretending the venom isn't meant for them. Pretending they aren't laughing at their own reflection in the polished blade of wit. And when the play ends, the real games begin. Cards slapped on velvet, dice rattling like bones in graves. Voices rise, laughter thick and false, sticky with desperation. Fortunes crack like spun sugar. Lives tilt on the tumble of cubes small enough to choke a saint. Here, in the hum of gambling salons, ambition bares its teeth. And the king? He hovers at the edges, luminous, serene, a god amused by mortals gnawing at one another for crumbs of his light. But not all hungers are fed by coin. Watch the corners, where shadows knot like lovers' fingers, eyes snare eyes across the lacquered floor, a hand lingers too long on the stem of a glass, a fan FLX, a code older than sin. Versailles is a feast, and bodies are courses served under silver lids of secrecy. Scandal simmers under the crust of etiquette, fattening on silence, sweetening in whispers. Hours thicken. Candles gutter, their flames drooling wax. The air sours, overripe perfume fermenting with sweat. Wine, and the faint animal tang of powdered wigs beginning to wilt. Jewels weigh like debts. Laughter curdles. The music limps, bows rasping like tired lungs. And still, no one leaves. Because the last act hasn't played. The grand finale. The ritual where power strips naked, inch by inch, under the gaze of eyes that never blink. Le coucher. Already, the crowd begins to shift, coiling into currents that spill toward the king's private apartments. Faces flush with fatigue, but no one dares surrender. To miss the coucher is to vanish, to fade from the sun's heat into the frost of oblivion. They trail him through the mirrored corridors. their whispers furring the air like frost lace on glass. Behind them, the ballroom exhales, a dying star collapsing in a sigh of smoke and wax. Ahead, the golden chamber waits, curtains swelling in the breath of unseen draughts, shadows twitching under the weight of 1,000 eyes. Here, the night tightens to a point. Here, the performance sheds its last veil. The violins are silent now, their echoes snuffed like wicks. Candles gutter low, bleeding light across mirrors warped with smoke. And in the hush, the king steps into his sanctuary, a stage for the strangest theatre of all, ready to watch a god dismantle himself thread by thread. Follow me. The music has died. Its echoes cling like smoke to the mirrored walls, trembling before the hush that follows. The salons lie behind, sagging under the weight of spent laughter and souring perfume. Candles drip their last tears into darkness. But here in the king's bedchamber, the blaze still burns. Step inside. The air is thick with heat, but not the fevered heat of dance. This is a slower fire, curling in the breath of 100 candles drowning in their own wax. Shadows prowl along gilt panels, fattened on the tremor of flames. The walls whisper back your footsteps, padded by tapestries breathing the musk of centuries. And in the center of this golden hush waits the stage. A bed so vast, so swollen with velvet and embroidery, it could smother a family of 5 without noticing. Drapes sag in folds heavy as gilt, dyed in the colours of spilled wine and fresh blood. Before it stands Louis XIV, still sheathed in splendour. The coat, stiff with jewels that wink like frost. The waistcoat, brocade snarling with gold thread. The wig, a powdered cataract spilling down his shoulders, exhaling faint ghosts of lavender and starch. His boots flash red in the lamplight, soles glimmering like drops of coagulated sunset. He looks untouched by time, by sweat, by the blur of hours. And yet, watch closely. See it? The faint drag in his breath, the glassy sheen on his brow, the soft slack at the corners of a mouth that has held command like a blade all day long. The courtiers see it too, but only in secret, behind eyes that flicker like gnats in candlelight. Outwardly, they beam, they bow, they choreograph their souls into arcs of reverence. Because this is the coucher, the royal undressing. The last act in a masque that began at dawn with the lever. Bookends of theatre, bracketing a day carved from ceremony. And every moment tonight will be scored, tallied, whispered about in boudoir, reeking of powder until dawn stains the sky. The ritual begins. A low murmur, soft as incense smoke. The evening prayer coiling through the hush like a thread of ash. Heads dip, lips flutter. And then the stripping starts. Not of power, but of its trappings. First, the gloves. A duke steps forward, hands trembling as if cradling the grail, to peel them from royal fingers pale as milk. Next, the coat, shrugged from his shoulders like a discarded planet, its weight folding into the arms of a marquis who once commanded armies and now stands thrilled to hold another man's laundry. The waistcoat follows, buttons loosed with the slowness of liturgy. Lace sighs as it slithers free. Stockings roll down in pale spirals, their silk murmuring against skin flushed by the press of brocade. Shoes drop with soft, percussive thuds onto the carpet, their crimson heels flashing like the last pulse of sunset before night seals the sky. And through it all, the murmurs, the little gasps greased with envy, the whispers folded into the rustle of fabric. Who bore the gloves? Who touched the buttons? These are the metrics of survival here. where favor clings like scent and rots as quickly, if not tended with obeisance. Now, the wig, the apex. A valet advances bearing a cushion fat with velvet, its surface gaping to cradle this powdered leviathan. Fingers probe, lift. The curls quake, snowing a fine mist of starch and stale lavender into the candlelight. For a moment, Louis stands bareheaded, scalp gleaming like a pale moon robbed of its clouds. His eyes flicker, briefly, naked in a way no silk could shield. Then, the nightshirt billows forward, soft as a sigh, swallowing him whole in its bleached simplicity. The sun retreats behind muslin clouds. Fun fact, privacy in Versailles was a myth. Even now, even here, the king undresses under a siege of eyes. Dignitaries pack the chamber like lacquered saints in a golden reliquary, their gazes sucking every detail like flies drunk on honey. Imagine it. You peeling off your socks before bed, cheered on by 100 throats humming prayers. Nightmare fuel, isn't it? Unless you're Louis. For him, it's oxygen. Attention is the blood in his veins. Strip that away, and the sun gutters into a man shivering under the weight of silence. The prayers curl to an end. Silence drops like velvet. Only the gutter of candles and the faint, animal rasp of breathing stains the hush. Then, he moves. Climbs into the bed, its linens fat with scent, with warmth, with the ghosts of 1,000 whispered ambitions. The curtains swoop, drowning the room in shadows fattened with gold. And with that, the day exhales. A day stitched from spectacle, perfumed with lies, lacquered in rituals that gleam like jewels but cut like glass. Behind the curtains, perhaps he dreams of hunts that never end, of mirrored halls splitting his image into infinity, of a world held together by the glue of his will. Or perhaps he doesn't dream at all. Perhaps kings, like suns, burn too hot for sleep. The courtiers retreat in ripples, their steps sucked into the hush. The candles sag in their sockets, spitting ghosts of smoke. Outside, frost snarls across the lawns, knitting white scars into the darkness. And Versailles itself seems to sigh, its golden ribs aching under the weight of silence. Until dawn pries its jaws apart again, and the lever yanks the king and the world back into orbit. The day is done, but the theatre never ends. And that, dear sleepless rabble, was a day in the life of Louis XIV, gold that never stopped glittering, perfume thick enough to choke a saint, and more rules than an Apple Terms of Service update. Imagine living in a world where even taking off your shoes was a group project. Exhausting, isn't it? So tell me, would you thrive in Versailles, bowing and curtsying your way to glory, or fake a fainting spell just to escape the smell? Drop your thoughts in the comments. I want to know who's Team Royal Glam and who's Team No Thanks. I like my privacy. If this little trip through powdered wigs and politics gave you a smirk, or at least kept you from doom scrolling into oblivion, be a legend. Tap like, hit subscribe, join the court. We've got less backstabbing than Versailles and way better snacks. And hey, if you're feeling extra generous, toss a shiny coin over at kofi.com/NAPMAX. No powdered wig required. This is Napmax Sleep Stories, and you've just endured a day in Versailles, the drama behind Louis XIV's perfect wig. Sleep well, or at least better than the courtiers stuffed into those drafty salons. Hey there, sleepless rabble. Let me take over for a while. Tonight, we're walking into a world of marble columns, flickering oil lamps, and gods who acted like the original drama queens of history. Forget calm and holy perfection. This was divine chaos on an epic scale. Affairs, betrayals, scandals. If Olympus had a gossip column, it would have been thicker than the Iliad. We're diving into the strangest, wildest, and most absolutely bonkers stories of the Roman gods. Jupiter's creative dating strategies, Venus and Mars starring in the first reality TV scandal, Saturn turning family dinner into something unspeakable, and Bacchus throwing parties so wild the Senate had to ban fun entirely. So before we open the gates of the Pantheon, do me a tiny favour, hit that like button if chaos sounds like your bedtime vibe, and subscribe for more darkly soothing tales. And in the comments, tell me this. Which Roman god would you trust the least with your secrets? This is Napmax Sleep Stories, and you're listening to boring Roman myths for sleep. Except they're not boring at all. Close your eyes for a moment and imagine the heart of Rome. Not the tourist postcards, not the polished ruins bathed in Instagram filters, but the living, breathing beast it once was. Marble and sweat, voices rising like smoke in the heat, mingling with the clatter of carts and the iron tang of blood drifting from the arena. The air thick with incense and ambition. In the shadows of towering columns, men plotted empires. And above it all, the gods watched. Or at least that's what people believed. And they believed hard. For the Romans, life wasn't life without a deal struck with the divine. Every day began and ended under the eyes of beings too powerful to ignore and too temperamental to trust. You prayed before you planted. You prayed before you marched to war. You even prayed before you sat on the toilet. Because yes, there was a goddess for that. And if you think that sounds excessive, congratulations, you've just met Roman religion. Here's the thing. They didn't invent these gods from scratch. Rome was practical, ruthless, efficient. When it came to culture, they had no shame in borrowing what worked and stamping their name on it like an imperial seal. The Greeks gave them a pantheon rich with drama and poetry, and Rome said, nice, we'll take that, just make it Roman. Zeus became Jupiter, Aphrodite became Venus, Ares strutted into town as Mars. Same personalities, new branding, because even gods need a rebrand when you're going global. But Rome didn't stop there. They scaled the whole thing up like a franchise. Greeks gave them the main characters, and Rome added the supporting cast. The gods of thresholds, hinges, gardens, grain silos, dung heaps, you name it, they had a god for it. A divine LinkedIn where everyone had a job title, no matter how ridiculous. Why? Because life is chaos, and humans hate chaos. The Romans turned every crack in their fragile world into a doorway guarded by a deity. An empire of marble and prayers, micromanaged by the heavens. And if you think this sounds serene, soft white robes, gentle chanting, halos of light, you've been lied to. These gods were not serene. They were messy, loud, volatile. They fought, they drank, they schemed, they seduced. And they did it all with the kind of confidence only immortality can buy. The stories we're about to walk through weren't whispered as moral lessons. They were thundered in temples, etched in stone, and woven into festivals that turned cities inside out. Why? Because the Romans understood something deep. Drama sells, even in marble. When life is unpredictable, when plague or famine can wipe out everything, you want the comfort of knowing the chaos above looks a lot like the chaos below. Gods that are perfect? Dull? Gods that cheat, rage, and fall apart spectacularly? That's relatable content. And Rome was addicted. The divine scandals weren't just entertainment. They were lessons wrapped in silk and lightning bolts. Power is fickle, desire is dangerous, and the universe doesn't run on fairness. It runs on whims. Now picture it. The Pantheon. Not the quiet dome we stroll through today, but alive. Oil lamps flickering against walls that seem to breathe. Statues looming in shadow, their stone faces pretending to be calm while their real selves, somewhere beyond mortal sight, snarl and laugh and whisper. Priests in spotless robes glide across mosaic floors, their arms heavy with garlands. The scent of myrrh and burnt offerings coils through the air, clinging to your throat like smoke. And behind it all, the low murmur of prayers, thousands of voices trying to bargain with eternity. You can almost feel it, can't you? That tension between reverence and fear. Because these gods weren't your buddies. They didn't love you unconditionally. They didn't offer cosmic customer service when life went wrong. They were beautiful, terrible forces of nature. Ask nicely and they might help you. Cross them and they'll burn your city to ash just to make a point. And at the top of this shimmering, dangerous hierarchy sits one figure, the king, the storm in human form. His name? Jupiter, lord of the sky, wielder of thunder, guardian of law, and serial troublemaker with a shape-shifting kink. The Romans called him Optimus Maximus, the best and greatest. And in some ways, he was. He crowned emperors, decided wars, and held the keys to victory and ruin. But peel back the gold leaf, and you'll find a creature of appetite, of ego, of endless, restless hunger. Before we step up to his throne, pause for a second. Feel the floor beneath your feet, cool and solid. Hear the echo of sandals in the temple halls. Somewhere above, the crackle of a distant storm. That's not weather. It's him, stretching his fingers across the sky, already bored, already looking for the next distraction. And trust me, when Jupiter gets bored, the world pays the price. Shall we go in? Step softly now. The air here feels different. Heavier. It hums with a kind of energy that raises the tiny hairs on your arms, as if the atmosphere itself has been charged. You're standing before the king, not a king of men, but of everything. The dome above your head curves like the sky, painted in blues so deep they almost swallow the gold. And at the far end, beneath an arch draped in laurel and smoke, there he sits in stone. Jupiter Optimus Maximus, the best and greatest. The name alone was enough to make senators drop their voices to a whisper. To the Romans, Jupiter wasn't just a god. He was the axis the whole empire spun on. The sky, the storms, the roar of thunder rolling over hills. That was his language. His word wasn't law. It was lightning. And when he spoke, empires listened. Victory and defeat lay in his fist. A single nod could crown a general with triumph or crush him under shame. Every soldier marching towards some distant horizon carried Jupiter in his heart. Every oath sworn in the Senate called on him as witness. When consuls took office, their first duty was to sacrifice to Jupiter, as if to say, "Here I am, don't smite me yet." Even the laws, the sacred backbone of Roman order, were tied to his name. Break an oath, and you weren't just lying to men. You were mocking the thunder. And Rome adored pageantry almost as much as it adored power. Jupiter had the best of both. His great temple on the Capitoline Hill gleamed like the sun had married stone. Columns soared, statues of gods glittered, and in the heart of it all, a colossal Jupiter, staring down with eyes that promised everything and nothing. White oxen were led up its steps, their horns gilded, their hides wreathed in flowers. Priests in spotless togas moved like ghosts, chanting words older than empire. The smell of blood and incense curled into the air, thick and metallic, coating your tongue. And when the sacrifice was done, The omens read, and the crowds roared. Rome felt invincible. But there was something else, a tension humming under the marble and gold. Because power like this comes with a whisper. What if he notices me? Not in the way mortals long to be seen by gods in hymns and prayers. Number in the way a lion notices a deer. Because here's the truth they didn't carve into temple walls. Jupiter was not content to sit on his throne like some divine statue collecting dust. He was appetite in motion, curiosity on two legs, the sky draped over shoulders that couldn't stand boredom for long. Imagine that for a moment. The king of gods, showered in endless devotion, offerings piled like mountains, names sung in every corner of the empire. And still, not enough. Still restless. Still prowling. His gaze sliding from the storms above to the warm pulse of life below. Kings, queens, shepherd girls, nymphs dancing in forests. Everyone was a spark waiting to ignite. And Jupiter? He was lightning looking for a place to strike. But we'll get there soon enough. For now, stand here with me and feel it. The way marble chills your feet. The faint taste of ash in the incense smoke. The sound of distant thunder creeping across a sky bruised purple with dusk. That's not weather. That's a god clearing his throat. And when he moves, the whole world will shake. Picture the sea. Not a postcard blue, but a living creature, its skin rippling with molten silver, under a sky that tastes of salt and sun. On the shore, a girl stands, her bare feet pressed into warm sand. Europa. Just a mortal. Just another flicker of life in a world thick with them. She laughs, tossing her hair back as the tide curls and hisses around her ankles. For a moment, she thinks the day belongs to her. It doesn't. Somewhere above, a gaze locks onto her like a hawk. Jupiter. Bored again. You'd think immortality comes with hobbies. Pottery, poetry, anything. But no. It comes with obsession. He sees her and decides. And when Jupiter decides, reality bends. He doesn't descend in a blaze of glory. Too obvious. Too honest. No, he slips into disguise, weaving power into flesh and bone, until where there was nothing stands a bull. Not a snorting, mud-crusted beast, but a vision in ivory and silk. His hide gleams like moonlight poured over muscle, his eyes dark pools reflecting things they shouldn't. The kind of bull you'd never eat, not even if you were starving. The kind you'd trust for reasons you couldn't name. Europa sees him and smiles. Because in myth, people have a dangerous habit of saying yes to the wrong things. She runs her fingers down his neck, laughs when he kneels like an invitation. And then, she climbs on. Of course she does. Because in these stories, curiosity isn't a quirk. It's a death sentence. The bull rises, hooves churn the sand. Then, in one liquid motion, he charges, not inland, but out, into the surf, into the yawning blue. Water foams against his flanks, sprays her skin with salt. Europa screams, clinging to the horns, her hair a banner streaming behind. The shore shrinks. The horizon swallows everything. And in that endless stretch between land and sky, the bull laughs. Or maybe it's thunder. Either way, by the time she realizes what he is, it's far too late. On some hidden shore, draped in flowers and shadows, the bull becomes a man again. A god with eyes like storms breaking over mountains. Europa doesn't come home. Some poets call it romance. Personally, I call it what it was. The world's first kidnapping by livestock. And yet, if you thought that was Jupiter's strangest trick, think again. Because a bull was just the opening act. Next, he decided feathers might be fun. The sea salt taste fades from the air, replaced by something softer, heavier. the breath of summer over still water. The world tilts inland now, into a hush stitched with green. Cicadas sing like tiny metal strings plucked under a molten sky, and beyond the trees, a lake waits, flat as glass. A mirror laid on the earth, swallowing clouds whole, holding the sun like a coin at its heart. At the water's edge, she kneels. Leader. The name hums like silk across the lips. Draped in linen that clings where the heat has kissed it damp. She bends low, her fingers skimming the surface. Ripples bloom and fade, carrying fragments of sky into shadows. For a moment, just a moment, she thinks this silence belongs to her. It doesn't. From somewhere above, the light fractures. A flicker, then a flare. White, too white, tearing across the blue like a shard of broken frost. Wings carve the air with a hollow thrum, slow and heavy as a heartbeat you can hear in your teeth. And then, impact. A sound like silk ripping, then water exploding into silver shards. Rings swell, scatter, collapse. And in their center, he rises. The swan, but not the kind that hisses behind hedges in manicured gardens. Not the pompous pond tyrant that children feed crumbs to. This is a creature polished beyond reason, a dream wearing feathers. Every quill drinks sunlight until it glows, each curve honed like a blade disguised as grace. Droplets slide down its back like strings of molten glass. Its eyes black as starless midnight, deep enough to bury secrets in and never find them again. Leda freezes, because that's how it begins. The pause, the stillness, the fatal second where Oar slips its arm through yours and leads you blind into the dark. She doesn't move as the swan glides closer, drawing a pale question mark across the surface of the lake. Closer, closer, until the hem of her gown drinks the shallows and clings like spilled wine. The bird bows its head, a gesture stolen from humility and repainted as seduction. She laughs softly. Because what else do you do when a thing so unreal bends to you? Her hand rises, trembles, then lands. Warmth. Shockingly warm, as though breath has been folded into silk and sealed under her skin. She expects softness and finds something alive, something humming with a pulse older than mountains. The swan exhales, or laughs, low and hollow, and the sound slides down her spine like oil. And then the world closes, light thickens, shadows stretch, bending like iron bars. Wings fold, not gently, but like doors slamming shut on air that suddenly tastes too thin. White walls lean in, smelling of rain and iron and something sweeter. A perfume of rot wrapped in roses. She should move, should scream. But myths are written in a language where choice never translates. The poets will varnish this in gold. They'll call it union, drape it in garlands, crown it with marble. But the truth is simpler, sharper. Power dressed as beauty. A god who wanted. A world that never taught him the word no. Later, there will be eggs. Yes, eggs. Smooth, pale shells splitting like whispers, spilling futures no one asked for. And from one will come a girl sharpened into legend. Helen. A spark disguised as flesh, destined to turn cities into pyres, to drag nations into a firestorm that will howl for 10 long years. All because a restless god decided wings might be fun. And if you think the story ends here, you haven't been paying attention. Because boredom is a void, and Jupiter was born to fill it. Bulls, birds, what next? When flesh won't open doors, when wings aren't enough, maybe wealth will. Not in coins, but in something stranger. Something golden that slips through cracks like sunlight breaking into dust. And that brings us to a locked room, and a girl named Danae. The lake fades behind us, the white feathers melting into memory like frost into flame. Now the air grows colder, denser, pressed into the stone ribs of a chamber where sunlight has never set foot. Imagine walls so tight they seem carved from night itself, thick, unyielding, pulsing faintly with the stale breath of old fears. This is where they put her. Danae. A name meant to shimmer, locked in darkness because of a prophecy sharp enough to bleed an empire. Her father heard it first, from lips slick with oracle smoke. Your daughter will bear a son who kills you. And fathers in myths are nothing if not dramatic. His solution? Walls. Iron bars. A prison dressed as protection. Picture her now, sitting on a bed narrow as a coffin lid, linen pooling like tired snow. Her fingers drift over the cold stones, tracing cracks that spider like veins. No doors, no windows, just a slit where air squeezes through like a dying thing. She dreams of things she's never touched. The sting of salt wind, the riot of leaves when the world laughs in green. She dreams because what else is there? When you've been reduced to a voice echoing in your own skull. But the world has a way of breaking locks, especially when gods grow restless. It begins as a shimmer. At first, she thinks her eyes are lying, weaving tricks from hunger and heat. Dust motes drifting, glowing faintly in the gloom. Then brighter, thicker, spilling down like threads, pulled from a sunbeam. A hush coils through the air, heavy, sweet, charged. She rises, heart a drum in a room too small to hold its echo. And then it happens. The ceiling splits in a slow smile and light pours through. Not white, not silver, but molten. Gold. Rivers of it. Sheets, spears, arrows, molten ropes that writhe and twist and fall. It splashes over stone, over her hair, her skin, cloaking her in a storm that doesn't burn, only blinds. Each droplet hums like a secret. Each thread curls around her like hands made of sunlight. Danae gasps. The air smells of metal and honey, of wealth made flesh. And somewhere in that golden downpour, a voice slides low against her ear. A sound so deep it feels like the floor vibrating under her bones. No thunder this time, no wings, just the quiet arrogance of inevitability. The poets will call this a blessing, because they always do. They'll paint it in verses dripping with velvet and moonlight, pretend consent blooms in the cracks like lilies. But you and I? We know better. This wasn't love. This was gravity wearing gold. Later, when the storm gutters out and silence sweeps the floor clean, Danae will curl her hands around something smaller than a fist. Something warm, alive. A child. Perseus. The boy destined to slice through monsters, to sever fate with a blade as bright as vengeance. And the father who built these walls to cheat prophecy, he'll die anyway. That's the punchline of myth. You can't outbar the bars destiny sets for you. And Jupiter? He moves on. Always does. His appetite is a tide that never ebbs, flooding new shores, drowning new names. But here's the thing about tides. They leave wreckage. Broken bodies, shattered vows. And in this case, something sharper. Rage. Because every storm casts a shadow, and his shadow had a name. Juno, queen, wife, the patience of marble, cracked and splintering under the weight of one betrayal. Too many. She loved him once. If love is what you call the ache of wanting a god who belongs to no one. But now her love is a blade. And she knows exactly where to cut. And Jupiter? He moved on. Always did. His appetite was a tide that never ebbed, rolling from one shore to the next. Bulls, birds, gold, each tricked louder than the last, each ending in ashes for someone else. But tides leave wreckage, broken vows, scattered lives, and sometimes something sharper. A shadow swelling behind him, heavy with silence, polished to a blade, because every storm casts one. And this storm's shadow had a name: Juno. Queen, wife, patience stretched so thin it sang. They called her goddess of marriage, of women, of birth. But no hymn ever told you this. When Juno loved, she clung like iron, and when iron bends, it breaks. So, come closer. We're stepping out of Jupiter's sunlight now, into the marble dark halls where rage breathes under silk. Because if you thought his games were dangerous, wait until you see what she does with the pieces. The first thing you feel is weight. Not thunder this time. That's Jupiter's signature flourish. But something quieter, heavier, like a crown pressing into your skull. The air cools. Shadows lengthen across polished stone, their edges sharp enough to cut. And then she appears. Not in a blaze, not in a storm. She doesn't need drama to announce herself. Juno moves like inevitability, slow, silent, silk slicing over marble. She is beauty, yes, but not the kind you cradle. Juno is a cathedral. All pillars and vaulting arches, all solemn music wrapped in light you're too afraid to touch. Her face could grace coins, her eyes could freeze armies mid-step. But the real terror? The stillness. The way she holds it like a knife behind her back. The Romans sang her name with honeyed tongues. They built her temples vast as empires, draped them in flowers, drowned her altars in wine. Every bride, trembling under her veil, whispered for Juno's favor, because love without her blessing was a house built on sand. Her month, June, was theirs, glowing with vows and feasts. Even childbirth bent its knees to her power. No infant's first cry dared pierce the air without a shadow lingering close. But hymns are liars. They never told you what fear hid in the folds of those garlands. Because if Juno smiled, the world softened. If she frowned, cities burned. She was the hinge on which fortune swung. And gods help you if the hinge rusted. And it did. Oh, it did. You see, Juno didn't marry a man. She married a weather system in human skin. Jupiter's hunger was the stuff of songs and scandals. His gaze roamed like wildfire, scorching anything that bloomed in its path. And while the poets dressed it in metaphors of passion, they all skimmed the truth. Every affair was a splinter driven under her nail. 1, tolerable. 2, forgivable. But after the 3rd, the 4th, the 50th, love curdled into something darker. Here's what makes Juno terrifying. She didn't howl. She didn't hurl lightning. She sharpened her silence into a blade and learned how to cut without spilling her dignity. Take Callisto, sweet, foolish Callisto, a nymph with eyes full of moonlight, sworn to chastity under Diana's silver bow. She thought vows could shield her. She thought wrong. Jupiter found her, wearing trickery like a second skin, and left her with shame swelling in her belly. When Juno saw, did she scorch Jupiter where he stood? Number. She twisted the knife where it hurt more. She turned Callisto into a bear. Flesh ripped, bones screamed. Fingers warped into claws that carved through her own reflection in the black glass of forest pools. Later, Jupiter flung her into the heavens as a consolation prize, Ursa Major, a crown of stars to hide the dirt under his nails. Juno let him. Revenge is sweeter when it stains the innocent. Then there was Semele, mortal, lovely, stupid in that way only mortals can be when gods croon in their ears. Juno came to her cloaked in kindness, her voice soft as milk. dripping doubt like venom. If he truly loves you, make him show himself, Semele asked. Jupiter, ego blazing, obliged. And when his divinity split his skin, when fire screamed from every pore, Semele's beauty charred to bone in the space of a heartbeat. They buried her in whispers. Jupiter rescued the child from her ash-scattered ribs. But Juno watched the smoke and smiled like a door swinging shut. And then, Hercules, the son everyone sang of, the hero destined to heave the world on his back. Born of another bed Jupiter couldn't resist. Juno didn't wait for him to grow. She sent snakes to his cradle, green coils dripping death, tongues tasting infant breath. He strangled them, tiny fists crushing their throats, and the poets hailed it as triumph. But listen closely. It was a message, carved deep in the marrow of fate. You will fight me until your bones rot, and even then, I will not let you rest. Pattern spotted yet? Juno didn't scorch skies. She salted the earth. Every lover, every child bore the weight of her crown. And while the world gossiped, while mortals wagged their tongues about a jealous wife, they forgot the truth. Jealousy is hunger starved too long, and hunger always eats. So here she stands now in the Pantheon's hush, her silence crackling like frost underfoot. Jupiter's name drips from the lips of priests in some perfumed corner, his laughter tangling in another woman's hair. And Juno? She waits. Queens don't rush. Queens sharpen their knives and let time do the bleeding. But while she broods in marble shadows, coiling her wrath like smoke, the air elsewhere begins to thicken with a different scent. Not iron, not storm, something sweeter. Perfume smothered in heat, honey steeped in sin. Because if Juno was winter, another goddess was summer set on fire. Venus. And when Venus moved, entire worlds forgot their balance. Venus never entered a room. Rooms entered her. They reshaped themselves around her like desperate lovers, corners bowing inward, light bending to kiss her shoulders. To speak of her beauty is to admit failure, because language crawls where she soared. She wasn't the sun. She was the shimmer that tricks your eyes into chasing heat on the horizon. She didn't burn. She smoldered. Slow. Patient. Enough to make a man rip out his own compass and follow. The Romans didn't just worship her. They institutionalized her. Venus wasn't tucked away in shadowy shrines. She was empire. Flesh draped over ambition like silk stretched tight on a blade. Her name throbbed in the vows of lovers, in the cracks of battle prayers, in the honeyed rot of Senate deals. Coins bore her face, bloodlines clung to her like ivy. Julius Caesar traced his root to her breast and called it legitimacy. Because what's power if it doesn't wear perfume? Her temples steamed with incense, thick as lust, curling up columns white as thigh bones. Garlands drooped like exhausted courtesans. Wine pooled on the marble like dark mirrors, sugared and spiced until the air tasted like heat. People didn't pray to Venus. They confessed. Whispered into the stone, "Make me wanted. Make me worshipped. Make me ruin someone who deserves it." And she gave when it pleased her. Desire was her kingdom, and kingdoms are only fun when someone's bleeding for the crown. But power has a pulse, and boredom stops its heart faster than daggers. Venus, drowning in hymns and honey, wanted something raw. Something that didn't kneel. Something that bit back. Mars. If Venus was silk, Mars was steel hammered red. Not cold steel, no. Steel drunk on fire. Still spitting sparks when it hits the world. Rome's darling butcher. Patron of every soldier who ever kissed a blade and begged, Make me brutal enough to live. Picture him. Bronze plates kissing sun, his body an anatomy lesson in violence, his mouth curled like the lip of a blade, promising nothing tender. He smelled of smoke and iron, and that coppery edge that clings to your tongue after you bite it. Where Venus bent the world with a sigh, Mars broke it over his knee. They met in a silence thick with prophecy. Not in hymns or rituals, those were for mortals fumbling under altars. This was a glance sharpened until it drew blood. A word stretched slow enough to snap. Laughter curdled in the dark like spilt wine, and then shadows swallowed the rest. They didn't fall, they collided. Flint and steel, spark and tinder. A chemistry so reckless the stars leaned closer just to watch. Olympus has halls, yes, but theirs became a battlefield dressed in linens, groaning under the weight of their hunger. Pillows split. Lamps died choking on their own smoke. They didn't make love. They made arson. But here's the thing about fire. It casts light, and light spills under doors. Secrets, no matter how sweet, have teeth. Vulcanus tasted them first. Husband. Smith. The god who chained storms with his hands, who beat mountains until they wept molten tears. He didn't shout, didn't curse. Fury was for creatures with smaller throats. Vulcanus simply walked back into his forge, into the red that birthed every blade heaven ever swung, and spoke to the fire in a tongue older than vows. He made a net. Bronze spun so fine it vanished in the dark, yet strong enough to hogtie a hurricane. Each link sang as he shaped it, a hymn with no mercy in the chorus. It smelled of blood and oil and something sharper. The satisfaction of craft tilted toward cruelty. When it was ready, he smiled. Or maybe that was just the fire grinning in his eyes. They fell for it, of course. How could they not? Lovers blinded by their own heat, sliding under sheets fat with perfume, fingers painting bruises in places the poets never write about. The net hissed as it dropped. A whisper fattened into a snarl. Chains slithered, kissed, locked. The doors exploded inward, and Olympus came running. Gods hungry for spectacle, tripping over their own laughter. Jupiter roaring until his ribs rattled. Apollo smirking like he'd write the ballad and sell it by dawn. Mercury, already scripting captions for eternity. When Bay says, "Come over," but hubby has receipts. Imagine it. Two bodies lacquered in sweat and shame, tangled in a trap that glittered like venom, their beauty bruised into farce. Vulcanus didn't speak, didn't need to. The silence roared louder than their mockery. The poets, desperate cowards, called it comedy. But this wasn't a joke. It was a live stream before hashtags were even sparks in language. Instagram without an exit button. A comment section carved in bronze. Every like eternal. Every humiliation fossilized in laughter. Later, Vulcanus loosed them. The chains melted back to whispers. The crowd slunk off to their altars, dragging chuckles like bloodied trophies. But scandals don't die. They ferment. Sweet at first, then sour, then sharp enough to peel skin. And this one bubbled thick in Olympus's veins long after the wine dried. Venus? She draped herself back in silk and smiled like the knife you don't see coming. Mars? He strapped his bronze and strode back to war, because some hungers never leave the mouth. But while laughter still smeared the walls, while whispers scuttled like rats through the marble, something older stirred. No perfume, no petals, just a stench of iron and ash, crawling up from the pit where time hides its teeth. Saturn, a god who didn't seduce, didn't flirt, didn't beg. He swallowed, whole. and the first thing he swallowed was mercy. The Romans sang him golden once. The god who ruled before law had bones, before crowns learned the weight of blood. He was time's fist and fortune's breath, father of plenty, keeper of cycles that fed the earth until its belly split with grain. They whispered of his age as the age when men walked unclothed, unchained, unscarred by greed. No kings, no chains, just soil fat with promise and skies heavy with wine. The golden era, they called it, as if smearing enough honey on the tongue could hide the iron aftertaste. 'Cause nothing gold stays. Ask Saturn. He knew it before poets carved it into lines. He held abundance like a lover, but in the dark corners of his skull, the prophecy squatted, it ugly, patient, grinning through its rotted teeth. One of your children will kill you. And here's the thing about fear. It doesn't whisper. It howls. It digs its nails in and pulls until reason bleeds out. Saturn, king, titan, spine of the world, buckled. The god who cradled seasons in his palm began to chew on his own seed. First child, born screaming, fists like pink pearls. He opened his mouth, no lullaby, no blessing, just teeth, the crunch louder than the cry, milk curdled into blood, soft bones collapsing between molars ground by eternity. Another child, another gulp, their names erased in a throat that swallowed them like secrets, slick and blind. One by one, warm bundles slid into the black tide of his gut, their futures dissolving like sugar under a storm. And the world watched, silent forests bowing deeper, rivers biting their tongues until they turned to stone. Even the sun leaned back, smearing its hands in gold as if innocence were a stain it could scrub. Ops watched too. Ops, queen and mother. The ghost of warmth dragging chains through a palace that stank of meat and fear. When her last child came wailing into her arms, she hid the tremor in her hands. She smiled. She kissed the brow slick with stars. And she lied. She wrapped a stone in swaddling bands, fattened it with rags until it mimicked breath. She held it like hope in the half-light, then laid it in Saturn's waiting jaws. He swallowed without looking, drunk on dread, blind to the rattle echoing in his gut like laughter. The child lived, hidden in a cave, nursed on shadow and the milk of a goat whose name you'd never care to speak. He grew bones from silence, teeth from frost, and a spine tempered in the knowledge that someday he'd crack the sky open like a chest and crawl out wearing his father's crown. You know his name already, Jupiter. And when the prophecy flowered, when the hidden child rose with his fist full of storms, the world tore. Oceans spat their guts onto land. Mountains ripped their roots like teeth from the black gums of the earth. Titan against sun. Time against tomorrow. The clash roared through eternity until the old king fell, choking on his own dark tide. Saturn tumbled into chains that smelled of brimstone, his howl shredding the sky as they dragged him down, down where light goes to rot. The Romans never forgot. Fear leaves fossils. They built him temples anyway, because worship is the coin you pay to keep old nightmares quiet. They fed him offerings slick with oil and blood, praying his shadow would stay chained. And in December, when the sun bled weak and the nights came fat and hungry, they cut loose in his honor. Saturnalia, they called it. A carnival of chaos wrapped in wreaths. Slaves dined like kings. Kings wore collars of jesters. Dice rattled like teeth on every table. They called it joy, but listen close and you'll hear the ghost of a scream in the laughter. A whisper saying, "Remember what sleeps beneath your feet." And yet, even chains can rust. Even hunger can hum like wine in the dark. Because after Saturn, the world reeled toward a different madness, one dripping with grapes, swollen with laughter that stank of sweat and sin. If Saturn was famine, Bacchus was feast, and the first thing he uncorked was restraint. Where one gnawed bone in silence, the other painted the sky in wine and called it holy. The darkness hadn't even cooled from Saturn's fall, when a new fire sparked, a fire that smelled of crushed grapes and sweat, that hummed with drums fat on hide and hearts. And in its heat, the world learned a new gospel. Pleasure is prophecy, and the only sin is standing still. Bacchus didn't arrive like a king. He seeped in, slow as a stain spreading through silk. A god in ivy and leopard skins, hair tangled with vines, lips purpled with the ghosts of 1,000 vineyards. His feet were bare, his smile was lawless, and his eyes, oh, those eyes, held the hush before lightning, and the hush after climax, braided into one endless burning thread. To the Romans, he was many things: god of wine, patron of ecstasy, breaker of boundaries. But under the golden incense the truth simmered. Bacchus wasn't a god you worshipped. He was a god you survived. His rites began as whispers, tucked behind temple doors, then spilled into valleys thick with night. Imagine it. Forest trembling under drums that beat like ribs cracking open. The air thick with resin and rot-sweet perfume. Torches licking the dark into tongues of orange. Women, maids, matrons, mothers, throwing back their heads until their throats were black tunnels gulping stars. Veils shredded into rags. Flesh slick with wine and sweat. They didn't dance. They convulsed. Bodies folding and breaking like waves, drunk on their own violence. And the men? Some came to chase pleasure. Others came to be chased. None left whole. Because Bacchus didn't offer consent. He dissolved it. His gospel was surrender. To wine, to want. To the screaming hush where thought dies and the animal stands crowned in your skull. The Bacchanalia, they called it. Festivals that made Saturnalia look like a Sunday nap. One night became 3, became 10, became a season ripped from the calendar's spine. Dice clattered like teeth, cups overflowed, and somewhere in the thicket, someone tore someone else open in the name of liberation. They called it ecstasy. Rome called it treason when it remembered how to breathe. Because here's the thing. Chaos is cute until it votes. Until its hymns swell into riots. Until its feasts ferment into factions that rot the pillars of the state. The Senate tried to strangle the cult, choking it with laws and lashes. Edicts carved like screams into marble. No rites without license, no orgies without oversight. But lust laughs at legislation. By the time the ink dried, Bacchus had already spilled into every crack of the empire, singing in the mouths of slaves and senators alike. And if you think this sounds like history painted in too much wine, tilt your head at the modern world. Bacchus was the prototype, the influencer who sold you freedom bottled in glass, the festival headliner whose set never ends, the algorithm that whispers, consume, consume more. And when you choke, call it choice. Burning Man, Coachella, Ibiza, every rave, every cult in a rented villa. They all sip from his vintage. The hashtags are new. The hunger is not. Because Bacchus didn't just pour wine. He poured permission. He slashed the leash from the human throat and said, run. And run they did. Into forests. Into blood. Into that shrieking hush where the body blooms into something you can't name without tasting copper on your tongue. And when the torches guttered, when dawn peeled its grey eyelid over the carnage, what was left? Bruises fat with fingerprints, dirt braided into hair, and a silence that wasn't peace, but aftermath. Bacchus smiled through it all, because gods don't need worship to survive. They need repetition. Every sip, every gasp, every broken vow. That's the altar. That's the hymn. But even ecstasy has an edge, and excess can only burn for so long before it collapses into its own ash. When the drums stuttered, when the vines sagged under their own weight, Rome crawled back to its gods of order, begging for hinges, thresholds, gates, anything to keep the dark out for a while. And those gates, they belong to him. Janus, the god with two faces and one truth. Everything ends, and everything begins. If Bacchus was the god who tore doors off their hinges, then Janus was the one who built the hinges in the first place. While the last echo of drums bled into silence and the ivy-blackened torches coughed out their smoke, the world crawled back to something it had almost forgotten: the hunger for order. After the feast, the famine. After the frenzy, the threshold. And at that threshold waited Janus, the god with two faces and one truth. Everything ends. Everything begins. Always at the same time. Picture him, if you can. It's harder than Venus, harder than Mars, because beauty and blood are easy for the mind to drape across a face. But Janus was a hinge dressed in divinity, a geometry of opposites braided into flesh. One face smiled at sunrise, the other at dusk. One watched what came before, the other what came after. He wasn't storm or silk or wine. He was pause, the breath caught between in and out, the hush before the door clicks shut. To the Romans, he was more than a god. He was infrastructure, not sexy, not glamorous, necessary. Janus crowned the calendar, his month, Januarius, slicing the year open like a blade dipped in frost. Every beginning bent its knee to him. Every oath cracked under his stare. Gates, doors, arches, they all sang his name in their hinges. Soldiers saluted him before the first spear fell. Lovers kissed under his breath before vows bled into rings. Janus didn't promise victory or passion. He promised passage, which, when you peel the silk off the world, is all anyone ever wants. And yet, this is Rome. For every titan that shook Olympus, for every god that wore storms like cloaks, there were others. Small gods. Strange gods. Gods that sound like a joke until you realize someone once carved their names in stone with a trembling hand and thought, yes, this will save me. Cloacina, goddess of the sewer. Let that sink in. While Jupiter tossed lightning like confetti and Venus melted spines for fun, Cloacina reigned over filth. They built her an altar above the main drain of Rome, the Cloaca Maxima, because when your empire is a beast fattened on marble and meat, the real power is whoever keeps it from choking on its own shit. Then there was Cardia, Lady of Hinges. Not doors, mind you, the hinges. Her blessings kept them swinging true. Offend her, and maybe your door jams, and maybe thieves slip in like shadows fat on wine, and maybe you die. That's the logic of fear. Make a goddess out of anything that can break you. And Rubigus, sweet Rubigus, god of mildew, his feast day? April 25th, when farmers begged him not to rot their crops. They sacrificed dogs in his honor, because what else do you bribe a fungus with? If not blood? Rome was a poem written in iron, but scratch the marble, and you'll find mold whispering in the cracks. The list sprawls like ivy. Gods of hinges and harbors, gods of thresholds and dung, guardians of drains and grain silos. Rome ran on war, wine and wonder. But under the gold skin pulsed this raw nerve of superstition. Because when you live in a world where mountains shrug and seas spit up storms for sport, you make bargains with everything that breathes, or might. And that, maybe, is the most Roman thing of all. Not the conquest, not the roads, not the crowns, the bargaining. The endless sweaty hustle to keep the dark at bay with garlands and blood and whispered names carved into walls. Gods weren't ideas to them. They were the scaffolding of reality, crooked, creaking, spattered with rust. But without it, everything collapses. So the next time you pass under a doorway, pause, not for luck, not for faith, just to feel it. The hinge turning, the breath holding, that pulse of ancient panic saying, make an offering, just in case. Because Saturn may be chained, but chains rust, and Bacchus never sleeps. And somewhere in a shadow slick with ivy or a sewer fat with secrets, a god you don't believe in is still mouthing your name. And that's it. Sleepless rabble, Rome's divine soap opera, bloody, golden, dripping with scandal. Gods who swallowed their own children. Queens with knives under their crowns. Love affairs tangled in bronze nets, and parties that made Burning Man look like a church picnic. And somehow, they still called it civilization. If you enjoyed wandering through this marble madhouse, tap that like button. Go on, it's not like Jupiter's watching. Or is he? Subscribe for more bedtime betrayals, and tell me this in the comments. If you had to pick one Roman god to ruin your life in style, who would it be? This is Napmax Sleep Stories, and you've just been listening to boring Roman chaos for sleep. Sweet dreams, if Janus lets you out the door. Hey there, sleepless rabble. Let me take over for a while. Tonight, we're stepping into a shimmering glass palace, the very first World's Fair, where the tea pours itself, toast travels at lethal speeds, and fashion comes with a fire hazard warning. This is a story of brilliant disasters, of vibrating poultry, self-heating hats, and the stubborn, slightly delusional belief that technology can fix everything, even you. So if you're ready for steam, spectacle, and one very traumatized chicken, settle in. This is Napmax Sleep Stories, and you're listening to the great exhibition of nonsense, patented inventions, and grotesque progress. If you enjoy absurd history told very slowly, please give this story a like. Subscribe for more late night nonsense, and share it with someone who really shouldn't be trusted near a mustard cannon. And if you'd like to support what we do here, without strapping yourself into a moral corset, you can find us at ko-fi.com/napmax. Now tell me in the comments, which absurd invention would you proudly display in your living room? Or which one already lives there? Let's get into it. This is the story of a world fair so grand, so glittering, so full of hope, and also full of completely useless inventions. Welcome to the Great Exhibition of 1851. But not the one from your history books. Oh no, this is the one they didn't put in the guidebook. The one with the automatic tea swirler, the electro-moral corset, and the toast launcher that once broke a stained glass window in Westminster Abbey. So sit back, and let's begin at the beginning, with a building made of dreams, glass, and far too many sharp corners. It's May. The year is 1851. London is dressed up like it's trying to impress the entire planet. Because, well, It is. Queen Victoria and Prince Albert are hosting the very first World's Fair, and they've built a palace for it. Quite literally. A colossal greenhouse of iron and glass stretching across Hyde Park like an enormous crystal centipede. They call it the Crystal Palace. Modest, isn't it? Inside, they've stuffed everything the Empire has ever invented, copied, polished, or possibly misunderstood. Giant looms, dazzling fabrics, telescopes pointed at nothing, and pianos the size of boats, but hidden among the grandeur, tucked between the telegraphs and the Turkish rugs, lies a forgotten annex of human ambition, where creativity and common sense went on very separate holidays. And this is where we begin. It smells like brass polish, ambition, and overcooked mutton. Men in three-piece suits stroll past with monocles clenched in triumph. The ladies follow, politely fainting under the weight of their corsets and excitement. Somewhere, an American is loudly explaining that everything was invented in Boston. Someone else trips over a child-sized printing press. And then, there it is. A small stall, humble, polished, smelling faintly of lavender and burnt toast. Above it hangs a sign, Benedict C. Featherstone's automatic tea swirler, a revolution in British beverages. Beneath the sign stands a man with an impressive moustache and absolutely no shame. He gestures to his invention, a brass teacup on a rotating tray, powered by a tiny steam engine and absolutely incapable of stopping. The cup spins, the tea spills, the onlookers applaud. "Oh, marvellous," whispers a duchess, blinking tea from her eyebrow. "Finally, we've beaten the French." Of course, the tea swirler is just the beginning. To the left, a prototype of the Trompette du Soleil, a sunrise horn that blasts a cheerful note at dawn, regardless of where you are, or whether you have neighbours. Behind that, an early sketch for a dog-operated sewing machine, never produced due to lawsuits and confusion. And next to it, quietly humming with pride, sits the self-watering grave, a monument to optimism, or perhaps a deeply committed gardener. This is not the Britain you were taught in school. This is the backstage of innovation. The warm, ridiculous underbelly of an empire that believed anything was possible, including hats that heated your brain and horses with toothbrushes. And it's only day one. Tomorrow we'll take a stroll through the Hall of Agricultural Wonders, where chickens are rattled for science and moles are serenaded with bells. And let the automatic tea swirler do what it does best: spin, spill, and seduce the public with absolutely no function at all. Because just beyond this charming catastrophe of crockery awaits something far more ambitious. A hall devoted to agriculture where the inventions are louder, larger, and often traumatizing for chickens. Progress, they said, would feed the world. Mechanization would save time, labor, and the occasional finger. And nowhere was this bold vision more alive than in the Hall of Agricultural Wonders, a sprawling exhibition space nestled between the textile pavilion and the regrettable misfire that was the musical cannon. The air was thick with the scent of oil, damp straw, and nervous poultry. Visitors wandered in, hopeful and wide-eyed, only to be confronted by a cacophony of whirring gears, low mechanical hums, and what could only be described as a go-in emotional distress. This was not a peaceful stroll through the future of farming. This was an assault on common sense, and on several small animals. Let us begin, as all good disasters do, with the birds. Near the centre of the hall, a gentleman with wild eyes and egg yolk on his lapel gestured proudly at his masterpiece, the Poultry Productivity Enhancement Apparatus, more commonly known among the traumatized as the vibrating chicken table. 12 wooden compartments, padded for comfort, were connected to a crank-powered mechanism. Once activated, the entire platform began to shake, gently at first, then less gently, then violently enough to unsettle the Queen's corgis 3 halls over. The theory was noble. Agitation stimulates egg-laying. The reality? 12 furious hens, no eggs, 1 black eye, the inventors, and a handwritten sign that read, "Do not touch while loaded." He called it innovation. The chickens called it Tuesday. The rest of us just stared in fascinated horror. A few steps away, another inventor had taken a different route, a gentler one, though no less absurd. His device? The Glockenspiel mole deterrent. A brass contraption mounted directly into the soil, equipped with tiny hammers and tuned metal bars. Every 20 seconds it played a cheerful melody. God Save the Queen, Rule Britannia, or The Farmer in the Dell, depending on which lever one pulled. The inventor claimed the vibrations would drive moles away. There was no data, but an impressive collection of worms had gathered nearby, seemingly out of protest. A toddler clapped. A skeptical badger peered in from the hedgerow. The moles, we assumed, had simply gone deeper. And of course, it wouldn't be proper progress without something unnecessarily dangerous involving horses. In the far corner of the hall, beside a particularly sinister scarecrow with rotating arms, a brass and leather device sat atop a sawhorse. The sign read, "Electro-dental hygiene for stabled beasts." It was, regrettably, exactly what it sounded like. An electrically powered toothbrush designed for horses. To use it, one strapped the contraption over the animal's snout, connected the gear-driven motor, and braced for impact. During the demonstration, the horse sneezed mid-brushing, bolted sideways, and trampled an innocent cucumber slicer. The cucumber slicer survived. The presenter's dignity did not. Elsewhere in the hall, one could find the self-walking plough, which required 2 grown men to steer, 4 to stop, and had already made its way halfway into the nearby display of handcrafted hay wreaths. There was also the portable turnip sorter, which sorted absolutely nothing, but made a satisfying clunk sound every few seconds, much to the delight of bored children. One particularly memorable invention, the milk collection corset, was quietly removed after an unfortunate misunderstanding involving a cow, a countess, and 3 very traumatized butlers. To be fair, not every idea was total madness. Some of them were only partial madness. A few had genuine potential, buried somewhere under the panic and poultry. But that's the beauty of this place. This great glorious disaster of innovation. Every inventor believed. Every visitor hoped. And every goat screamed. As we leave the Hall of Agricultural Marvels, feathers in our hair, hay in our shoes, and deeply confused about the mold situation, we hear the distant hum of something far more refined. It crackles softly, it glitters faintly, and it smells vaguely of hair oil and burnt velvet. Because next, we explore the intersection of technology and vanity, where hats are wired, waistcoats hiss, and a style is very much a fire hazard. If progress was the soul of the Great Exhibition, vanity was its mirror. Polished, perfumed, and mildly combustible. The Hall of Fashion and personal adornment shimmered with every colour that could be extracted from crush bugs, suspicious chemicals, or Victorian optimism. Rows of mannequins posed stiffly in gowns, bonnets, and suits too impractical for even the most determined duchess. But beneath the silk and starch, something dangerous ticked. Because here, in this perfumed chamber of style and self-expression, technology was stitched directly into the seams, and absolutely none of it had been tested for flammability. At the center of the hall, Beneath a canopy of embroidered parasols stood the pièce de résistance, the thermal headwear series, or more accurately, the heated hat collection. Developed for the chilly upper classes and thin-scalped nobility, these hats featured built-in warming coils powered by a tiny chemical battery discreetly tucked under the brim. The effect was immediate, and in theory, delightful. Warmth, style, and status in one tidy package, until it rained. Then the wiring sparked, the felt ignited, and the first test subject, a footman with dreams of promotion, was seen running in circles, hat ablaze, before diving into a decorative fountain. He was unharmed. His dignity, less so. The inventor insisted it was simply a matter of adjusting the voltage. He was later seen rebranding the same hat as a portable kettle for the scalp. Nearby, an exhibit titled Gentleman's Self-Ironing Waistcoat drew quite the crowd. Its inner lining was fitted with retractable brass rods, which, when heated by a coal cartridge in the back panel, would smooth out any wrinkles, assuming the wearer stood very still and didn't breathe. Unfortunately, one enthusiastic demonstrator attempted to activate it mid-speech. The rods deployed, the fabric tightened, and the waistcoat constricted with such force that he briefly resembled a well-dressed sausage. The audience applauded. Someone took notes. The waistcoat, to its credit, did remain crisp. But the award for most likely to cause an international incident surely belonged to the telegraph wig. A marvel of multitasking, this faux hairpiece was embedded with fine copper wires connected to a miniature Morse code transmitter. The idea was to allow discreet communication during balls, dinners, or particularly boring sermons. And it might have worked, if not for the antenna. Poking out from the top like a mechanical unicorn horn, the delicate wire tended to get caught on chandeliers, coat racks, and other people's opinions. Worse still, the signals were occasionally misdirected, resulting in one highly confusing afternoon where the Admiralty received a wig-based message about beef stew and unpaid debts. The Queen was not amused. Across the room, a series of handbags had been enhanced with built-in perfume diffusers, coin sorters, and, in one regrettable case, a miniature steam whistle to ward off street urchins. When activated, the bag let out a shrill shriek and released a puff of rose-scented steam, which was all very effective until the mechanism jammed and sprayed hot lavender oil directly into the face of a passing clergyman. He has since retired to the countryside. The handbag has been renamed the Widowmaker. In the ladies' section, one could admire the electro-moral corset, a stunning piece of undergarment engineering designed to tighten automatically when the wearer thought unwholesome thoughts. How it detected these was never fully explained, but it did respond to raised heart rates, flushed cheeks, and proximity to certain red-haired violinists. During one demonstration, the corset activated abruptly, reducing its wearer to a panicked whisper and cracking 3 ribs in the name of chastity. Her fiancé remained optimistic. The violinist fled the country. Fashion in the age of industry had become a battlefield, not of taste or elegance, but of survival. To dress boldly was to live dangerously. To accessorize was to risk combustion. And as we drift toward the end of this hall, past scarves that sing, gloves that buzz, and a monocle that claims to detect sarcasm, we cannot help but admire the sheer absurdity of it all. Because next comes the realm of domestic innovation, a place where the toast flies, the bookshelf rotates, and the household cat has its own alarm system. Home, sweet, heavily mechanized home. In the Victorian imagination, the home was not merely a sanctuary. It was a workshop, a testing ground, a canvas upon which inventors, mostly men who had never actually cleaned anything, could project their boldest ideas for domestic improvement. The result was a glittering display of contraptions no one needed, solving problems no one had, in ways no one quite trusted. The Hall of Home Innovation was less a showroom and more a ticking time bomb of levers, springs, and brass fittings. It ticked, it steamed, it hummed ominously, and occasionally it shrieked. We begin with breakfast, because of course we do. Near the entrance stood a proud banner. Speed, precision, breakfast like never before. And underneath a display so horrifying, it attracted a safety officer and a priest. The automatic toast launcher. Its purpose? To eject 2 perfectly browned slices of toast into the air and directly onto the waiting plate. Its flaw? Velocity. The machine operated on a compressed spring system, which, when triggered, sent toast skyward at speeds once reserved for falcons and minor artillery. Early prototypes dented the ceiling. Later models achieved a liftoff and briefly disappeared from view. One piece landed in a decorative vase. The other struck a duchess squarely in the shoulder. She was reportedly more impressed than injured. Adjacent to the breakfast battleground stood something equally absurd: the self-filling teacup. Designed for ladies of delicate wrist, it featured a rotating arm attached to a central teapot, which, upon activation, tipped itself forward and poured the tea automatically. Unfortunately, the rotation mechanism lacked subtlety. The teapot would lurch forward, gush uncontrollably, and recoil as if in shame. Demonstrators began wearing aprons, and eventually, goggles. The inventor, a man with 2 sugar cubes lodged permanently behind his left ear, insisted it was merely a matter of training the pot to trust. The pot disagreed, but even these paled in comparison to the rotating bookcase for the chronically indecisive. A massive cylinder lined with books, mounted on a central axis, and powered by a foot pedal. One kick would send the bookcase into motion, spinning gently. 2 kicks created a literary tornado. No fewer than 6 monocles were lost in the first demonstration. A 7th was later retrieved from the pages of Robinson Crusoe. The idea was to let readers feel inspired by the movement of knowledge. What they felt, mostly, was dizziness. For the pet owners, there was the cat lavatory alert gong, a walnut box with a bell mechanism triggered by feline movement. The purpose? To audibly announce when a household cat had used its private corner, allowing staff to promptly intervene. The unintended result: constant eerie chimes echoing through otherwise silent parlors. One elderly baron declared it the voice of the ghost cat. Another threw it into a lake. The cat, unfazed, continued as usual, as cats do. In the corner near the mock fireplace stood a favorite of confused fathers everywhere: the child calming cradle with built-in lullaby cylinder. A rocking crib fitted with a hand-crank music box that played soothing melodies as long as someone stood nearby and rotated the handle. This, naturally, defeated the entire purpose of automation. But it did come with optional wax cylinders of Twinkle Twinkle Little Star and God Save the Queen, the latter being described as rousing but unhelpful at bedtime. One upgraded version included a motion sensor designed to play music when crying was detected. This proved disastrous during colic episodes and thunderstorms, which triggered a loop of lullabies until the mechanism finally broke under the weight of its own mercy. And finally, in a locked glass cabinet, sat an invention so questionable it had been banned from public demonstration: the soup spinner. The idea: a centrifugal device that ensured consistent flavor distribution by spinning hot soup at high speeds. The flaw, physics, it worked beautifully until the lid came loose. Then it worked tragically. The soup reached the ceiling in under 2 seconds. The ceiling, to its credit, held. The inventor was last seen attempting to patent a soup umbrella. No one asked why. No one wanted to know. What tied all of these gadgets together wasn't practicality or usefulness or even basic functionality. It was hope. Glorious, misdirected hope. A belief that the home could be elegant and efficient, that teapots could pour themselves, that toast could fly. But as we step away from this buzzing, clanging gallery of domestic optimism, we hear something different, something moral, something judgmental. Because in the next hall, virtue isn't taught, it's mechanically enforced. If Victorian domesticity was ruled by etiquette, then this hall was its electric dungeon. A place where good manners were not taught, suggested, or gently encouraged, but mechanically imposed. Welcome to the Hall of Moral Correction, where technology meets temperance, and every improper thought comes with a light buzzing sensation. It began innocently enough, as most bad ideas do. A sign greeted visitors in fine gilded script, for the betterment of character and table manners. Beneath it stood a long dinner table, elaborately set with porcelain plates, polished silver, and a full mechanical monitoring system built into the tablecloth. At first glance, it appeared harmless. At second glance, you noticed the wires. This was the etiquette enforcement tablecloth, and its purpose was to ensure that every elbow remained off the table, every utensil held correctly, and every guest appropriately grateful. Sensors embedded in the lace-monitored movement. Too much slouching? A discreet bell would ring. Elbows touching fabric? A small jolt, nothing too serious, just enough to make you drop your soup spoon. Gossip detected? Well, that triggered the centerpiece to hiss steam in silent judgment. One lady fainted. 2 men apologized to their mothers. No one touched the bread rolls again. Just beyond the judgmental table was an elegant armchair labeled simply, "The Chastity Lounger." It looked inviting enough. Cushioned, velvety, vaguely throne-like. But within its frame lurked a series of pressure sensors and a primitive galvanic battery. Its goal? To detect moral agitation in young ladies who sat too long near eligible bachelors. If a heartbeat exceeded a certain rate, or if the sitter fidgeted too much, the chair would begin to vibrate gently. If the symptoms persisted, it would emit a soft chime. If passion truly refused to be dampened, it released a cold puff of lavender mist, and locked the occupant in place for 30 minutes. The inventor described it as a temporary pause for reflection. The public described it as very awkward. At the far end of the hall, a rather severe man stood next to his magnum opus, the Virtue Corset 3000. This updated version of the electro-moral corset came equipped with a finely tuned moral compass, literal in fact, embedded in the lining. Any deviation from a true north, he claimed, was symbolic of a deviation from moral purity. At which point, the corset would tighten slightly. Further deviation meant further tightening. His assistant demonstrated the mechanism. The audience watched as her waist was gently compressed into oblivion. When asked how the compass could possibly know her moral state, the inventor replied, "The device has its ways," and then refused further questions. Children were not spared. Displayed next to a high chair and a book of cautionary rhymes was the screaming napkin. This innocent-looking linen, when placed on a child's lap, would monitor both volume and crumb trajectory. If the child shouted, spilled, or made any sound deemed unpleasant to the gentry, the napkin would emit a shrill whistle until silence was restored. In one demonstration, the napkin was activated by a sneeze. It screamed for 13 minutes before the batteries were removed with tongs. There was also the gossip-snuffing sugar bowl, designed to detect whispers at the table and respond by spinning rapidly, scattering sugar cubes in protest. The inventor claimed it encouraged honesty. In reality, it left most guests with bruised knuckles and unseasoned tea. And just beside it, a personal favourite, the moral thermometer, a long brass stick mounted discreetly in a parlour corner. The more sinful the room's conversation, the more the mercury was said to rise. No one could explain how it worked. But during one heated discussion about opera and trousers, the glass shattered. Perhaps the most disturbing exhibit, however, was the soul reflector. A looking glass said to reveal one's true inner self, complete with a dial that displayed your current virtue score. One brave gentleman stood before it. The needle pointed to mildly smug. His wife stepped up. The dial read, repressing fury. Then came a clergyman. The device simply hissed and shut itself down. It was removed the next morning, citing spiritual burnout. In the end, all of these inventions shared a singular belief that morality could be measured, corrected, and ultimately engineered. A shocking thought, quite literally. But as we step out of this hall, slightly twitching, emotionally dampened, and unsure whether our elbows are allowed to exist, we hear something entirely different. No buzzing, no hissing, just the faint, mechanical hum of something overhead. Because next, we leave the parlour behind and look up, to the sky, to the winged madness of flight. If man was meant to fly, he probably wouldn't have done it in a cravat. But the Victorians disagreed. In this wing of the exhibition, ironically located at basement level due to structural concerns, we find the soaring dreams of a society entirely unburdened by physics. The Hall of Aeronautical Advancement, or, more accurately, the Room of Gravity Denial. The first thing you notice isn't the machinery, it's the optimism. Heavy, undeniable, slightly sticky. Posters line the walls, each one declaring victory over the skies, with ever more questionable slogans: conquer the clouds, soar like a modern Icarus, now with only limited concussion. And beneath those promises, the machines, dozens of them, wings, rotors, umbrellas, kites large enough to offend God, each crafted with the wide-eyed belief that if you simply flapped hard enough, you could escape the tyranny of walking. Let's begin with the most famous failure of all, the Steam Butterfly 5000. Constructed from polished copper, silk panels, and sheer audacity, this personal flight harness was designed to mimic the wing structure of a monarch butterfly. Unfortunately, butterflies are light, and this contraption weighed as much as a piano. The pilot, a wiry man named Edwin Featherbrace, strapped himself in with the confidence of someone who had never studied biology. He ran. He flapped harder. Then the steam engine activated and launched him sideways into the refreshment tent. 2 scones were lost. 3 ladies fainted. The machine was later used as a weather vane. Just across the aisle stood a magnificent disaster, the rotary Ascension umbrella, a folding parasol fitted with whirling blades and a counterweight basket for ballast. Invented by a hairdresser with a fear of carriages, it was intended to gently lift a person into the air and glide them over traffic. In testing, it lifted no one. What it did do was generate enough wind to blow every hat off in a 10-foot radius. The crowd applauded it anyway, mostly out of politeness, and partially because the inventor was now spinning uncontrollably and vomiting into a hedge. Then came the balloon trousers. A two-piece ensemble with expandable air pockets stitched into the thighs, seat, and, somewhat ambitiously, the cravat. The concept was to achieve vertical lift via foot bellows, allowing the wearer to rise a few feet above ground, perhaps for apple picking or romantic gestures. Unfortunately, once inflated, the trousers became structurally unstable. During one demonstration, they lifted the inventor a total of 9 inches before one pocket ruptured, rocketing him into a pie stall. He was later seen limping, stained with cherries, declaring, "It simply needs more leg ballast." In the far corner of the hall sat a collection of lesser-known, but no less dangerous, prototypes. The ornithopter waist harness, with flappable wings operated by arm pulleys, ideal for spraining shoulders and dislocating dreams. The pedal-powered zeppelin, which could reach an altitude of 4 feet before gently collapsing onto anyone below. And the experimental avian saddle, designed to let particularly brave pigeons carry handwritten messages and very small children. It was never used for either. One invention stood out for sheer originality: the parachute for chickens, created by a retired naval officer with a deeply philosophical view of gravity. It was meant to allow poultry to be safely deployed from elevated positions. Why chickens would need this was unclear. What was clear? The demonstration involved dropping an unsuspecting hen from a modest scaffold, at which point the tiny silk parachute deployed flawlessly, and the chicken, offended but unharmed, landed in a basket of marzipan. The audience erupted in cautious applause. The chicken was later adopted by the Prime Minister's niece and named Victoria. And then there was silence. Not from reverence, but from the fact that someone had turned on the heliascension prototype, a noise-producing monstrosity made from recycled umbrella spokes and loud intentions. It did not fly, but it made a sound so shrill that the glass ceiling of the exhibition trembled. The hall was evacuated shortly after. There is something beautiful, though, in all this madness. These were not machines of war, not weapons, not tools of empire. These were dreams, bolted together with rivets and idealism. They crashed, of course. They always crashed. But in their spinning, flapping, undignified failure, they proved something strange and deeply human. We would rather fall with hope than stand still in doubt. And as the hall settles once more and the last feathers drift gently to the ground, we turn our eyes downward again. Not out of shame, but curiosity. Because next, we enter the kitchen. And in Victorian kitchens, the real chaos begins. There is a peculiar kind of madness reserved for kitchens. Not the culinary kind. That's forgivable. Creative, even. No, this is the madness of invention. The kind that asks, what if cooking involved more gears? What if we could fry things with steam? And most importantly, what if mustard could be weaponized? Welcome to the Hall of Culinary Innovation, where recipes are written in brass and your meal may fight back. The first exhibit is impossible to miss, mostly because it's still hissing. A polished display platform supports a proud sign: the modern man's breakfast station. Efficiency you can taste. And there it is. A 6-foot-tall, multi-level contraption of levers, burners, and rotating trays. The inventor, a mustachioed optimist with visible burn scars, beams as he explains its operation. At the top, a slot for bread. Slide in 2 slices. Pull the red lever. Wait. The bread is toasted, buttered, jammed, and, theoretically, deposited onto a ceramic plate via the precision toast drop mechanism. TM. In practice, the toast launches. 1 slice hits the table. The other lands inside a visitor's handbag. It remains there, gently steaming, until someone screams. Not to be outdone, the neighbouring stall features something billed as the future of hot beverages. It is, in fact, a tea-spinning infuser, a foot-operated platform where the teapot sits in the centre, and the user rotates it with pedals to encourage flavour agitation. The idea, we're told, is that centrifugal force helps release the subtle notes of bergamot. The reality, tea everywhere. Everywhere. On the table, on the floor, in someone's shoe. A child cries softly. The inventor declares it a triumph of modern physics. Then comes something truly special. Something dangerous. The mustard delivery apparatus. It looks innocent enough, a porcelain pot with a small brass nozzle and a hand crank. But twist that crank and the inner chamber pressurizes, forcing mustard through a fine pipe at speeds previously reserved for fencing foils. It was, at one point, intended to be a centerpiece at elegant luncheons. Now it's kept behind glass. During testing, the stream of mustard reached 6 feet. At full pressure, it pierced a ham and embedded itself in a table leg. The table was unharmed. The ham was never spoken of again. Elsewhere, a group gathers around the rotating soup bowl, a concept born, according to its plaque, from the frustration of stirring. Here's how it works. Soup is ladled into the bowl. The bowl is mounted on a small turntable. A crank rotates the base. The soup spins, evenly distributing heat and flavor. Unfortunately, soup is not designed for velocity. At just 5 revolutions per minute, the bowl begins to slosh. At 10, it becomes a liquid tornado. At 15, it flings broth across the room in a wet, steaming arc. The soup technician is visibly exhausted. He offers paper napkins with the resigned grace of a man who's seen things. But the kitchen marvels don't stop at lunch. Enter the self-sorting cutlery drawer, an ambitious invention featuring magnetic channels, pressure sensors, and an incredibly complex set of miniature gates. Knives here, forks there, spoons, theoretically, in the middle. The floor, everything metal behaves differently in motion. After 2 minutes, spoons pile up in the knife section. Knives slide into forks. Forks disappear entirely. A voice from the crowd mutters, "Witchcraft." No one disagrees. In the far corner stands a final, slightly trembling exhibit, the pie crust stabilizer. Designed to prevent crust shrinkage during baking, it consists of a set of adjustable metal arms that hold the edges of the pie in place while it cooks. Which sounds reasonable, until you realize the arms must be inserted manually into a 400-degree oven. The resulting burns are called pastry scars. The inventor, still bandaged, refers to them as badges of honor. And through all this chaos, all the scalded sauces and mustard injuries, a strange truth emerges. They were trying, honestly, trying, to make life better, cleaner, faster, fancier. They believed kitchens should dazzle, that dinner should spin, that mustard should fly, and somehow, in the middle of all this absurdity, you admire them for it. Not because they succeeded, but because they thought they could. But as the scent of burnt toast and failure lingers in the air, we move toward another kind of innovation. Not mechanical, not edible, but deeply personal. Because in the next hall, Victorian medicine awaits, and it is deeply unqualified. There are many words one could use to describe Victorian medicine: innovative, ambitious, lethally enthusiastic, but above all, it was confident, deeply, delusionally confident. Here, in the Hall of Therapeutic Advancement, the human body was treated less like a temple and more like a leaky engine in need of patchwork, poking, and pressurized gases. It was the golden age of tonic water, trepanation, and tuberculosis-themed spas. Doctors prescribed mercury like it was lemonade, and pain was considered not just a symptom, but often a solution. The first exhibit meets you with a faint whiff of camphor and regret. The vibratory chair for nervous conditions stands proudly at center stage. A deep mahogany recliner lined with what appeared to be brass bicycle chains and velvet upholstery. It hums, gently, threateningly. A lever on the right arm activates an oscillation mechanism beneath the seat, designed to realign nervous energies by shaking the patient at roughly the same frequency as a Victorian doorbell. Patients were advised to sit for 5 to 7 minutes, during which time their nervous system would allegedly settle into harmony. In reality, it jostled teeth loose, dislodged monocles, and caused at least one reverend to experience the Holy Spirit in a new and unpleasant way. The upgraded version offered variable speeds. The fastest setting was discreetly labeled Spiritual Awakening. It was discontinued after several women fainted with alarming enthusiasm. Just beside it, a far more sinister creation gleams under a copper spotlight: the mercury vapor inhalation box. At first glance, it resembles a wardrobe. At second glance, a coffin with ambitions. The user would step inside, close the hatch, and inhale measured doses of heated mercury vapor, meant to stimulate the lungs and rejuvenate the complexion. It did neither. What it did do was cause hallucinations, vomiting, and permanent confusion about the color blue. One man described seeing music. Another simply wandered into the tapestry hall and began preaching to a potted fern. The exhibit is sealed now, for safety and insurance. But perhaps the most crowd-pleasing device was the laughing gas enema. Yes, that's exactly what it sounds like. A narrow metal cylinder, a rubber hose, and a hand pump, all carefully engineered to deliver nitrous oxide via the most undignified route possible. Originally designed for melancholic patients unwilling to smile, the treatment guaranteed laughter, or at least high-pitched shrieking, within seconds. The official instructions advise the practitioner to warn the patient politely before activation. The unofficial advice: stand clear and make peace with your choices. On the opposite wall, something glimmers in restrained menace. A slim, polished box with 6 dials and a long cord. The snore zapper. Billed as a cure for marital disharmony, this device was placed under the snorer's mattress and connected to a small metallic plate tucked into the nightshirt. When snoring exceeded a certain volume, defined by a setting called unholy thunder, the plate would deliver a mild electric shock to the sleeper's spine. Further snores increased the voltage. Persistent offenders received what the inventor described as a moral corrective jolt. Users reported mixed results. One man stopped snoring permanently. Unfortunately, he also stopped sleeping, speaking, and trusting electrical outlets. And then there was the gastrointestinal alignment board, affectionately nicknamed the gut rack. It was a wooden table with 6 leather straps, a crank, and a series of adjustable rollers said to realign internal organs through graduated pressure and spiritual intention. Once strapped in, the patient would be rotated gently like an unfortunate spit roast, while the rollers applied inward encouragement. the effect. Burping, occasionally vomiting, rarely enlightenment. The inventor, a man with too many teeth and far too much enthusiasm, claimed the machine could cure everything from indigestion to despair. His patients mostly complained of dizziness, nausea, and a recurring sense of betrayal. And just when you thought it couldn't get more grotesque, you arrive at the electromagnetic spirit harmonizer. A steel helmet with antennae, dials, and what appeared to be a repurposed chandelier on top. The patient would don the helmet, lie on a copper mat, and allow the operator to tune their etheric field using a series of precisely calibrated electric pulses. According to its creator, this could cure night terrors, possession, and ghost-induced fatigue. According to literally everyone else, it hurt. A lot. One woman claimed she saw her dead grandmother. Another saw double for 3 weeks. A third removed the helmet mid-session and threw it into the koi pond. It fizzled for 10 minutes. So did she. But the pièce de résistance, hidden behind thick velvet curtains, was whispered about more than it was seen. The mood-stabilizing blood spinner. You sat in a chair. A small amount of blood was drawn. The vial was placed into a hand-cranked centrifuge. Once spun for 90 seconds, to shake off despair, the plaque read. The blood was re-injected into the opposite arm. The result? According to one testimonial, a brief feeling of warmth, followed by an overwhelming desire to lie down and reconsider everything. Which is also how most visitors describe this entire hall. There was no consistency here, no real science, only metal, wires, trembling optimism, and pain sold in gleaming brass packaging. But perhaps that was the point. In a time before antibiotics, before anesthesia, before anyone thought to ask, should we do this? There was only the desire to feel better. To hope, to trust, to try. Even if it meant vibrating chairs, even if it meant mustard enemas, even if it meant seeing your ancestors through a bucket of mercury steam. As we leave this medical mausoleum of misguided miracles, we enter a different hall, quieter, but no less absurd. Because now, it's time to explore the birth of modern advertising. And how the Victorians convinced each other to buy all this nonsense in the first place. You can invent the finest self-warming corset the world has ever seen. You can electrify toast, vaporize sadness, and shake a chicken into divinely inspired ovulation. But none of it matters if nobody buys it. Welcome to the Hall of Promotional Genius, where truth was gently massaged, side effects were tactfully ignored, and every invention, no matter how useless, was marketed with the confidence of a man in a hat that may explode. This was not just advertising. This was theatre, propaganda, delusion in print, and it was glorious. The entrance alone is a visual assault. Posters, handbills, broadsheets, banners, a wall of colour, ink, and questionable spelling. One reads, Dr. Haverley's syrup of invigoration for men, horses, and fainting furniture. Another, Professor Bellwhistle's steam-powered lung enhancer, now with less screaming. And beneath them, rows of booths manned by barkers, performers, and self-declared doctors with no medical training but exceptional moustaches. Take, for example, the booth of Professor Blenkinsop, who stood beneath a velvet canopy with gold tassels and shouted to no one in particular, "Ladies and gentlemen, what if I told you your hair could return? That your bile could be balanced? That your mother-in-law might even grow fond of you again?" He sold tiny bottles of a yellowish liquid. The label, Blenkinsop's Tonic of Elemental Harmony. Its listed ingredients included essence of turnip, atmospheric magnetism, and a whisper of Neptune's truth. One bottle was free with every spiritual consultation. 2 if you agreed to be publicly hypnotized. Several people fainted. 1 danced. 1 man claimed his kneecaps were speaking in Latin. It was declared a success. Further down the aisle, the stall for the Toast Launcher 3000 team featured a live demonstration, or rather, a reenactment, because the actual machine had been banned from indoor operation. Instead, an actor dressed as a Victorian gentleman would mime pulling a lever, and an assistant would dramatically hurl toast across the stage with a slingshot. The toast was pre-buttered, so were the assistants. The audience cheered regardless. The slogan? Speed, precision, dignity. None of which were ever actually delivered. Another particularly theatrical stall was hosted by a woman who called herself Madame Celestina, claiming to be a certified mesmeric technoseer TM. Her booth was covered in mirrors, candles, and rotating diagrams of the human soul. She offered soul readings, magnetic bracelet blessings, and one deeply confusing service called the etheric calibration of regret. Prices were flexible, outcomes were not. Her best-selling item? A perfume called Essence of Lunar Focus, said to increase intuition and reduce ankle swelling. Reviews were mixed. The bottle, however, was stunning. Carved glass, silver topper, and a label that glittered suspiciously in moonlight. One entire wall of the hall was reserved for the patent plaque showcase, where inventors could pin their official paperwork alongside flattering testimonials from imaginary customers. The electro-moral corset changed my life. I've not had a sinful thought since 1850. Anonymous widow. Before the mole glockenspiel, my garden was a battlefield. Now it is a cathedral of peace. Captain F. Wobblethorn retired. The Mercury Vapor Box has brought me closer to heaven than any sermon. The Rev. P. H. Danderforth. Not a single quote was verified. Not a single buyer complained. Because to complain was to admit you'd bought it. At the back of the hall, a small but busy booth quietly sold safety insurance for unpredictable devices. Their slogan was beautifully understated. If it spins, hisses, or glows, insure it. The clerk, a woman in grey with the steady expression of someone who had seen far too much, handed out tiny policies printed on red paper. One guest asked what was covered. She replied, "Not fire, not lawsuits, just dignity." He bought 2. And perhaps the crown jewel of this commercial circus was the demonstration stage, where every hour, on the hour, a full theatrical performance would dramatize a new invention. One such skit involved a fake aristocrat, a rebellious toast slice, a moral corset malfunction, and a happy ending involving tea sprayed directly into a bystander's monocle. It received a standing ovation, and resulted in 3 actual purchases. Of what? No one could quite say. Marketing at the Great Exhibition was not about accuracy. It was about belief, about aspiration, about speaking loudly enough that people stopped asking questions. Because deep down, everyone here wanted to be convinced, to be cured, to fly, to sparkle, to vibrate their troubles away. And if a few lies made that dream easier to swallow, along with the tonic, well, that was simply the cost of modern life. But as the last advertisement flickers and the posters begin to curl under the weight of their own promises, we take one final turn. Not to the future, not to the fantastical, but to the exit, where the smell of burnt oil fades, the steam cools, and we ask, very gently, what it was all for. One more chapter. One last glance back at the madness. The steam has thinned. The banners droop slightly, like overworked cravats, and the once shrieking toast launcher is silent now. You've wandered through every ticking hall, past brass monstrosities and vibrating furniture, through clouds of lavender gas and the echoes of mustard-based trauma. And now, as the sun sets gently behind the Crystal Palace, painting the glass in streaks of gold and smoke, we reach the final exhibit, the gift shop. It sells nothing useful. Tiny models of the steam butterfly, complete with non-functioning wings, postcards featuring Victorian men screaming inside mercury boxes, T-shirts, yes, T-shirts, printed with the phrase, "I survived the Gockel Rittler." No one questions where the shirts came from. Some say they were invented early, others say they came back with the chicken parachute. In any case, the shirts are quite popular. But we're not here for souvenirs. We're here to say goodbye, not just to a place, but to an idea. A deeply ridiculous, deeply human idea. That progress, by definition, must make sense. It doesn't. Sometimes it spins in circles, sometimes it explodes into soup, sometimes it electrocutes your spleen while singing, "God Save the Queen." And yet, there's something almost sacred about it all. Because behind every unhinged device, every over-polished pipe dream, every perfectly pointless contraption, there was a mind. A hopeful one. A bit misguided, possibly concussed, but hopeful. They weren't trying to harm. They weren't trying to deceive. They were trying to help. To improve breakfast. To make corsets moral. To defeat moles using the power of jazz. That matters. And maybe, just maybe, the point wasn't whether it worked. Maybe the point was trying. Trying to fly. Trying to be better. Trying to live in a world where your teapot can pour itself and your horse has minty breath. The Victorians believed in progress the way children believe in magic. Loudly, unquestioningly, and often with disastrous consequences. But is that really so bad? Is it worse than silence? Than stagnation? Than giving up? You reach the exit now. A small, brass-framed archway, flanked by faded posters of everything you've just seen. You look back once, just for a moment. The halls are still. The inventions rest. A chair buzzes faintly, as if remembering. A lone piece of toast lies on the floor. Uneaten. Heroic. And as you step back into your world, a world of Wi-Fi and apps and warning labels, something follows you. Not the machines, not the madness, but the message. That maybe, just maybe, it's okay to fail. Gloriously, publicly, repeatedly. Because sometimes, in the smoking wreckage of a self-ironing waistcoat, you find something real, something human, something worth dreaming about. Good night, dear visitor of nonsense. Sleep gently. And if your dreams begin to vibrate, don't worry. It's probably just progress. And if this gently unhinged journey through history's strangest inventions made you smile or sigh or question everything you know about mustard, you can help keep the nonsense alive. Like the video. Share it with your fellow insomniacs. And if you want to support what we do, or just buy us a cup of metaphorical tea, you can find us at ko-fi.com Napmax. No vibrating corsets, no exploding hats, just sleepy stories. And you. This is Napmax Sleep Stories, and you've been listening to The Great Exhibition of Nonsense. Good night. And may your toast always land butter side down. Hey there, sleepless rabble. It's alright. You can drop your shoulders now. Let go of the to-do lists, the deadlines, the people who only text you when they want something. You've made it. You're here. And tonight, let me take over for a while. Because we're heading back to a time that history books like to sugarcoat, but that smelled mostly of coal dust, cough syrup, and wet wool. A time when childhood wasn't a golden age, but more of a survival course, preferably completed before your 10th birthday. Yes, we're talking about Edwardian England. You know, that graceful little window between corsets and world wars, where upper-class children were dressed like porcelain dolls, and working-class kids were lucky to have shoes, or teeth. So settle in, because tonight we'll walk through sooty alleyways and ivy-covered estates. We'll hear the clatter of factory bells, the silence of governesses, and maybe the laughter of children who found joy despite everything. And no worries, this won't be a history lecture. More like a quiet, ironic lullaby about lace, lung infections, and the fine art of being ignored by your father. If this sounds like your kind of bedtime escape, don't forget to like this video, subscribe to the channel, and share it with anyone else who grew up with slightly too much emotional repression. And tell me in the comments, what was the weirdest thing you remember from your own childhood? Don't worry. This is a judgment-free sleep zone. This is Napmax Sleep Stories, and you're listening to Corsets, Coal and Cholera, Surviving Edwardian Childhood. Get comfortable. Let's begin. Let's start with a gap. A big one. Between rich and poor, upstairs and downstairs, tea with scones, and tea with cholera. The year is 1905. Queen Victoria is dead, finally, and her son, King Edward VII, is on the throne. He's got a belly full of roast beef, a cigar in one hand, and very little interest in the working class. But we're not here for him. No. Tonight, we care about the ones whose names didn't make it into the books. The children. The invisible ones. The sticky-fingered little shadows running barefoot through back alleys. And the stiff-collared cherubs sitting silently in nursery rooms, waiting for affection that never arrives. Because childhood in Edwardian England wasn't some golden hour of innocence, it was a sorting system. You were born, and then the world started deciding what kind of child you were allowed to be. A soot-smudged factory kid with rickets and a cough, a pale young lady with corset burns and French lessons, or, if fate had a real sense of humor, a chimney sweep with a fear of heights. The poor had coal dust in their lungs, the rich had etiquette manuals in their cribs, and in between, there was very little room to breathe. They say children are resilient, and that may be true, but here they had to be. Because the Edwardian era may have looked elegant on postcards, or lace parasols and picnic baskets, but for most children it was cold, hungry, and alarmingly short. Infant mortality? A polite term for you probably won't make it past 5. Education? If you were lucky, it involved chalk. If not, a caning stick. Still, they survived. Somehow. Through soot and silence, through shame and sugar rations, and we're going to follow them. Not just through facts, but through feelings. Through mornings and mealtimes, illnesses and daydreams. Through the sound of wooden shoes on cobblestone, and the smell of boiling laundry on a Monday morning. Because tonight, you'll see Edwardian childhood the way it really was. Not just in the pages of dusty books, but in the quiet, tired breath of a child trying to fall asleep beside a cracked window, and a mother who can't stop coughing. And on that note, in the next chapter, we'll begin our journey at the very bottom of the social ladder, in a one-room tenement flat where a small boy wakes up with frost on his pillow and coal smoke in his throat. Sweet dreams, indeed. He doesn't open his eyes all at once, not because he's resting peacefully. There's not much peace to be had in a room with 5 siblings and no fire. But because the air is sharp and still, the only patch of warmth left under the threadbare blanket. It's early. He doesn't know what time exactly. Clocks are for other people, but there's a pale strip of daylight creeping across the cracked window pane, and someone in the street is already shouting about milk, even though most of the neighborhood drinks weak tea and pretends it's the same thing. The boy is maybe 6, maybe 7. Old enough to know better than to cry when his toes hit the freezing floorboards. He shifts carefully so as not to wake the baby, whose head is nestled under his armpit like a damp loaf of bread. Someone's elbow is jammed against his ribs. Someone else has stolen half the blanket. It smells like sweat and soot and something vaguely sour. The lingering perfume of too many bodies in too little space. Above him, the ceiling bears a dark stain from the upstairs flat, where a family of 10 share one leaky chamber pot. Sometimes it drips through, sometimes it doesn't. Today, the stain looks dry. A good sign. He rises slowly, bare feet slipping onto the icy wood. His shirt, still damp from yesterday's wash, hangs over the back of a crooked chair. He pulls it on anyway. It crackles stiffly at the seams. From the next room, which is really more of an alcove pretending to be a kitchen, comes the sound of his mother rattling about with tin cups and a kettle that doesn't quite sit flat on the stove. She doesn't speak. There's no morning greeting, no warmth in the silence, just the tired clank of routine. There won't be porridge today. He knows that already. There might be bread, the hard grey kind that needs soaking in tea to be chewable. There won't be butter. Butter is something the neighbours whisper about when someone dies, and the parish sends a sympathy tin. Still, the boy moves toward the warmth, or the idea of it. Steam curls from the spout of the kettle, thick and ghost-like in the stagnant air. His mother pours a little into each cup, barely more than coloured water, and hands him one without looking. Her hands are cracked from scrubbing laundry all week. She hasn't smiled in a while. He wraps his fingers around the tin mug and blows. It tastes mostly of metal and a little of dust, but it's hot, and he's grateful. You learn to be grateful for small things when the big ones stopped arriving years ago. Outside, the city coughs itself awake. A distant factory bell clangs, a cart rumbles over cobblestones, and in the hallway, someone's baby is already screaming. But inside the flat, there's a quiet moment. Just steam and cold fingers, and the steady pulse of another day beginning. In the next chapter, we'll follow him beyond the front door, barefoot, blinking into the dirty light of East London, where gutters are playgrounds, and rats are a familiar part of the scenery. The door doesn't creak so much as groan, protesting the damp that's crept into the hinges over the years. He steps outside, blinking against the early grey light, the kind that makes everything look like it's been rubbed in soot, which, in fairness, it has. The narrow alley behind the flat smells of coal smoke, cabbage water, and the kind of rot you can't quite place. Somewhere between dead things and forgotten laundry. He breathes through his mouth, out of habit more than preference, and feels the damp air settle into his bones like a second skin. Around him, the world is already moving. Barefoot children dart between piles of broken crates and overturned bins, chasing marbles, chickens, or each other. It's hard to tell. Their laughter is shrill and sudden, a strange kind of defiance against the choking gloom. None of them are clean. Dirt clings like pride here. Even when someone tries to wash it off, it comes back by tea time. He picks his way through the alley with the ease of someone who's memorized every cracked tile and crooked step. A good thing, too. He doesn't own shoes. Not proper ones. Just a pair of worn soles tied to his feet with string. They flap when he walks, like sad little tongues. Breakfast was a thin cup of tea and half a crust of yesterday's bread. The corner softened in the liquid until it stopped cutting his gums. Not enough to fill a stomach, but enough to quiet it for an hour or two. He tucks what's left in his pocket, not to eat later, but to pretend it's still an option. Somewhere down the lane, a woman is shouting at her children in thick Cockney. Someone else throws a bucket of something out of a window. The contents slap wetly against the cobblestones and run downhill. He sidesteps instinctively. That wasn't just water. It's still early, but he knows better than to dawdle. His mother will need help fetching coal later, what little they can afford. And if he can find a bit of work beforehand, even better. A few pennies running messages, helping the butcher haul crates, holding a gentleman's horse for 5 minutes. He doesn't mind. It's honest, or honest enough. He passes the rag and bone man with his cart, who nods without looking. Further up the street, Mrs. Blackwell is already hanging out laundry that will smell of smoke before it's even dry. The baker's window is steaming, but he doesn't stop to look. The bread's too warm, too fresh, too far beyond what anyone in his family could afford. Hunger, here, is an old friend, always around, never quite killing you. At the corner, he squats down to tie the string on one foot a little tighter. The flap of the sole had started catching the road. As he does, he finds a button in the gutter. Not a coin, but still something. He pockets it. You never know. Buttons trade well in schoolyard deals, especially if they shine. He wipes his nose on his sleeve and stands up again. His stomach growls, but he ignores it. There's a long day ahead, and if he's lucky, he might even eat lunch. But first, he has to find work, or at least look like he's trying. In the next chapter, we'll follow him to the edge of the local market, where old women argue over potatoes, children lift apples when no one's watching, and the line between street life and survival blurs into something almost normal. The market wakes up slowly, like an old dog stretching its limbs before remembering the day isn't likely to bring anything new. It's not a grand affair, just a loose collection of carts and crates, wedged between buildings that lean toward each other like gossiping aunts. The air smells of wet onions, old fish, and smoke. Always smoke. Children buzz along the edges like flies. Too young to buy, too clever to beg. The boy slips into the crowd like he's done it 100 times. Because he has. His steps are quiet, his eyes quick. He knows which vendors are half blind, which ones have soft hearts, and which will clip your ear if they catch you breathing near the apples. He's not here to steal. Not really. More to scavenge. Sometimes that means a bruised pear from the ground. Sometimes it means standing still until someone with more bread than time decides to be kind. But not today. Today, there's nothing falling from carts, no crusts tossed to the curb, only shouting, prices, curses, the sound of chickens who clearly don't want to be chickens anymore. Near the fishmonger, he spots something under the stall, a scrap of newspaper wrapped around what might be a bit of cold, battered potato. He crouches quickly, swipes it, and turns away before the man behind the counter can look up. It's soggy. It's lukewarm. It's heaven. He doesn't eat all of it. Just enough to stop the ache. The rest he folds up and saves, pressing the paper flat as if that might preserve it longer. Rats scatter near his feet. Not that anyone notices. Rats are part of the scenery, like smoke or rain. They run along the edges of the stalls, as bold as cats, only faster. One of them has a limp. Another has no tail. They fight over an old cabbage leaf, and no one tries to stop them. He leans against a crate of turnips, watching them work. They're fast, efficient, organized, better fed than most of the kids he knows. A woman in a green shawl is arguing about the price of potatoes. Her baby is strapped to her chest with a piece of curtain. The child looks dazed, mouth open, eyes glazed. He knows that look. Hunger wears it like a second face. Further down the row, two girls are pretending to dance with an invisible gramophone. Their feet scuff the dirt in time with a rhythm only they can hear. Their dresses are too thin for the weather, patched and handed down until the fabric can't remember its original colour. Still, they laugh. Loud. Careless. Real. And for a moment the boy watches them like someone looking at a far-off light. Not jealous, not bitter, just outside it. The sun, or what passes for it, starts to break through the haze. A brief shaft of brightness lands on the cobblestones, turning puddles into tiny mirrors. He steps away from the turnips. Time to move again. Standing too long in one spot makes you visible. And visible isn't always safe. He glances back once at the rats, the dancing girls, the shouting mothers. And then he slips back into the side streets where names don't matter, and children learn early that staying still is a privilege. In the next chapter, we'll follow him home again, but not for rest. There's coal to fetch, if he's lucky. And if not, there's always the back entrance of the bakery, where discarded crumbs wait like treasure in the dust. By the time he returns to his street, the day has begun to thicken. The kind of grey, grimy thickness that clings to your lungs and settles in your clothes like a second skin. Smoke drifts from every chimney that still has something to burn, curling over the rooftops like tired thoughts. He pulls his collar up. It doesn't help much. The wind here doesn't so much blow as linger, heavy with soot, ash, and whatever the neighbours dumped in the gutter this morning. The boy makes his way round the back, past the crates of empty bottles and the skeletal remains of last week's firewood. A dog growls behind a gate but doesn't bother standing up. Even the animals here conserve their energy. Inside, the flat is no warmer. The little stove sits cold and dull, with just enough ash in it to whisper what heat used to feel like. His mother looks up as he enters, face drawn and pale. She says nothing, but her eyes flick briefly to his hands. No coal, no money, no luck. He shrugs. She nods, not in approval, not in blame, just a nod as if to say, yes, of course, that's how it is today. She turns back to the wash basin where her shirt is being scrubbed within an inch of its life, though the soap has long since run out. He doesn't stay long. The cold in here is personal, not just the air, but the silence. So he slips back out, scuttling down the alley again, past the baker's shop, where golden crusts sit proudly behind fogged-up glass. Sometimes, if he waits by the back door, the apprentice will toss him a burnt end or a misshapen roll. Not today. The door stays shut. He tries the coal yard instead, but the man there waves him off. No spare today. Come back tomorrow. Or don't. The boy walks along the wall behind the foundry, where warmth leaks from bricks like a secret. He presses his palms against them, holding still, letting the heat seep into his skin. It's not enough, but it's something. A minute's rest, a breath of something that isn't cold. But breathing here is risky business. The smoke is thicker on this side of town, blacker, heavier. It wraps around his throat, catches at the back of his tongue. The air tastes of iron and burned fat, and he can feel it settling in his chest like a warning. His neighbor's boy had a cough like this once. It never went away. They buried him in a borrowed coat. He swallows the thought, turns his collar again, and moves on. There's talk of fresh air in the country, green fields, clean lungs, but that might as well be a fairy tale. Here, air is something you survive, not enjoy. You breathe shallow, you learn when to hold it, you get used to the taste, and sometimes, if you're lucky, the wind shifts. And for a moment, the city forgets how to choke you. In the next chapter, we'll follow him into one of the city's many little schoolrooms, where learning comes with ink stains, cold benches, and the ever-present threat of the cane. The schoolhouse doesn't look like much from the outside. Peeling paint, a crooked door, a roof that whistles when the wind gets cheeky. But it's official. There's a sign nailed beside the entrance that says board school, and that makes all the difference, at least on paper. He doesn't hate school, not exactly. It's warmer than home, for one thing, especially when the fire hasn't gone out yet. And there's routine, which brings its own kind of comfort. But he also knows what's waiting inside. The room smells of damp wood, cheap ink, and children who haven't had proper baths in weeks. The desks are narrow and splintered. Ink pots leak across every surface. The air is thick with chalk dust, and the quiet, pulsing tension of trying not to be noticed. He finds his usual place, third row, near the broken window. Not too close to the front. Not so far back, he'll be accused of hiding. He doesn't sit yet. Not until the bell. The teacher arrives just after the bell, as if summoned by its shriek. Mr. Halberd, tall, lean, all elbows and authority. His voice sounds like it was sharpened against stone, and he carries his cane like it's an extension of his arm. He doesn't raise it often, but when he does, it's quick, and it lands. The day begins with numbers, multiples of 6 recited in a low, rhythmic chant. Not because anyone cares about arithmetic, but because repetition is cheaper than understanding, then spelling, then silence. The boy grips his slate like it might bolt from the desk. He tries to copy the words on the board, not because they mean anything, but because he's learned how dangerous mistakes can be. His hand cramps from the cold. His thumb is stained with ink. He doesn't ask for help. Behind him, someone sneezes. The sound echoes, and for a moment, the room feels almost human. Then it snaps back. Order. Obedience. Eyes down. At lunchtime, which doesn't involve any food, he steps out into the yard. The stones are slick from morning drizzle, and someone scrawled a rude drawing on the wall with charcoal. He doesn't laugh, but he notices. 2 girls play clapping games under the eaves. A bigger boy is quietly tormenting someone smaller behind the rain barrel. He avoids them all. Not because he's scared, just tired. Tired of elbows. Tired of shouting. Tired of pretending he doesn't know the answers, in case someone decides he needs humbling. When the bell rings again, they file back inside. One boy trips and is smacked on the ear. No one speaks. Pain is part of the curriculum. And so the afternoon drifts by in a haze of chalk, coughs, and glances. The lesson ends not with applause or joy, but with a scrape of chairs, and a muffled prayer that tomorrow, just maybe, the teacher stays home. In the next chapter, we'll peek behind another set of schoolroom walls, where the girls learn a very different kind of lesson. Not about books or numbers, but about posture, needlework, and how to disappear without leaving the room. The girls' classroom is quieter, not because it's more peaceful, but because here, silence is the lesson. A good girl doesn't chatter. A good girl doesn't fidget. A good girl breathes in, holds it, and waits to be told what to do with her hands. The walls are the same faded cream, the same smell of chalk and damp fabric, but the energy here is different, tighter, more brittle. The air is filled with the soft scratch of needles against cloth, and the occasional sigh from a frustrated child whose stitching refuses to stay straight. There are books, yes, but they live mostly on a shelf no one's allowed to touch. Lessons here are practical. If you're being generous, ornamental. If you're being honest, needlework, posture, politeness. How to sit without creasing your skirt. How to lower your eyes without looking afraid. How to make doilies while pretending you're not slowly vanishing. At the front of the room stands Miss Carter, straight-backed, sharp-chinned, and wrapped in an air of bitter lavender. She teaches with a tight smile and the kind of voice that never rises, because it doesn't have to. Disobedience is met not with shouting, but with disappointment, which somehow lands harder. A girl drops her thimble. It rolls across the floor with a metallic clink that echoes too loudly. Everyone freezes. Miss Carter doesn't blink. The girl retrieves it, head down. The lesson continues. Most of these girls will leave school by 14, if not sooner. They'll marry early, or work as scullery maids, laundresses, perhaps governesses if their handwriting is neat enough, and their accents sufficiently blank. Some might dream of more, but they learn quickly how far dreams go when sewn into the hem of a petticoat. Meanwhile, just one room over, the boys are learning geography, but not the kind with maps and borders. This is empire geography, where faraway lands exist only to be conquered, where the British flag flutters heroically in every textbook drawing, where the teacher speaks of glory and gunpowder, and the boys pretend they're not terrified. One learns how to stitch lace. The other learns how to march. By the end of the day, they'll both have sore fingers, and neither will understand how they ended up in these separate worlds. In the dusty corridor between the two classrooms, someone has scratched a word into the wooden paneling with a pin. It's not spelled correctly, but it says enough. In the next chapter, we'll head back to the streets, where lessons are louder, faster, and rarely written down, where rules shift with the wind, and a single loaf of bread can change everything. Tommy was always the fastest. Not the strongest, he was wiry, all elbows and angles, but fast. Fast enough to outrun the butcher's boy when someone dared him to nick an apple. Fast enough to dodge the cane at school most of the time. Fast enough, it seemed, to stay ahead of whatever else life threw at them. Until he wasn't. The boy remembers the first time he saw Tommy slow down. It was a Tuesday, he thinks. The kind of dull, sagging day where the clouds hang so low they feel like they might lean on the rooftops. Tommy was coughing. Not a polite little sniffle, but deep, rattling things that sounded like they came from the soles of his feet. He laughed it off. Said it was the smoke, or maybe the fish. Blamed it on the cat. By Friday, he wasn't laughing anymore. He was grey, not pale, not tired, but that strange colour people turn when something is going very wrong inside. His shirt stuck to his back. His lips cracked when he tried to speak. No one said the word. Not out loud. Not at first. But in whispers, under breath and behind hands, it started to ripple through the alleyways. Cholera. It came and went like a ghost in these parts, never quite visible, but always leaving a body or two behind. They said it was the water, or the filth, or bad luck. As if bad luck had nothing better to do. Tommy's mother tried. She boiled cloths, spooned water into his mouth, prayed. The local nurse, not really a nurse, just a woman who had once seen a hospital, brought herbs and stern advice, but mostly people stayed away. Because once cholera took hold, it didn't much care who was fast, or clean, or innocent. The boy stood outside the flat that morning, kicking at stones and pretending not to listen. Inside, the groans were soft now, too soft. The kind of quiet that fills up the lungs and makes you forget how to breathe. By noon, someone had gone for the parish man. By evening, the mattress was burned. By nightfall, Tommy was a story. No ceremony, no flowers, just a cart that came at dusk. The driver too tired to care and too busy to stop. Afterwards, the alley returned to normal. Children ran, mothers scrubbed. The smell of boiled cabbage drifted from windows again, as if grief had a curfew. But the boy never ran quite the same after that. He didn't say much. Didn't play marbles for a while. Because losing a friend isn't just sorrow, it's realizing how thin the line is between the ones who vanish and the ones who keep walking. And in a world where rats get fed more regularly than some children, that line never feels very fair. In the next chapter, we'll follow him through the eyes of someone else, a little girl placed in care, where the word care meant something quite different from what it promised. They said it like it was a kindness. She's been placed in care. As if the word placed implied something soft. A warm bed, clean sheets, a hand on her back that didn't bruise. But care in Edwardian London had very little to do with kindness, and everything to do with keeping the poor out of sight and off the books. The girl was small for her age, with hair like mouse fur and a voice that barely reached above a whisper. Her name was Elsie. She had one dress, one pair of boots that didn't match, and a piece of blue ribbon she kept tucked in her pocket because her mother once tied it in her hair on a Sunday. When her mother died of exhaustion more than illness, no one came for a while. A neighbour fed her for 2 days, then took her to the parish office. There was no ceremony, no explanation, just a nod, and then she was gone. They called the woman who took her in a nurse, though she was anything but. A Mrs. Clay. Sharp eyes, thin lips, hands that moved too quickly and never gently. She wore a heavy black dress and smelt of boiled bones. Her house had 5 children in it already. None of them spoke. They sat still, like furniture, like they were waiting for something that never arrived. Elsie learned quickly. Don't cry. Don't ask questions. Don't eat unless told. Sometimes they were fed. Sometimes they weren't. Sometimes one of the children disappeared. Sent back to family, Mrs. Clay would say, though no one ever returned. The neighbours didn't interfere. They'd seen the cart arrive too often. And no one wanted trouble with the board. One winter night, Elsie woke up to silence so deep, it made her ears ring. The bed beside hers was empty. The girl who'd coughed all week was simply gone. No one spoke of it. By morning, the blankets had been folded neatly, and a new child arrived by lunchtime. Later, the newspapers would call her kind baby farmers. Some used laudanum, some used pillows, some simply didn't feed the children at all. And when they died, as they often did, there were no questions. Just a few coins from the parish and another empty space to fill. Elsie survived. No one really knew how. Some said it was luck. Some said she learned how to vanish without dying. But she would never tie that ribbon in her hair again. In the next chapter, we'll step outside this shadowed house and into a sliver of light, where children, despite everything, found ways to laugh, to play, and to hold on to the smaller scraps of joy. There are some things no amount of soot or sorrow can quite stamp out, and among them, perhaps the most stubborn, is the urge to play. Not the polished, well-to-do sort of play with tin soldiers and rocking horses and governesses who clap politely when you built something out of blocks. Number. This was the kind of play born in alleyways and rubble heaps. Improvised, unapologetic, glorious in its defiance, a battered tin lid became a knight's shield. A stick, a sword, a string of rags, a skipping rope. There were rules, of course, always rules, but they changed constantly and never applied to the oldest child in the group. Arguments broke out over chalk lines drawn on stone, over marbles, over imaginary dragons. But somehow, it always resolved itself, because tomorrow, they'd be back in the same street, with the same chalk, the same dragons. The boy, the one we've followed since morning, wasn't much of a leader, but he was fast and funny in a quiet way. He could find the best hiding spots, knew which fences creaked, which bins were safest to jump from. He'd pull faces that made the others laugh, even when their bellies were empty. And sometimes, that was enough. The girls played too, not just with dolls made of rags, but with fierce imagination. They held mock weddings, mock funerals, entire kingdoms played out in chalk and cobblestone. They mothered stray kittens and bossed around boys twice their size. Their laughter wasn't soft. It rang out, wild and unashamed, echoing off brick walls as if trying to wake the city itself. Even in the worst weeks, when the bread ran out, or someone fell ill, or Tommy was gone, they still played. Maybe not for long. Maybe only in 5-minute bursts between errands or beatings or chores. But they made time. It was a kind of rebellion. To laugh in a world that wanted you silent. To make games where there was no space. To pretend, even for an hour, that you were somewhere else entirely. The adults rarely joined in. They watched from doorways, tired eyes squinting in the smoke, as if trying to remember what it was to spin joy out of nothing. Sometimes one would smile, just briefly, then go back to stirring the pot, or scrubbing the steps. But for the children, it mattered, because in a place where even breathing felt like labor, play was the one thing no one had yet managed to ration. In the next chapter, we'll turn the corner and head somewhere else entirely. Into one of the grand houses, far from soot and cracked boots, where childhood looked different, but wasn't always kinder. In the nursery of 23 Belgrave Square, the world wakes differently. There's no shouting in the street, no coal dust in the lungs, only the rustle of pressed linen, the gentle clink of china being laid out on a silver tray, and the distinct, controlled voice of a woman who has long since forgotten what it means to sleep past dawn. Nanny says it's time to rise. Not a request, not quite an order, just a daily fact. Like sunrise or the tides, Beatrice blinks against the morning light slipping through thick curtains. She's 8, or maybe 9. It depends on whether one counts from the date of birth or the date of christening. Something her mother argued about at length with the vicar last summer. The bed is large and white, with a canopy like a floating sail. She lies between sheets boiled and starched until they rustle like paper. Her hands are folded neatly on her stomach. She's learned not to grip the blanket. It leaves creases, and Nanny notices. In the adjoining cot, her younger brother still sleeps, face turned towards the wall, curls damp with sweat. He'll be woken last. Boys are allowed more rest. Even at 3. The door opens. Nanny enters without knocking. She never knocks. The nursery is her domain. She checks the fire, adds coal with practiced silence, adjusts the brass guard without looking. Her uniform is immaculate. Grey wool, white collar, hair pulled so tightly back it seems to stretch her thoughts inward. "Come along now," she says, lifting the covers with the air of someone peeling an orange they didn't want. Beatrice swings her legs over the edge of the bed, bare toes brushing the rug. Persian, she was once told. She doesn't know where Persia is, only that it's somewhere poor people live. The wash basin is cold, though Nanny insists it's bracing. Beatrice cleans her face, brushes her teeth with baking soda, buttons her petticoat. She says nothing. Speaking without being spoken to earns a look, and Beatrice would rather face a dentist than one of Nanny's silences. Breakfast is brought on a trolley, porridge, toast, tea, jam, but only on Wednesdays. She eats slowly, properly, chews 15 times per bite, 1 crumb on the napkin. Nanny frowns. The crumb is removed. After breakfast, it's time for lessons. French verbs and deportment, piano scales and embroidery. The day will be full, but not loud. Not free, not warm. She's never been slapped, never gone hungry. But sometimes, when she sees the maid's daughter running barefoot in the mews, shrieking with laughter, cheeks flushed with real air, something tugs quietly inside her chest. She presses it down, straightens her back, folds her hands. Beatrice is a good girl. In the next chapter, we'll linger in the drawing rooms of the upper class, where appearances are everything, affection is measured, and even the smallest child must learn the family's favourite language, restraint. The drawing room is always immaculate. Not clean, immaculate. There's a difference. Clean is something you do. Immaculate is something you are, or at least something you're expected to look like. Beatrice isn't allowed in here often, but today is Sunday. On Sundays, she must sit quietly with her mother for precisely 20 minutes after breakfast. A performance of togetherness, scheduled and structured, like everything else in this house. Her mother sits beneath the window, spine perfectly straight, wrapped in a gown the colour of champagne, though she never drinks it before noon. She's reading a letter, from Aunt Evangeline probably. There's a line between her brows. Not a wrinkle, certainly not. Just a small suggestion of displeasure. Beatrice folds her hands in her lap and waits. The room smells of roses, polish, and something faintly medicinal. Her stomach still aches from the laxative Nanny gave her last night. To keep things regular, as she put it. She didn't ask if anything was irregular. The silence stretches. The clock ticks with authority. Somewhere down the corridor, someone is being told off in a very hushed voice. She wishes it were louder. Loudness feels more honest. Her mother glances up finally. "Do sit properly, Beatrice." Her voice is gentle and sharp at the same time, like velvet with glass beneath. Beatrice adjusts her shoulders. She's been practicing posture since she was 5. They talk, or rather, they perform conversation. "How are your lessons?" "Fine, thank you." "Are you applying yourself to French?" "Yes, mother." "Good." Her mother smiles. It doesn't reach her eyes. The tray arrives soon after, tea for 1, lemon slices arranged like coins on a saucer. Beatrice isn't offered any. Children don't drink tea in the drawing room. Children don't do much of anything here. After precisely 20 minutes, her mother folds the letter and dismisses her with a kiss that lands somewhere near her temple. Beatrice curtsies as she was taught and is returned to the nursery like a parcel. Back upstairs, Nanny nods with approval. Good girl. But Beatrice doesn't feel particularly good. She feels like a mannequin, a porcelain one, cold, painted, carefully posed, and yet she never complains. Because complaining would be unpleasant, and unpleasantness is the enemy of civilization. Later that day, she overhears the housemaid muttering something under her breath about lace and lies. She doesn't understand what she means. Not really, but she remembers it. Because something in her chest tightens whenever she hears the word perfect. In the next chapter, we'll turn to the boys of the upper crust, little lords in the making, dressed like men, expected to be brave, brilliant, and heartbreakingly obedient before they even lose their milk teeth. In the west wing of the house, the one with better light and heavier drapes, the young master's getting dressed. He's 7, though no one calls him a boy. He's Master James, thank you very much. And today he's expected to behave like a gentleman. Again. The valet moves with smooth precision, drawing laces, folding cuffs, brushing imaginary dust from pressed wool. James stands perfectly still, arms slightly out, chin raised. He's practiced this. Standing like a statue while someone else assembles your identity piece by piece. His shoes are polished until they shine like gilt. His collar is starched into a small act of violence. And beneath his finely tailored waistcoat, he wears something most people wouldn't expect. A corset. Not as tight as his sister's, of course. Not made of whalebone or meant to reshape him entirely. But it's there. A soft-bodied training piece, laced gently but firmly. To encourage posture. To prevent slouching. To begin the lifelong lesson of not taking up too much space, even when it's all been handed to you. He doesn't mind it. Not really. It's uncomfortable, yes, but it's familiar. And familiar in this house is the closest thing to comfort. Once dressed, he's led to the study where his father sits behind a fortress of wood and books. They speak briefly, or rather his father speaks, and James listens. He's told to be brave, to represent the family well, to prepare for Eton, eventually for Oxford, and then, of course, for service. Politics, the army, the church. Something respectable, something public. No mention of joy, no talk of preference. The boy nods. He's good at nodding. He knows it's not a conversation, it's an instruction with a pause in the middle. Afterwards, he's taken to his lessons. Latin, history, fencing. He's taught how to debate, how to bow, how to hold a teacup and a saber without looking weak. By midday, his stomach aches. He doesn't say anything. A gentleman doesn't fuss. In the drawing room, the portrait of his grandfather looms. Medals, moustache, a gaze like thunder. James is told he looks just like him. He hopes not. That night, when the corset is unfastened, he breathes deeply. But he doesn't sigh. That would be theatrical. And theatrical is almost as bad as improper. He goes to bed in silence, hands folded under the coverlet, the nightshirt pulled precisely to his collarbone. Somewhere across the hall, his sister coughs once, then nothing. In the next chapter, we'll look at what happens when neither parent is particularly involved. When love comes in envelopes, attention is rationed, and children are raised more by routine than by affection. There is a leather-bound photograph on the mantelpiece in the drawing room, a formal portrait, sepia-toned, stiff with ceremony, a man in uniform, one hand on a globe, the other resting on the shoulder of a boy who couldn't have been more than 5 at the time. The boy, of course, is James. The man, unmistakably, is his father. It's the only time they were ever photographed together. The image sits in pride of place, polished weekly by the maid, nodded at occasionally by visitors, and studied often by James himself, though never when anyone is watching. His father isn't dead. He simply isn't home. There are reasons, naturally. The club, the courts, business in the north, a shoot in Norfolk, dinner with someone important, or lunch with someone more important. The explanations arrive in envelopes. Heavy paper, perfect ink. Notes signed with his initials, not father, never love, just a name, a title, a place. Occasionally there's a small gift enclosed. A penknife, a book about explorers, a silver coin from some distant port. Tokens of attention, each one carefully chosen by a secretary who has never met the boy receiving them. When his father does appear, once every month, maybe less, it's as if a new house springs up around him. The curtains are redrawn. The silver is polished again, though it gleamed already. Everyone walks a little straighter. James is brought down in his best jacket, hair flattened, manners freshly ironed. They sit in the study. They speak in clipped exchanges. School is discussed. Posture is corrected. There are no hugs, no stories, no nonsense. His father listens with the air of someone enduring mild weather. He nods, occasionally offers a phrase. Good lad. Keep at it. Discipline matters. Then, the conversation ends. Once, when James was younger, he asked his father if he might come to one of the school matches. The question hung in the air like a dropped handkerchief. His father looked away, adjusted his cufflinks, and replied that duties must come first. After that, James stopped asking. In the nursery, the governor says it's normal. Fathers are busy. Fathers provide. But the house is full of things he never asked for. And oddly quiet in the places he needs most. Sometimes he hears his mother's voice in the corridor late at night, raised just a little too sharply. He doesn't know what she says, but he recognizes the silence that follows. And so the photograph remains, always watching, always perfectly still. A reminder that even when you live in one of the finest houses in London, it's possible to feel very much alone. In the next chapter, we'll shift from the grand halls of inheritance to the quieter shadows of neglect, where mothers hold their children close, not out of affection, but fear of what will happen if they don't. In the smaller houses, tucked behind carriage lanes and stitched between grander addresses, another kind of childhood unfolds. One draped in good fabric and thin nerves, where the windows are clean, but the air inside feels tight. The mothers here are often beautiful in that slightly frayed way. Women who were once courted with flowers and now carry their jewellery like an apology. They smile at the neighbours, wear gloves to the grocer, and keep sherry in the cabinet, just out of reach of the children. They speak softly in public and sharply in private. They are always tired. Clara's mother was one of them. Not quite gentry, not quite common. They lived in the in-between. The sort of household where money was spoken of in careful euphemisms and appearances mattered more than comfort. Her father was in business, which meant they had a maid, but not two. A piano, but no one to tune it. A drawing room, but mostly unused. Clara, at 10, was expected to carry herself well. To sit with poise, to speak with clarity, to be presentable at all times, especially when visitors came. Her mother fussed over her appearance constantly, straightening her hem, smoothing her fringe, adjusting her sleeves even when they didn't need adjusting. "You must always look like you belong," she would say. brushing lint from her collar that wasn't there. What she meant, though she never said it plainly, was this: your face is your future. Clara had her mother's jaw and her father's eyes. Both were considered assets. It wasn't unusual for older women, aunts, acquaintances, even governesses, to observe her quietly and then murmur, "She'll make a good match one day," as if she were a trinket to be prepared, wrapped and traded at the right moment. At night, when the house fell into the thick domestic quiet, Clara would lie in bed and stare at the ceiling's faded pattern, tracing it like a map to somewhere better. Not richer, just freer. She wasn't ungrateful. She had clean clothes, books, a warm bed. But she also knew she was being shaped, slowly, carefully, and without permission, into someone who would serve a role before she fully understood what that role cost. Her mother loved her, she supposed. But love in that house looked like constant grooming. Like worry disguised as discipline. Like praise that always came with a condition. "You'll thank me one day," her mother would say, pulling the corset strings tight. And Clara, lips pressed together, would nod. Because no other response was allowed. In the next chapter, we'll peer into a quieter corner of this world where affection becomes rare and children learn early how to fill the space where love was meant to go. There are children in every neighborhood whom no one really notices, not because they're quiet, though they often are, but because they've mastered the art of vanishing in plain sight. Emily was one of them. She lived in a tall, respectable house with ivy on the walls and white curtains that billowed just slightly when the window was cracked open. The kind of house people nodded at as they passed, thinking, well kept, middle class, certainly decent. And yet, inside that house, Emily was something of a ghost. She had her own room, wallpapered in faded lilac, shelves lined with unread books, a dollhouse too fine to play with. Her clothes were always neat, her hair brushed until it shone. She never went hungry, never walked alone, never bore bruises on her skin. But no one really spoke to her. Her mother, a careful woman with impeccable handwriting and a calendar full of obligations, greeted Emily with the same tone she used for delivery men and dressmakers. Polite, efficient, distant. She was not unkind. She simply had other things to think about. Emily's father travelled often. Business in Bristol, meetings in Manchester. He sent postcards that said things like, "Be good and much love," beneath a drawing of a steamboat or a cathedral. She kept them all in a box under her bed, unread but treasured. Not for the words, but for the possibility they once meant something. The governess, Miss Fairchild, was precise and dry. She taught arithmetic, corrected posture, and never allowed tears. Once, when Emily cried after dropping an ink bottle, Miss Fairchild handed her a cloth and said, "We must clean, not collapse." Emily learned. By the age of 9, she could dress herself without help, recite 6 psalms by heart, and disappear into the corners of a room so gracefully that guests often asked if she was away at school. She wasn't unhappy, not quite, but she didn't laugh often. And when she did, it sounded like something borrowed. Sometimes she imagined what it would be like to be scolded. Properly. Loudly. Passionately. To be important enough to cause a stir. Instead, she hovered quietly at the edges of her own life, waiting to be asked how she was, and knowing she wouldn't be. No one talked to Emily because no one noticed she needed talking to. She was tidy, she was calm, she was everything a child was meant to be, except known. In the next chapter, we'll turn to what passed for education among girls like Emily. where learning was laced with obedience, and excellence was measured more in needlepoint than in knowledge. It was called a schoolroom, though it looked more like a parlour stripped of joy. A long table at the centre, polished to the point of anxiety, surrounded by chairs too straight to slouch in. No chalkboards, no ink stains on the walls, no smell of boyish mischief. Just the quiet hum of containment. This was where girls like Emily and Clara and Beatrice learned the skills that mattered. Not arithmetic, unless it was for managing a household budget. Not literature, unless the heroines married well. Certainly not science. That was for laboratories and boys with ambition. Here they were taught posture before philosophy, elocution before empathy, how to sit, stand, curtsy and converse, in that order, and never louder than necessary. Miss Harrow was their instructress, tall, angular, draped in tweed and expectation. Her voice had the tone of a church organ and the warmth of a draught. She believed in discipline, lavender oil, and the sanctity of a proper handshake. Each morning began the same way. Gloves off, back straight, eyes forward. They practiced walking with books balanced on their heads, not for balance, but for elegance. A girl who could glide silently across a room was praised. One who stumbled, or giggled, or flinched under pressure was corrected with the gentle but deadly phrase, "You'll need to work harder, my dear, if you ever wish to be received." Received. Into what, no one quite said, but the girls understood. A future, a marriage, a life where no one questioned your cutlery or your French pronunciation. They learned to embroider initials onto handkerchiefs, to calculate the price of a respectable luncheon, to speak just enough Italian to survive an opera box without embarrassment. And always, always they were reminded. A lady is composed. A lady does not react. A lady is graceful, even when ignored. Sometimes, one of them asked a question not found in the workbook. Why do we have to walk like this? Why must we not speak unless spoken to? Miss Harrow's smile would tighten. Because that is how the world sees your worth. Not who you are, but how you carry a tray of tea. In the next chapter, we'll slip away from the schoolroom and into a day meant to be joyful, a birthday or something close, where celebration arrives wrapped in rules and happiness is rationed by the teaspoon. There was a cake, technically. It sat at the center of the parlor table like a prop in a stage play, iced with a pale glaze, decorated with a single pink ribbon, and topped with sugar roses that had more polish than flavor. It looked beautiful, perfect even. And yet it tasted like it had been prepared by someone who didn't particularly like children. Beatrice turned 10 that day, a neat, symmetrical number, a new pair of gloves. She was not expecting joy, exactly, but she had allowed herself to hope for something softer. The guests were her cousins. 3 girls with plaits like braided rope and opinions they'd borrowed from their governesses. They arrived precisely at 2 o'clock, curtsied on command, and handed over parcels wrapped in striped paper that matched the napkins. Inside the parcels were things she could never use. A set of handkerchiefs embroidered with someone else's initials. A tiny fan made of brittle silk. A book of psalms with pages so thin they whispered when turned. They played games, of course, nothing messy, nothing loud. A brief, lukewarm round of charades. A whispered parlor game involving folded notes and forced laughter. At one point, Beatrice's mother entered the room, smiled without quite seeing anyone, and complimented the flower arrangement. Then she vanished again, like a passing breeze of perfume and obligation. No one sang. Singing would have been unseemly. When the cake was sliced, the girls took their pieces politely, using forks far too small for the task. Beatrice nibbled hers slowly, trying to stretch the moment into something memorable. It crumbled too easily, the icing a little bitter, the sponge already stale around the edges. Afterwards, the cousins left with perfect posture and thank you cards half written in their minds. The parlour was tidied, the ribbons folded, the candles snuffed before they burned too low. Beatrice sat on the staircase for a while after the door closed, still wearing her party dress. The hem slightly creased where she'd knelt to retrieve a dropped napkin. The silence returned with a kind of ceremony. Heavy, well-dressed, and absolute. She wondered if this was what growing up meant. The shrinking of celebrations into routines. The quiet expectation to feel grateful for something you never really wanted. Upstairs, Nanny waited with a nightgown and a mild expression. Beatrice said nothing. She undressed neatly, folded her dress, brushed her hair 50 times, then lay in bed, staring at the ceiling. 10 years old, a proper age, a proper girl. In the next chapter, we'll return to the rules that shape children's lives. The ones not written in books, but whispered behind doors and stitched into every meal, every silence, every lowered voice at the dinner table. It wasn't an official rule, not printed on any wall, nor written into any school book, but every child in a respectable Edwardian household knew it. To be well raised was to be invisible. You could be charming, when prompted. You could be clever, but never too clever. And above all, you could never, ever be loud. At the dinner table, children sat in silence unless addressed. Their hands folded, their backs straight, their feet tucked precisely under their chairs. They were not there to participate, but to absorb. To observe the world of adults without making ripples in it. Even laughter required permission. Clara remembered one evening when she'd let out a sudden giggle, not rude, not wild, just a burst of something she hadn't meant to say with her mouth. The conversation paused. Her father looked at her like a page in a book that hadn't been proofread. Her mother didn't say anything, but Clara could feel her disappointment settle over the tablecloth like dust. After that, she learned to smile without showing teeth, to nod when appropriate, to laugh only when someone else had done so first. There were other rules, of course, some spoken, most not. A good child ate what was given, not quickly, not greedily, but certainly without complaint. If the milk was sour, you drank it. If the bread was hard, you were grateful it existed at all. If you were cold, you layered. If you were afraid, you didn't mention it. If you were sad, you kept it neatly folded inside until it no longer wrinkled the surface of things. In church, you bowed. In company, you curtsied. In private, you practiced both. Children knew better than to interrupt, better than to disagree, better than to correct an adult, even when they were wrong. To speak with confidence was dangerous. To speak with feeling, embarrassing. And so, over time, many children, especially those from fine houses with heavy curtains and polished stair rails, learned to speak only inside their own heads. Their real thoughts became interior things. Ideas whispered only to the dolls, or the cat, or the night. They became excellent at appearing composed, graceful, quiet, well-mannered. But the cost of all that poise was that sometimes, when they were finally alone, they didn't know what they actually felt, only that they'd been taught to feel it gently, and never allowed. In the next chapter, we'll step back into the schoolroom. but not the one lined with velvet and embroidery. This one has ink-stained desks, chalky air, and discipline measured in bruises. A different kind of education, built not for refinement, but for obedience. The school bell rang like a summons rather than an invitation. Its sharp clang bounced off the brick walls and into the narrow streets, calling children not to learning, but to order, discipline, obedience. They came in droves, from alleys and tenement rows, boots dragging, collars turned up, eyes dull with sleep or worry. There was no joy in the shuffle of bodies pressing through the school gates. Only the quiet calculation of who'd get the back bench and who might be noticed. The building itself was stern, a square block of grey, designed not to welcome but to contain. Inside, the smell of damp coats, chalk dust, and last week's ink seeped into the wooden floors and never quite left. The boy took his usual place in the second row, close enough to appear attentive, far enough to avoid becoming a target. Miss Turner was already at the front, arms folded, lips pursed, hair pinned so tightly it looked painful. She didn't need to speak. Her presence was enough. A hush fell across the room as easily as smoke. They began with prayers, not because anyone believed, but because order liked to dress itself in morality. Hands folded, eyes down, murmured words about mercy from mouths that had known little of it. Then came the roll call. Then the rules. Sit straight. No fidgeting, no questions unless spoken to, no mistakes. Lessons followed in predictable sequence. Reading from outdated texts, their pages curled with years of greasy fingers. Spelling lists copied down in silence, each error marked in red like a wound. Arithmetic drills that left no room for hesitation. One boy stumbled over a subtraction. The room went still. Miss Turner reached for the cane without breaking stride. A sharp crack. The boy didn't cry. Not because it didn't hurt, but because tears earned worse. The rhythm of the day continued, like a factory belt turning through hours. Lunch came, if you brought it. He hadn't. So he sat quietly, watching crumbs fall from other children's fingers, pretending he wasn't hungry, though the ache in his stomach pulsed with every breath. Outside, the playground offered no real reprieve. It was grey and gravelled, hemmed in by iron railings. Games were half-hearted. Laughter came in nervous bursts, glancing constantly towards the windows, where a teacher might be watching. The afternoon dragged like wet cloth. Copywork, dictation, more sums. A single cough earned a glare. A yawn, a snapped command to stand. And when the final bell rang, it didn't feel like release, only the end of one cage and the return to another. Still, the boy filed out with the others, his boots scuffing the stone. He hadn't been caned. He hadn't been called on. He'd survived another day. In the next chapter, we'll return to the shadows of the classroom, to the tools meant to instruct, and the hands that bore the price of every forgotten word, every slanting line, every breath that came at the wrong time. The alphabet wasn't taught so much as enforced. Each letter was a test. A measure of whether your fingers could shape something neat enough to please the eye, and whether your mind could stay still long enough to make it count. The classroom smelt of ink and tension, the kind that settles in the joints of children who know that even one shaky loop of a letter could invite pain. The boy sat hunched over his slate, thumb stained black, the other hand hovering just above the surface. Not quite writing, not quite ready. He could form most of the letters well enough. His A was round. His C tidy, but F always looked like it had tripped halfway through. Miss Turner walked between the rows like a shadow in petticoats. her boots tapping in time with their silence. When she stopped behind a pupil, you could hear breathing shift across the room. He kept his eyes down. His neighbor coughed. Not loudly, just once. But it broke the rhythm, and that was enough. A sharp correction followed, not just in voice, but in action. The cane tapped the desk, then the child's knuckles. No fury, no shouting, just that cold, clean discipline that left nothing open to discussion. Back to the lesson. Copying lines. I must write clearly. I must write correctly. Over and over until the meaning faded, and only the shape of the sentence mattered. The desks were ink-stained from generations of identical punishments. The nibs on the pens were blunt, the inkwells dry by midday. Still, they were expected to produce perfect curves, perfect spacing, perfect obedience. Mistakes weren't simply errors, they were marks against character. Boys were told that poor penmanship meant a weak mind. Girls were warned that messy work reflected a sloppy nature, and no good husband wanted a wife who couldn't keep her letters straight. Sometimes, a child would try to write with their left hand. That was corrected instantly. The left was for thieves, for sinners. One boy had his hand tied behind his back for a week, until the habit broke. Learning wasn't about understanding. It was about containment. Letters shaped bodies, sentences taught silence. When the boy finally finished his lines, his wrist ached, and the side of his hand was smudged grey with ink. He didn't know if he'd done it well, only that no one had hit him. And that was enough today to feel like success. In the next chapter, we'll step away from the desks and into the Sunday school halls, where salvation was preached, songs were sung, and sin was quietly assigned to anyone who smiled too widely or asked too many questions. Sunday was meant to be a day of rest, though for most children it felt like another lesson. Only this one came with hymns, pews, and the looming suggestion of eternal consequence. They dressed in their second best clothes, not their best. Those were for funerals and family portraits, but something respectable enough to imply morality. Hair was combed, faces were washed, if there was soap. Even the smallest children learned to sit on benches too hard for comfort and pretend they understood what was being said. The boy sat near the back of the room. The Sunday school hall was drafty, with windows that rattled and paint that peeled in quiet flakes from the skirting boards. It smelt of wet wool, hymn books, and damp boots. The fire never quite reached the back row. Miss Ellen led the session. She was round and breathless, with eyes that darted between pupils as though one of them might be planning theological rebellion. She began with a prayer followed by a reading, always from the book of Proverbs. Children were fond of stories. The adults preferred rules. After the reading came the moral, obedience, cleanliness, gratefulness. The virtues were always familiar, the sins more creative. Smiling too much was vanity. Whispering was deceit. Dirty fingernails suggested spiritual decay. Hunger was never discussed, but wanting more was definitely greed. The children repeated verses in unison, their voices soft, mechanical. The Lord is my shepherd. I shall not want, even if they already did. Then came the songs. Clipped little hymns that spoke of joy and angels, sung in tones that suggested neither. The boy liked the singing, in theory, but it always reminded him how thin his voice sounded next to others. At the front of the hall stood a chart, rows of names beside gold stars and black marks. Good behavior earned stickers. Talking during prayer earned a line with a red pencil. He had 3 red lines this month. One for slouching, one for speaking without raising his hand, one, and this still puzzled him, for fidgeting during the Lord's Prayer when his fingers went numb from the cold. At the end of the session, each child was handed a small tract. This week's title, Honesty in the Eyes of God. He folded it carefully and slipped it into his coat, not because he would read it, but because Miss Ellen watched to see who left theirs behind. On the walk home, the air felt lighter. Not warmer, just quieter. He breathed out slowly, feeling the hymn still stuck somewhere in his chest. He wasn't sure what had been saved today, but at least no one had raised their voice. In the next chapter, we'll return to the schoolroom once more, where boys are taught geography with maps stained by empire, and girls are taught to count stitches, not countries. There was a lesson on maps that morning, the kind with thick black lines and pink blotches spreading across distant continents. The boys were told to copy the borders carefully, to memorize the capital cities of lands they would never visit, and to repeat the names of places as if they belonged to them. Ceylon, Rhodesia, the Gold Coast. It was called geography, but really it was something else. A study in control, a way of teaching boys that the world was something to be held, named, ruled, and if necessary, redrawn. The boy didn't ask questions. None of them did. Not when the teacher spoke of savages in strange lands, of civilizing missions, of queen and country. The classroom was no place for curiosity. It was for facts, or, at the very least, for confidence. He copied the map of India 3 times before the ink ran dry. His fingers cramped, but he said nothing. The teacher walked behind the rows, correcting posture more often than spelling. In the adjoining room, the girls were also learning. Not about borders or the shape of the globe, but about household accounts and how to fold napkins with symmetrical corners. Their world was smaller, not because it had to be, but because someone had already decided that it should. Clara sat at the end of the embroidery table, eyes down, needle moving in steady loops. They were making samplers, rows of letters stitched in soft thread, meant to show neatness, not thought. Above her work, the motto read, "Diligence is grace." She'd once asked why they didn't learn geography too. Miss Harrow had replied, not unkindly, "You will never need to know where Sudan is, my dear, but you will need to know how to mend a hem." And that was that. The children in both rooms worked quietly, not because they were at peace, but because they had learned the price of standing out. One room trained boys to conquer, the other trained girls to endure. When the bells rang for break, they crossed paths only briefly. A glance, a nudge, a snatched whisper, quickly swallowed. Then, they returned to their lessons. To maps, to thread, to roles they hadn't chosen. And somewhere beyond the school walls, the world turned. Too far away, too large, too tightly held for any of them to reach. In the next chapter, we'll step into the short breath of freedom known as recess, where games are played in whispers, alliances are made without words, and even the tiniest moment of laughter feels like rebellion. For 10 minutes each day, 15 if Miss Turner was in a charitable mood, the children were released into the schoolyard. Not set free exactly, just released. The yard was walled on all sides, paved in uneven stone, and watched closely by 2 teachers with sharp eyes and folded arms. But it was something. A breath. A pause in the machinery. The boys stepped out with the others, shoulders hunched against the wind that always found its way between the bricks. He kept to the edge, near the drain pipe that never quite emptied right. where the ground was always just a little slick with yesterday's rain. It wasn't much of a hiding place, but it gave him a moment's stillness. Around him, the usual choreography unfolded. Boys kicked a limp ball made from rags and string. 2 girls jumped rope with a frayed length of twine, singing a rhyme about a chimney sweep and a lady with no shoes. Someone tried to start a fight, or stop one. It was hard to tell the difference at that age. Laughter echoed, but only in bursts. Not the rich, rolling kind, just quick, barked fragments that vanished as soon as they arrived. Always glancing toward the windows, always half ready to stop. The boy had a marble in his pocket, a cloudy blue one, chipped at the edge. He turned it in his fingers, not to play, but to feel something cold and round and his. Next to the rubbish bins, a small group whispered in tight circles. Trades were made, buttons, chalk, crumbs wrapped in paper. Every playground had its own economy. Barter systems built from boredom and want. The teacher on duty, Mr. Rigsby, walked the perimeter like a prison guard with a limp. He didn't speak unless provoked. He simply watched, which was often enough. A sudden cry, sharp, too loud, brought everything to a halt. One boy had fallen. Blood at the knee, tears brimming. Mr. Rigsby approached slowly. He didn't bend down, didn't offer a hand. "Stand up, boy. No need to make a fuss." And the boy did, because the lesson was already clear. Pain wasn't the problem. Being seen in it was. The whistle blew then one long, thin note, and just like that, playtime ended. No one protested. They simply fell back into line, shoulders squared, expressions wiped clean. The boy slipped the marble back into his pocket and followed the others inside. The sound of boots on stone already smoothed into silence. In the next chapter, we'll return to the desks once more, where writing is less about words and more about shaping a child who knows precisely when to speak, when to pause, and when to simply vanish. Back at their desks, the children took up their slates and chalk with the quiet resignation of those who knew better than to question how the day would unfold. The air inside was stuffy, warm from bodies, but cold in feeling. The kind of stale heat that settles when silence stretches too long and no one dares shift in their seat. The lesson was penmanship. Miss Turner believed deeply in handwriting, not just for legibility, but for character. "Show me your letters," she liked to say, "and I'll show you the kind of person you'll become." They copied rows of phrases. Duty above all. Order is peace. Neatness is virtue. The boy scratched out his lines carefully. He had long fingers, nimble enough to form the loops, but not strong enough to stop them shaking if she stood too near. Every letter mattered. A flick too high, a tail too short, and the cane might appear again. Ink blotters sat at each corner of the room, stained and stiff with age. Quills, if they were lucky. Metal nibs, if they weren't. The paper was coarse. The ink, sometimes watered down to make it last. The phrase of the week was, "I must remember my place," 15 times, in perfect copper plate. Some of the children took pride in their loops and flourishes, adding extra curls like little rebellions in disguise. Others, tired, hungry, just tried to get the words on the page before their hands gave out. When mistakes happened, they weren't corrected with explanations. They were circled in red, then repeated until the muscle memorized the lesson, even if the mind never did. The room creaked as they wrote. Timid sounds, breathing held, chalk tapping like distant raindrops. Occasionally someone sniffed. Not a full cough. Those brought attention. Just a soft, apologetic reminder that they were still there. Miss Turner didn't read the lines aloud. She didn't need to. What mattered wasn't what they said, but how they said it. Straight. Obedient. Identical. When the lesson ended, the children filed out slowly, hands stained with ink, minds a little more muted than before, and on the board, beneath the date and the scripture verse, one word remained underlined. Discipline. In the next chapter, we'll leave the classroom again and walk alongside a girl who was never taught to memorize maps or prayers, but who knew exactly how to find her way through the winding paths of her own resistance. Edie had never been very good at staying still. Even at 5, she'd wriggled in the church pews, kicked her heels against the stone floor, and hummed under her breath during the sermon. By 8, she knew how to climb the back wall of the yard without being seen. And by 10, she developed the uncanny skill of appearing exactly where she wasn't supposed to be, and disappearing just as quickly. Her mother called her difficult, with a sigh that carried more exhaustion than malice. Her teacher called her impossible, while tightening the corners of her mouth with each report. Her grandmother simply smiled, shook her head, and muttered, "She's got too much of the sky in her." Edie didn't mind the labels. She knew what they meant. They meant she was different. Not special, exactly, just inconvenient. Not for what she did, but for the way she refused to fold. School didn't suit her. She could read well enough, but struggled to copy letters in tidy rows. Her G dipped too far, her S curled like ivy, and her name, when she wrote it, looked like it had been blown across the page by wind. She was smart, but not in the ways they rewarded. She asked too many questions, and worse, she expected answers. When they taught the girls should be silent, she laughed. Not loudly, she wasn't stupid, but with that quiet, knowing smile that meant she saw right through it. When they taught that a lady's worth was in her hands, her stitching, her stillness, Edie let her mind drift out the window to the alley beyond, where the world moved freely and no one stitched their value into samplers. She played alone, mostly by choice. The other girls didn't dislike her, but they didn't quite understand her either. She didn't care about whose dress had more lace, or who was practicing for their cousin's piano recital. Edie liked stories, real ones, with dirt and danger and endings that didn't involve marriage. Sometimes she snuck into the back of the butcher's shop just to watch the cats fight over bones. Sometimes she followed the coal cart for 3 streets just to see where it stopped. Once, she walked all the way to the river and stood there for an hour, breathing the smell of silt and ships, wondering if anyone would notice if she simply kept going. They did notice, eventually, and when she got home, muddy and unapologetic, her mother wept and said, "One day, you'll get yourself into real trouble." Edie looked at her calmly and replied, "I already live in it." They didn't know what to do with a girl like her. The system wasn't made for children who looked you straight in the eye when you told them to sit down. But Edie didn't need a system. She needed air, and room, and someone who didn't try to iron the spirit out of her dress. In the next chapter, we'll return to the homes of the poor, where food is scarce, patience scarcer still, and growing up often means growing tough before your legs have even finished lengthening. They said he was too small. At first, his hands could barely wrap around the handle of a shovel, his shoulders were too narrow for the harness, and his boots, borrowed from a cousin already dead, flapped when he walked. But the mind didn't care about details. Not when there were tunnels to crawl and wages to shave. Tommy, not the one who died of cholera, a different one, was 9 when he started, though no one had a birth certificate to prove it. He might have been 8 or 7. It didn't matter. He was old enough to follow instructions, and strong enough to lift a coal basket the size of a sack of flour, and small enough to squeeze into shafts that grown men couldn't fit through. They called him a trapper. He sat in the dark for hours, opening and closing a wooden door to regulate air. That was it. Sit. Wait. Open when you hear the cart. Close when it's gone. No lantern, no clock, no company. Just the black. Not the sort you find at night, but the deeper kind that lives in the lungs and coats your dreams. He sometimes hummed to keep himself from forgetting the sound of his own voice. Once he tried to count the drips of water from the tunnel ceiling. He reached 472 before losing track. They paid him 2pence a day, less if he coughed, even less if he cried. His mother was proud in a quiet, bone-tired way. It wasn't what she wanted, but it was what kept the rent from growing teeth. The older boys teased him at first. Too thin, too soft, too easy to knock sideways. But he learned fast, learned to swing first, and apologize never. Learned to take his slice of bread before someone else did. Learned that coal dust doesn't wash out no matter how hard you scrub. After a few weeks, no one teased him anymore. He was just another face in the soot. Another cough in the corridor. Sometimes he'd hear of boys in other parts of town. Ones who went to school, who had shoes that matched, who knew how to spell things like elephant and liberty. He didn't envy them. Not exactly. But on cold mornings, when the frost made the metal rails ache and his fingers wouldn't bend properly, he wondered what it might feel like to be tired for reasons that didn't involve your spine. He never asked to leave, never tried to run, because even at 9 or 8, he understood the truth. You don't leave the mine, you grow into it. One day, maybe, they'd let him above ground. Let him push a cart instead of sitting beside it. Let him break his back like a man instead of breaking his mind like a boy. In the next chapter, we'll crawl out of the tunnels and into another kind of labor. The factory floor, where noise replaces silence. But the price of survival remains the same. The first thing you noticed was the noise. Not a sound you could get used to, not really. More a constant mechanical scream that lived somewhere behind your ears and followed you home like soot on your collar. The factory floor roared and rattled, spat steam, coughed dust. It didn't breathe. It consumed. Maggie was 12, or near enough, when she started. She told them she was 14. No one believed her, but they looked the other way. She was tall for her age, thin as wire, and quick with her fingers. Good enough for the spinning room. She arrived before sunrise. Always. The machines were already awake by then, already clattering through thread and cloth like they owned the day. The air inside was heavy, hot and sharp. It stank of oil and wool, of metal shavings and bodies packed too close. There were no windows, no brakes, only the bell that told you when to begin, and the one that told you when you could leave, if you were lucky enough to last that long. She worked beside other girls, some older, some younger, none of them smiling. They moved with mechanical grace, feeding the threads, catching the bobbins, tying the fibers with hands that bled before they learned not to. Bandages were frowned upon. They slowed things down. Maggie's job was to monitor the threads as they ran through the spinning frames. If one snapped, she had to tie it quickly without stopping the machine. Stopping the machine meant lost time. Lost time meant docked wages. Docked wages meant no supper. She was good at it. Fast, precise, but her eyes burned constantly and her arms ached by midday. She fainted once, not a dramatic collapse, just a slow slump against the frame, eyes fluttering shut as the heat and hunger claimed her balance. They poured water on her, slapped her cheek, and sent her home for the afternoon. The next morning, she was expected back on time. No discussion. The overseer, Mr. Clark, didn't tolerate excuses. He didn't raise his voice. He didn't need to. The machines did that for him. One girl lost a finger in the looms, another collapsed from exhaustion and was never seen again. No one spoke of it. No one asked where she went. Maggie kept her head down. She learned when to breathe, when to blink, when to bite the inside of her cheek to stay upright. She earned 7 shillings a week. Half went to her mother. The rest vanished in bread, candles, mended stockings. There was no room for sweetness, no pennies for softness, but she kept going. Because the spinning frames didn't care how old she was, only that her hands still worked. In the next chapter, we'll move from factory to kitchen, into a household where a single hot meal is a victory. And hunger is something you learn to carry quietly. Like a folded note you never get to read. The kitchen was the warmest room in the house. Not warm, exactly. Just the least cold. It held the heat better than the bedrooms, partly because of the stove, and partly because it had no business trying to be comfortable. The walls were stained from years of boiling, scraping, crying. The floorboards dipped in the center, and the table wobbled unless you put a folded bit of newspaper under the back leg. But still, the kitchen was the heart of things. Not out of love, but necessity. They didn't eat together, not really. Not like families did in those little serial novels with lace curtains and good lighting. They ate in shifts, in corners, on laps. 1 meal a day was standard. Twice if something unexpected had come in. A good turn from the butcher, leftover bones from the pub, a neighbour's pity wrapped in cloth. Today was one of the better days. There was a pot on the stove. It steamed. That alone felt like luxury. Inside it, barley, a few carrots, some limp cabbage, and what might have been meat, or might have been just the memory of it. They didn't ask. The mother served in chip bowls, careful to make it look even. She always gave herself last, and least. No one commented on that anymore. The children slurped quietly. Not because they were told to, but because talking with food in your mouth slowed you down, and second helpings were never guaranteed. The youngest, barely 5, picked out the carrot bits and licked them one by one like sweets. The oldest spooned his portion as though rationing every mouthful. He'd once eaten too fast and thrown it all up. That had been a bad day. The boy, our boy, ate steadily. Eyes on the bowl, thoughts elsewhere. He tasted salt and water and something bitter at the bottom. It didn't matter. It was warm. It filled him. It would do. Afterwards, his mother rinsed the bowls and stacked them upside down to dry. The steam in the room faded. The warmth followed. She lit a single candle. Wood was low again. There was no dessert. There rarely was. Sometimes she'd slice a bit of apple and let them smell it, just for the memory. Sometimes they'd share a heel of stale bread and call it pudding. But tonight, there was only quiet, and the sound of a spoon scraping the last bit from the pot, and a small voice asking, without hope, if there might be more. There wasn't. In the next chapter, we'll turn to the ones left out of even these meagre meals. The children for whom doctors were too expensive, remedies too late, and sickness too common to cause alarm. He'd had the cough for weeks. At first, it was just a tickle, a dry little bark that came in the evening and left by morning. Then it stayed longer, deeper, louder. By the end of the second week, it rattled in his chest like loose stones in a tin. Each breath sounded like it had to claw its way out. His mother noticed. Of course she did. But she said nothing. There was no money for a doctor, no time to waste on a child who could still stand, still walk, still carry coal and fetch water and keep quiet. Doctors didn't come for boys like him unless someone died. And even then, they often arrived late, hat in hand, apology rehearsed. She tried what she could. Boiled onion skins in milk, old cloths soaked in camphor, a penny tin of cough syrup bought with the last of the washing money. None of it helped. He kept going because that's what you did. You woke up cold, dressed in yesterday's clothes, swallowed whatever tea or crust was left, and pushed the pain aside like a damp coat hung near the door. Some days he was dizzy. Some days he had to sit down in the street and count to 10 before he could stand again. One day, he coughed into his hand and saw blood. He didn't tell anyone. At night, the wheezing got worse. He lay on his side, knees curled, hands tucked beneath his chin. The sound of his own lungs frightened him. It didn't sound human anymore. More like an old bellows left to rust. His sister offered him her scarf. His mother tucked an extra rag under his chest. But there was no medicine, no rest, no relief. They said it was consumption. Whispered it, really. The kind of word that made people shuffle back without meaning to. The kind that didn't get cured, only waited out. He wasn't the only one. 3 streets over, a girl his age had died last winter. Just stopped breathing in her sleep. Her family buried her in a borrowed coat, shoes 2 sizes too big. The priest said it was God's will. The neighbors said it was the damp. He didn't want to die, but he understood it as a possibility, not with drama, but with quiet familiarity, like rain, like a broken window that never gets fixed. Still, he went to school. Still, he fetched coal. Still, he watched the others play in the street, too tired to join, too proud to ask to be carried home. There were no hospital beds for children like him. Only a mattress on the floor, a teacup at the ready, and the hope that maybe, just maybe, tomorrow, the cough would fade. But of course it wouldn't. In the next chapter, we'll meet the children who slipped through entirely, the lost, the abandoned, the forgotten, and the brutal ingenuity of a system that called it charity while letting them vanish. The boy in question had no surname, not officially. The ledger listed him only as Thomas, no father recorded, mother marked with a line, deceased. He arrived at the poorhouse in October, already thin and coughing, but not yet bad enough to turn away. They gave him a blanket, a bunk, a pair of boots too large, and silence. The staff weren't unkind, just practical, no time for softness, no space for memory. There were others like him. Dozens. Children without homes, without kin, without anyone to check if they were still breathing come morning. Most were quiet. Some had stopped speaking entirely. Not from trauma, necessarily. Just from lack of occasion. The days were regimented. Wake, wash, wait. Meals came in tin bowls. Mostly porridge, mostly thin. If someone finished early, they got to sweep the corridor. If they caused trouble, they were left off the chore list and denied supper. Thomas swept often. He didn't say much, didn't smile, but worked quickly and never stole, which made him valuable in a place where trust was a rare currency. One morning, just after prayers, he collapsed in the hallway. No warning, no noise. 1 minute upright, the next on the floor, limbs twisted oddly, chest heaving like a bellows losing its rhythm. They carried him to the infirmary, a room with 2 beds, a cracked window, and a smell of damp bandages. He was given water, a cloth for his head, and a small white pill cut in half to make it last. Then he was left to rest. No one sat beside him. No one held his hand. The nurse checked on him once or twice, adjusting his blanket more from habit than hope. By evening, he was worse. By morning, gone. The death was recorded in the same ledger that gave him no surname. Thomas, male, approximately 10, cause, pulmonary failure. There was no funeral, just a shallow grave behind the chapel, marked with a number on a wooden post. Not because no one cared, but because there were too many Thomases, and too few names. The other children noticed, of course. They always did. One bunk left empty. One cup not set out. No questions asked. Just a slow, silent recalibration of the room. In places like this, grief had to move quickly. You could miss it if you weren't paying attention. And so they swept the floors, waited in lines, ate their porridge, and didn't mention the boy who had collapsed quietly in a hallway that had seen it before. In the next chapter, we'll walk through the spaces where the living continued, where resilience wore patchy shoes and survival was stitched together with borrowed thread and stolen minutes of sunlight. They didn't call it that, not officially. But among the children, that's what it was known as. The orphan train. A rattling line of carriages that came once a month to collect the unwanted, the unclaimed, and the conveniently forgotten. No one explained where it went. Only that it went away. Someplace quieter, cleaner, better. Though no one who left ever came back to describe it. There was no ceremony, just a list read aloud in the workhouse hall. Names mispronounced. Ages guessed. Then a nod, a bag, and a child stepping forward with the kind of calm that comes only when you've stopped expecting answers. The boy watched them go. He'd been there long enough to recognize the rhythm. The girls with their plaits brushed too tight. The boys with collars scrubbed raw the night before. All lined up like goods on a shelf, inspected, directed, dispatched. Some were sent to farms, they said, to help with animals, with fields, with heavy boots and early mornings. Others were taken in by households that needed a spare pair of hands and didn't ask too many questions. They weren't adopted, not in the way the word now implies. They were placed. Which is a polite way of saying given over. A child might be renamed. Might be told to forget the family they once had. Might be told it's better this way. One girl, Sarah, had refused. She was 10, sharp-eyed and stubborn. When they called her name, she simply shook her head and stepped back. They dragged her anyway, arms flailing, voice rising into something between a scream and a hymn. The next day, her name was crossed out in the register. Her bed filled by someone else by nightfall. The boy knew better than to resist, but he also knew how to avoid being chosen. He limped slightly when visitors came, coughed on purpose, stared too long and smiled too little. It worked. Most of the children who left were younger, easier to shape. He was nearly 12, already too tall, already too quiet, already a bit of trouble. Those who remained stayed close. They shared stories, bread, lies about where they'd end up when this was over. The orphan train came again, took 3 more. The wheels shrieked. The doors slammed. The building settled back into silence. Later that night, he stared out the window at the empty track, the smudge of smoke fading into the distance. He didn't know if he wanted to leave anymore, but he knew he didn't want to vanish. In the next chapter, we'll look at the children who were never placed, whose lives ended not with trains or records, but with a whisper, a cloth, and a quiet space behind the chapel. They didn't always bury them in coffins, not when there were too many, or when the parish money ran dry, or when the child hadn't been baptized, which, in some places, meant they hadn't really existed at all. Sometimes there was only a cloth, sometimes not even that. The graveyard behind the poorhouse was little more than a field with uneven earth and wooden markers. The names carved crudely or not at all. Wind blew the weeds flat in winter. In summer, nettles grew tall enough to hide the stones. There were no flowers, no mourners, no hymns. The boy had passed that yard a dozen times, always quickly, always with his head down. He didn't like the way it felt, not frightening, just forgotten, like a story that had never been told properly. One day he saw a body carried out, a child, wrapped in something pale, carried by a man whose boots left deep prints in the frost. There was no one behind him, no family, no priest. The boy stopped walking, just for a moment. The gravedigger didn't notice, or pretended not to. The hole had already been dug. The child, whoever they were, lowered in gently. Not lovingly, but not carelessly either, just efficiently. The earth was replaced with rhythm. The grave flattened. The number hammered into a plank. The boy watched until it was done, then turned and walked home, unsure if he felt sad or simply heavy. He didn't speak of it. There was nothing to say. Children died all the time. From fever, from hunger, from cold, from a cough that turned into blood, from falling downstairs, from disappearing quietly in the night, lungs too small, rooms too damp, no one quick enough to catch the breath as it left. Sometimes they were missed, sometimes not. He remembered one girl, Rosie maybe, or Ruth, who used to hum when she ate. Like the sound helped the food go down. One day she stopped coming to meals. A week later, her bed was given to a boy with red hair and a bad stammer. No one asked. No one answered. There wasn't time to carry grief properly. It had to be folded small, tucked into corners between chores and curfews. The older children learned not to get too close. The younger ones still reached out, not realizing yet how much it could cost them. The boy never returned to the graveyard. But he remembered it. Not in nightmares, just in quiet moments, when the wind pressed against the walls and someone coughed 3 times in the dark. In the next chapter, we'll shift ever so slightly toward the living, to the rare, fragile joys that flickered in corners. A doll, a joke, a moment of warmth that made no sense, but stayed. It wasn't all bleak, not always. Even in the dustiest corners of Edwardian childhood, between the coughs and the chores, the punishments and the prayers, something like laughter managed to survive. It didn't arrive grandly, no bursts of delight, no golden sunbeam moments, just a flash, here and there, a whispered joke, a game played with a button and a string, a doll made from rags and chalked with a smile. The boy once found a marble tucked into the pocket of his coat. Smooth, blue, cold from the night air. He hadn't put it there, and no one claimed it. He kept it hidden for weeks, rolled it across the floor when no one was watching, let it catch the light from the fire, as if it might open and show him something better. Another time, a girl named Elsie mimicked the way Miss Turner walked, hands folded, lips pursed like she'd swallowed a wasp. And for the first time in days, a dozen children laughed out loud. Real laughter. That sharp, involuntary kind that makes your stomach twist. She was caught, of course, given a sharp smack across the knuckles and a dazed silence. But even as she rubbed her hand, Her mouth twitched with pride. The memory of making them laugh seemed to warm her more than soup ever had. There were other moments too. Sneaking a sugar lump from the pantry, hearing a song from a passing street musician, and humming it for hours, getting through a whole lesson without a single mistake. Once during a power cut, the candles ran out and the room filled with shadows. The older children told ghost stories. The younger ones listened wide-eyed, half afraid, half thrilled. The staff let it happen. Maybe they remembered too. Joy didn't last, but it left footprints. Faint ones. Like chalk on brick. Easily washed away, but still there for a while. The boy collected these moments. He didn't write them down, there was no paper for that. But he stored them in his chest like buttons in a tin. Something to rattle on the bad days, something to hold. Because even in a world built to wear you down, a single moment of laughter could remind you what it meant to feel something else. Not safe, not free, but human. In the next chapter, we'll enter winter. When breath turns to fog, blankets are thin, and the cold presses harder than poverty ever could. Winter didn't arrive politely. It came like a thief in the early dark, sliding under doors, biting at toes through boots long since split at the seams. It clung to walls, sank into bedsheets, froze the last of the washing stiff on the line, and left breath hanging in the air like little ghosts. There was no real heating, not in houses like theirs. Just a fire if there was coal, or wood if you were lucky, or old furniture if you were desperate. The hearth was the center of everything, not just warmth, but hope. If it burned, they could stay upright. The boy had learned to sleep in layers. Shirt, jumper, coat, blanket, coat again. Sometimes his mother let him borrow her shawl, though she pretended she didn't notice he'd taken it. In the mornings, ice crept across the inside of the windows. He'd breathe against the glass and draw with his fingertip. Loops, shapes, letters, little faces. It was the closest he came to art. School didn't stop for Frost. They walked through it, boots crunching, faces red, breath puffing like tiny steam trains. The older ones carried smaller children across puddles too wide to jump. The girls wrapped their hands in sleeves. The boys rubbed snow into each other's hair until someone cried. Inside, the classrooms were worse. The ink froze in the pots. The teacher's lips went blue. Miss Turner wore gloves with the fingers cut off and shouted less, as if coldness softened even her. Children huddled. Not openly, no hugging. That was weakness. But coats touched, knees pressed, elbows overlapped. The body did what it could. Coughs deepened, ears turned raw, noses bled without warning. Some children simply stopped showing up. Too sick, too frozen, too far gone. No one asked after them. You never asked after ghosts. The boy held out. Not because he was strong, but because he'd learned how to keep moving, how to wrap his fingers in rags, how to breathe shallow when the wind cut too sharp. Sometimes, at night, he'd lie in bed and try to remember the warmth of summer, the way stone felt under bare feet, the smell of tar in the heat, the taste of river water on the tongue. But mostly, all he remembered was this: cold makes you quiet. It teaches you to stay still, to wait for light. In the next chapter, we'll meet the Chimney Boys. Too small to argue, too black to be seen, and climbing toward daylight that never quite belonged to them. They called it apprenticeship, as if it were a craft. Something noble, something chosen. But the Chimney Boys didn't learn a trade. They learned how to twist their bodies into spaces that weren't meant for bodies at all. Sammy was 7 when he first went up a flue. He was small for his age, which of course made him valuable. The master sweep was a man called Briggs, round-faced, red-eyed, hands always stained with soot and pipe ash. He didn't beat the boys unless they disobeyed, and disobedience included coughing too loudly, crying without permission, or getting stuck. Sammy's job was simple: climb. Up the chimney, brush in hand, scrape the soot loose with arms stretched above his head. The walls pressed in from all sides. Sometimes they were warm. Sometimes they burned. The first time, he panicked. Halfway up, stuck between a bend and a brick, unable to move forward or back. He screamed, a thin, helpless sound that bounced off the walls and vanished before it reached anyone who cared. Briggs shouted from below, "Move or I'll light the fire." It wasn't an idle threat. It was how they were trained. Smoke made you move. Sammy did. The soot stung his eyes. His fingers bled. He emerged black, coughing, shaking, and alive. That counted as a good day. He was given half a crust and a slap on the back. "See? You'll do fine." They worked early, before the households woke, before the streets filled with eyes. Children weren't supposed to be seen in those places, climbing through drawing rooms, scraping soot from parlor flues, reeking of ash and sweat and fear. The rich wanted clean chimneys, but not the sight of what it cost. In the evenings, Sammy sat with the others in the corner of a shared room, skin raw, eyes red, hair permanently grey with dust. They didn't speak much. Their voices had been trained into silence. Some nights, he dreamed of the rooftops, not the view, but the open air. The way it felt to breathe without coughing, to stretch without brick pressing in. He didn't hate the work. Not exactly. Hate was a luxury for those with alternatives. He just wished sometimes that someone would tell him why daylight always seemed to exist just out of reach, visible through the soot, but never his to hold. In the next chapter, we'll slip through the side door into domestic service, where children wore stiff collars and stiffer smiles and learned to disappear in plain sight. Annie had never been on a carpet before. Not a real one. Not the threadbare rugs of the tenement, but this. A thick, velveted sea stretching down a hallway too long for her to see the end of. It felt like walking on silence. She was 11, or so they said. The housekeeper called her girl, the cook called her that one, and the master of the house, on the rare occasion he noticed her, called her you. She was one of 2 scullery maids, which meant she scrubbed everything. Floors, pots, boots, coal buckets, the occasional cat's mess on the back steps. The scullery was dark and low-ceilinged, filled with steam, soap, shouting. There was never enough hot water, never enough time. She rose before dawn, before the fires were lit, before the bell that summoned the rest of the staff. Her hands were always chapped, her hair never quite dry. The nails on her left hand had gone soft from lie. She hid them. Rules were strict. Never speak unless spoken to. Never be seen upstairs unless carrying a tray. Never cry where anyone might witness it. And above all, never, ever be remembered. Annie learned quickly to move silently, to stand still with a teacup balanced on a tray as the lady of the house shouted about something no one could pronounce. She wore stiff shoes that pinched her toes, a cap that itched, an apron that was always somehow slightly damp. The other maids weren't cruel, just older and exhausted. They taught her how to curtsy, how to clear a fireplace without smudging the hearthrug, how to hide in the linen cupboard during inspections. On Sundays, if her work was done before evening service, she was allowed a half-hour outside. She would walk to the edge of the gardens and watch the people in the park, Families, laughter, the odd kite, as if they lived in a different story entirely. She didn't resent them. She didn't know how to. Her world was smaller, measured in teaspoons and stove polish, in call bells and creaking stairs. But sometimes, when she climbed the back steps to deliver a message or collect a plate, she'd catch her reflection in one of the grand hallway mirrors. Small, pale, faintly present, like a ghost trained to be useful. And in that instant, she'd remember her name, even if no one else did. In the next chapter, we'll peek behind the parlor curtain, to the world of middle-class childhoods, where appearances mattered more than affection, and perfection was stitched into every pleat. Clara's nursery was spotless, not just clean, curated, each doll aligned, each book shelved by size. A rocking horse she was never allowed to ride stood proudly in the corner, like a piece of furniture that might whinny if you touched it wrong. She had dresses for every day of the week. Lace collars, pearl buttons, boots buffed to a shine that caught the afternoon sun, a governess who never smiled, a schedule tighter than her corset, breakfast at 8, copy work at 9, needlepoint, French, elocution, a supervised walk at precisely 3. She had a nursemaid once, soft-voiced, warm-handed, but she'd been dismissed after Clara cried in her presence. Too indulgent, her mother had said, smoothing the folds of her tea gown without looking up. Tears were discouraged. Not forbidden, that would be unseemly. But they were to be reserved for funerals and appropriate tragedies. Clara learned early to weep into her pillow, silently, briefly. Her parents loved her, of course. They said so often, at arm's length, in notes passed to the governess, in Christmas gifts that arrived wrapped in silence. She was never hit, never starved, never shouted at. She was simply moulded, posture corrected with firm hands on the shoulders, speech shaped into clarity and courtesy. Even her thoughts, over time, began to fall in line, wondering not what she wanted, but what would please. At supper, she was expected to listen, not speak. At church, to be still. At parties, to smile and curtsy without drawing attention. Her dolls were the only ones who heard her real voice. She gave them names her governess disapproved of. Trixie, Nance, even Fizz, and whispered stories into their button ears when the door was closed. Stories with mud and mess and girls who ran away. Stories where no one wore gloves unless they wanted to. Sometimes she caught sight of poor children through the carriage window, barefoot, soot-faced, wild with freedom. She didn't envy their hunger, but she did envy their noise. Clara was a good girl. Everyone said so. She folded her wishes small and tucked them into the hems of her dresses, like secrets too disobedient for daylight. In the next chapter, we'll descend again, this time into the world of street children, pickpockets, and the quiet brilliance of survival with nothing but wit and bad luck. Nobody remembered where Charlie came from. Not even Charlie. He reckoned he was 9, maybe 10, old enough to know what a copper's boot felt like, young enough to slip between market stalls without leaving a footprint. He didn't have a home, but he had places. Doorways, alleys, stairwells, no one checked twice. He knew where the bread bins were left unlocked, which butchers were too soft to chase, and which chimneys still gave off warmth after midnight. His world was pavement and puddle, soot and smirk. Every morning was a negotiation. What to eat, who to charm, what not to get caught doing. He wasn't alone. There were others, half feral, half family, a loose gang of grins and elbows and schemes, bound not by blood, but by the simple fact of being hungry at the same time. They called themselves the Muck Street Lads. Not a real gang, no knives, no tattoos, no territory worth bleeding for. Just a pack of children who understood that adults looked away faster when you laughed while stealing. Charlie could lift an apple from a barrow without breaking stride. He could pinch a wallet, a pie, a silk handkerchief, though the latter were mostly useless unless you fancied trading it for a broken shoe or half a sausage. The constables knew him. By face, if not by name. He'd been cuffed, kicked, chased down Holborn and once locked in a coal cellar for a full day. Didn't slow him much. He ran because he had to. Not for thrills, but because cold cobblestones felt better than cold cells. At night, if it was dry, they'd gather behind St. Mary's and share what they'd found. Crusts, fruit peel, bits of coin. Once, Charlie brought a candle. They burned it down to the stub just for the joy of watching it flicker. No one ever said poor. No one ever said orphan. They just were. Dirty faces, sharp tongues, eyes that saw too much too soon. But there was laughter too. Real laughter. The kind that comes when you're clever enough to survive another day with empty pockets and a full grin. Charlie didn't dream of being rich. He dreamed of being warm, of eating first, of not having to run. But until then, he'd stay quick, stay light, stay free, in the only way a child with no address can be. In the next chapter, we'll look at what happened when those children were caught, not by the law, but by charity, by reformers, by institutions with good intentions and iron beds. They meant well. Most of them did. The reformers came in starched collars and warm eyes, with pamphlets, promises, and a firm belief that children could be mended like broken clocks. They opened homes, not orphanages, they insisted, but institutions for moral uplift, or homes for the destitute young. The names varied. The walls were the same. Stone, tall, echoing. The children were bathed, clipped, sorted, their clothes replaced, their accents corrected, their playtime reduced to 20 minutes, supervised, with approved games and no running. They were taught to sit straight, to speak only when asked, to sew, to pray, to say thank you, even when they weren't sure what for. Charlie ended up in one such place. He didn't know how. One moment he was asleep behind a bakery. The next, he was in a hard bed under a crucifix, wearing someone else's shirt. The food was better. The rules were worse. He tried to be good. For a day. Maybe two. But his tongue itched. His feet wouldn't stay still. He missed the sky, the noise, the dangerous kind of freedom. When he spoke out of turn, they docked his supper. When he laughed during prayer, they made him kneel on dry peas. Still, he preferred it to the workhouse. Just. Some children stayed. Some even thrived. A few were placed with families, usually far from London, in cottages with gardens and expectations. But most faded, filed into ledgers, moved from place to place like mismatched furniture. The reformers kept records, spoke of progress, ticked boxes, and when a child ran back to the alleys, back to soot, back to the cold that didn't scold you for smiling, they called it failure. Not theirs, of course, the child's. By 1910, laws had changed. Fewer children worked in mines, factories were inspected, schools were free, in theory. But for the children who had lived the worst of it, there were no medals, no headlines, no endings, only stories, passed down, muddled, or lost, and the faint, persistent echo of a laugh from a chimney, a scullery, a hallway lined with velvet silence. because somehow they endured. Well, there you have it. A childhood served cold with extra soot on top. No bedtime hugs, no storybooks, unless you count ledger entries and chimney soot as literature. If you've made it this far without coughing, crying, or becoming a child labor reformer, well done. You absolute legend. Now, if you enjoyed this journey through Edwardian misery with the occasional emotional gut punch, feel free to like, subscribe, or toss us a bit of kindness over at kofeed.com/napmax. Because unlike Victorian employers, we do appreciate support. And hey, if this tale stirred up anything personal, just know that survival is a quiet kind of rebellion. You, my dear, are living proof. Sleep well, you beautiful rabble. This is Napmax Sleep Stories, and you've just survived corsets, coal, and cholera, surviving Edwardian childhood. Good night.